Кость, привет. Проверяю звук. Меня слышно? Я тебя не слышу, тебя выключен.
Вот теперь тебя слышно. Теперь ты меня слышишь.
Вот сейчас тебя слышно тоже. Ну ладно. Подождем.
Да. Ну, сейчас надо 10 минут примерно подождать.
Я пока выключаю у всех звук и буду включать его просто докладчиком уже, чтобы люди не щелкали микрофоном туда-обратно. Хорошо?
Правильно, потому что иначе будет только мешаться это. Okay? Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to see a lot of you on the screens. Yes, yes, yes. And I know that much more people are over there on the other screens. And today we are beginning our Congress that we have for 25 years now. And of course, this year we have it again on Zoom, but this is reality of our world. So so let me start from my presentation. Okay, so maybe I need to do it other way around. Okay, here we are. Yes. So as you see, this year we are presenting the Congress, as usual, results and perspectives of our development for the last year. And please pay attention, this year we presented from all our team, our Russian team, and Стивен Гантовец, who is from the United States. Ну и вот замечательно снова всех видеть, начать наш конгресс опять в этом году в Zoom, такие уж условия. И в этом году я хочу вам рассказать о наших результатах за прошедший год и о перспективах. Ну и обратите внимание, что этот доклад мы представляем от всей нашей команды, всей нашей российской команды, ну и член нашей команды Стивен Грантовец из Соединенных Штатов. So, and of course, I would discuss main results. So it will be about publications, research, development, new software, new instruments, education, perspectives. But before I start all this, of course, I need to mention about our situation with COVID. И, значит, вот я буду рассказывать о всех этих новых результатах, о наших новых публикациях, исследованиях, развитии, новых инструментах, о наших перспективах. Но прежде чем мы начнем и все это, все-таки необходимо сказать пару слов о нынешней ситуации. Ну и нынешняя ситуация – это, конечно, COVID. And of course we understand that current situation is COVID. COVID that runs the world development and it is worldwide. And I pay attention that in the beginning of this year, I published article about this situation in the world and about analysis of statistics and personal opinion about COVID in Russia. Ну и вот в начале этого года я опубликовал статью на английском языке по анализу ситуации и перспективам как бы и той ситуации, которая происходит в России. So we have no doubts now that COVID, it was artificial virus. Ну и у нас практически нет сомнений, что этот вирус – это искусственный вирус. Now it was a lot of papers published that followed up development of this. We know that several years ago it was a big paper published in Nature journal about this COVID development, and somehow it came to life. Ну и вот сейчас опубликовано достаточно много материалов в интернете по тому, как это происходило. Несколько лет назад была большая статья в Nature по развитию этого вируса. Ну и, конечно, большой вопрос, как он утек в мир. Но это, я думаю, вряд ли кто-нибудь когда-нибудь узнает. And we've seen that in different countries it was big peaks, little peaks. But of course, all in all, the death rate from COVID is not so great. It is very dangerous virus, no doubts. And this virus contributes absolutely new millennium of our civilization development. Ну и вот понятно, что в разных странах все это происходило по-разному. Нет никаких сомнений, что этот вирус очень опасен. Никаких сомнений нет. Он непредсказуем. То есть люди умирают разного возраста, в разном состоянии. Совершенно непредсказуемо. Но большинство людей все-таки, даже переболев этим вирусом, они потом приходит в себя, хотя у многих сохраняются последствия, потому что этот вирус действует на миелиновые оболочки нервов, и непонятно те последствия, которые он вызывает. So, for most people, this virus creates, of course, problems, but many people around ourselves in different countries, they had COVID virus, but then survived, and most of them don't have some negative response. And I pay attention to Russian situation. И вот хочется обратить внимание на ситуацию в России. In Russia, this virus was, as everywhere, was very active from the beginning, but then it came to to practically stable level. Ну, в России, как везде, этот вирус развивался практически с марта прошлого года, 2020, но очень быстро он пришел примерно в стабильное состояние. And in Russia, from July 2020, we had practically open country. So we had slowly all restaurants have been opened. People start traveling first inside Russia, and all airports was filled with people. Then people start traveling to Turkey, then to some other countries, and no increase in COVID situation happened because of this. No, not at all. Ну и вот с июля прошлого года Россия практически была открыта уже. То есть у нас постепенно открылись театры, рестораны, люди начали путешествовать, аэропорты были заполнены людьми. Сначала внутри России, потом начали ездить сначала в Турцию, потом в другие места. Ну и это не вызвало никаких пиков особых подъемов. Как мы видим, вот если смотреть, это вот как раз летние месяцы, видите, достаточно стабильная ситуация. Значит, осенью, да, осенью у нас был подъем, этот пик осенний, но это стабильная ситуация каждый год с любым абсолютно вирусом. In autumn in Russia we had increase of COVID, but it is typical situation for all autumns. So in autumn we always had increase of virus. But what's important? We need to understand. Now all the world came to absolutely new stage of our development, of our society development, and it's worldwide. So first of all, forget about human rights, forget about constitutions, forget about all freedom that we had before. Now every government has absolutely legal tool how to stop everything, how to block the country, how to block people, and they have very good pretense to do it. Ну и вот мы должны понимать, что с этим ковидом мы вошли в абсолютно новую стадию развития нашей цивилизации. То есть теперь можно забыть о правах человека, можно забыть обо всяких институциях, и у каждого правительства есть совершенно легальные основания для того, чтобы закрыть страну и ограничить своих граждан в каких-то определенных правах. And of course, plus we need to understand that now, if you have mobile phone, you are supervised 24 hours per day, and they can watch you, what you do. They can make analysis of your activity. So we need to understand that now we live in absolutely open from one hand, from other hand, very closed world. And the question is, what we should do in this situation? Ну и вот мы понимаем, что при том, что мы сейчас нас можно наблюдать при помощи мобильного телефона, и всех людей можно анализировать теперь, и для этого есть мощнейшие системы искусственного интеллекта. Значит, и возникает вопрос, ну что же делать, чтобы противодействовать этому? The only solution from our hand is to keep your energy strong. And if we look to our energy field, we see this is strong, closed energy field. And this person is practically protected from viruses, protected from any influences. If we look to this energy field, we see it is many holes, many breaks. And of course, this person is open to any intrusions from outside. And not tell about a person like this, who is very high level of stress. And of course, stress and anxiety is the first reason of any disease. Ну и вот единственное, что мы можем сделать, это защитить себя сами. То есть делать себя сильнее, развивать свою иммунную систему. И вот если у вас такое будет закрытое, сильное поле, то вы будете достаточно хорошо защищены. Если у вас поле рваное, с множеством отверстий, через которые может проникнуть внешнее влияние, или если тем более высокий уровень стресса, то, конечно, это будет вызывать определенные проблемы. So, we understand, to be healthy, we need to protect ourselves, we need to take care of our immune system, and we need to take care of our mental health. That's very important. And of course, biotechnology is the first tool that can help you in this situation. Ну и, конечно, вот технология BioWell – это, так сказать, самая такая мощнейшая так сказать, система, которая может вам помочь. Немножко моментов по тому, что мы, так сказать, имеем в этом году. We started BioWell Telegram channel, and it's operating now and has a lot of subscribers. Значит, мы начали канал в Телеграме BioWell, и там действительно очень много народа, которые подписаны. The number of our YouTube channel subscribers increased by 165%, up to now it's practically 1,000, almost 300 people. Ну и наш вот YouTube канал, на котором представлены многие видео, в том числе на котором будут представлены все видео с этой конференции, тоже количество подписчиков резко увеличилось. The number of subscribers increased by 1,300 people. As of today, we have 7,500 addresses in our database. Ну и вот количество подписчиков BioWell тоже увеличилось в этом году на 1300 человек. Ну и сейчас у нас примерно 7500 людей, которые в той или иной мере используют BioWell. Subscription revenue increased by 10% despite the pandemic, mainly due to the one-day subscription. And we had many discussions whether we need it or don't need it, but we did it, and it was found to be very, very efficient and convenient for people. Ну и вот мы увеличили подписки на 10% по сравнению с прошлым годом, и во многом благодаря подписке однодневной. У нас было много обсуждений, надо ли это делать, но вот когда мы ее ввели, все-таки оказалось, что это и людям удобно, и, так сказать, оказалось в то же время выгодно. Ну и in the first half of 2021, sales increased compared to 2022 by 62%. Ну и вот видите, что в первой половине 2021 года у нас продажи всего увеличились по сравнению с 2020 годом на 62%. Это несмотря на то, что сейчас идет этот коронавирус, что сейчас сложные условия, что очень сложно стало с почтой, с таможней совсем, но при этом все развивается. So, and this is despite the situation of many problems that we have now in our system. I mean, not BioWell, but whole system, because it's much more difficult now to send something, to post is very slow, but still we are increasing. And I pay attention to our websites that we have. First of all, this is our main website, biowell.com. Then our website, iomap.club, Sputnik, biowell.com, SIS Congress, that we are now here, there, and Kirlian Online. And a couple of words about every website. Ну и вот я обращаю ваше внимание на то, что у нас теперь целая группа веб-сайтов, и значит, это все, так сказать, активно поддерживается. Наш основной biowell.com, это, так сказать, вам, наверное, известно, это основной веб-сайт. Ну и я немножко пару слов о других веб-сайтах. Значит, веб-сайт eumap.club мы организовали, потому что мы решили вынести отдельно все публикации и все, что касается исследований. Потому что на сайт BioWell он более такой технический. Ну и International Union of Medical and Applied Biolithography, Международный союз медицинской и прикладной биолитографии, это общество, которое было организовано еще в 1978 году. Ну и вот с тех пор мы поддерживаем его активность. So, EUMAG Club we organized because we decided that we need to separate science, publications, research to separate line. Because biowell.com is more technical. And IMAP, International Union of Medical and Applied Biogeography, have been organized in 1978, and we are supporting its activity from that time. So we have more than 356 articles, including 51 PhD theses and 11 books. And all this is available for you to download, to read, to study, and it's all grouped on different categories, in different languages, different categories. So I really suggest you, if you are interested in what we have in our scientific line, then look to this website. Ну и вот на этом веб-сайте сейчас 356 статей, в том числе 51 тезис диссертаций защищенных, 11 книг на разных языках. Так что я вам очень советую посмотреть на эти вещи. Они сгруппированы по разным категориям и активно этим пользоваться. And of course we add more articles practically every month to this. Next, it is Sputnik. This is very, very important topic. And again, we are developing this line. And we have this interactive map, research map, and we try to add more and more research, and we are waiting from all our colleagues, from all our friends to contribute to this development. Ну, следующий, значит, вот у нас Спутник, веб-сайт, значит, там у нас есть интерактивная карта, где можно увидеть те исследования, которые проводились, их описание, посмотреть, где это что было. И я считаю, что это тоже то, что мы все вместе должны дополнять. То есть присылайте нам свои работы, а мы их будем добавлять туда, в этот веб-сайт. Ну и, наконец, недавно мы сделали новый веб-сайт Кирлиан онлайн, значит, который полностью посвящен Семену Давидовичу Кирлиану. Тут подробная история всего этого развития, определенные те приборы, которые были использованы, те люди, которые в этом участвовали. То есть это мы платим вот дань уважения вот этому замечательному человеку, благодаря которому мы сейчас здесь все находимся. And the final, we have this Kirlian online, because this is our contribution to the memory of this great person. And here you can find the history of Kirlian effect, publications, different devices, and different stories about this. So this is really a very important part of our development. And we always tell that our GDV, Guardian Church Visualization System, our biowell, it is development of Kirlian effect on next scientific level, of course. So I invite you to look to different websites and to get impression what it's all about. Следующий момент – это наши публикации. Публикации, которые были сделаны за последний год только. Ну, и я, так сказать, просто дам такой небольшой обзор этого. Next topic, those are our publications in peer-reviewed journals that was done in the last year. Last year, I paid attention to the influence of light on human system, and I published a couple of articles on this topic, and they're combined under the topic of human energetic light system. So here I am describing biophysical mechanisms of light interactions with biological tissues. I've been presenting this at several conferences. It was very well accepted because I tried to combine different ideas, including ideas about water, ideas of Jerry Pollock, ideas of Luc Montagnier, with more classical ideas about light influence. And it gives us understanding what we are doing in our system. And it gives us understanding what we can do next. Ну и вот, значит, первая публикация, которую я хочу упомянуть, это публикация по поводу влияния света на биологические структуры. Значит, с этой темой я выступал уже на нескольких конференциях мировых. Значит, и я стараюсь объединить те вещи, которые можно найти достаточно широко в интернете по влиянию света, с новыми идеями. Ну и прежде всего с идеями о воде, о жидкости, те идеями, которые называют Джерри Поллок, Люк Монтанье, Владимир Воейков. Владимир Воейков еще расскажет нам об этом более подробно. И дать какой-то новый такой взгляд на все эти вещи. Next topic that I've been publishing, those are description of, I would say, structure of our technical system. And this, because we have very complicated software, and it is quite unique in the world. That is why I presented this principal structure of this software at several international conferences. You see, this is very big Congress in London, then a couple of other conferences, and it was again accepted as a new line in development. Ну и вот еще одна линия – это описание структуры нашего программного обеспечения, потому что у нас оно уникальное достаточно. И я представил все эти результаты уже, данные на нескольких конгрессах, видите, так сказать, с Лондонского конгресса. И эти результаты были очень хорошо восприняты. Потому что действительно то, что удалось сделать с нашими алгоритмами, системой искусственного интеллекта, это действительно уникально. And this idea I describe not only in English, but in Russian as well. This paper was published in one of the leading Russian journals. But this paper is dedicated more to the study of athletes' condition. And because this is a very important topic for us, you know that our biowell system is accepted by the Ministry of Sport of Russia as one of the key technologies for top-level athletes. And of course, we are moving forward this line worldwide. Ну и вот эта статья, вы видите, она, значит, опубликована в таком нашем ведущем спортивном журнале. Она посвящена спортсменам, потому что для нас исследование спортсменов – это очень важная тема. Next topic that I pay attention to, this is based on the works of Natalia Solovyovskaya, who is doing all her research in far north of Russia, in Arctic zone. And she did tremendous activity, measuring many people. But this particular paper is dedicated to comparison between HRV, heart rate variability, and biowell. And here we demonstrate very strong correlations between our data in biowell and heart rate variability data. And you know that heart rate variability now is accepted as one of the key measurement of activity of autonomic nervous system, sympathetic parasympathetic activity. And this way we demonstrate that with biowell we again, same as HRV, we are measuring activity of sympathetic parasympathetic nervous system, but from different angle. И вот эта статья, она тоже очень важна, она основана на работах Натальи Соловьевской, которая работает на Крайнем Севере, исследует состояние людей, проживающих в арктической зоне России. И в этой статье мы сосредоточились на сопоставлении данных между ГРВ, биовелл, и heart rate variability, то есть вариабельность сердечной деятельности. Потому что ВСР – это уже достаточно общепринятый метод измерения активности автономной нервной системы. И мы показываем сильнейшие, вот очень хорошие корреляции между двумя методами, что говорит о том, что, еще раз подчеркиваю то, что при помощи ГРВ, биовелла мы измеряем параметры активности вегетативной нервной системы, что тоже очень важно. Next interesting paper, this is influence of mobile phone to people and protective quantum resonance technology. This topic is now we are doing a lot of clinical studies in our medical universities for different companies which develop their own technologies, mostly quantum resonance technologies, energy technologies, and we can test it, their technology on their influence on people. We work together with medical university, with top-level professors over there. We can create big groups of participants. Here it was 50 people. And then we can test what's going on. And here it's very interesting influence of mobile phone, because now it's a hot topic and many people are concerned about this effect of mobile phone. Many companies, they develop their different protection devices. And then we demonstrate that, of course, we respond to mobile phone, but different people respond differently. And of course, again, Biowell is the best way how we can test this response. And we present the way how it can be done. Значит, эта статья тоже достаточно важна, потому что мы обследовали большую группу людей по влиянию мобильного телефона. Ну и она отражает наши направления по проверке различных устройств. Сейчас многие компании разрабатывают какие-то резонансные технологии, высокочастотные технологии, различные, основаны на принципе различных полей. И как раз у нас отработана методика проверки всего этого. Мы работаем с медицинским университетом, можем набирать достаточно большие группы. Все это идет в режиме, так сказать, двойного контроля экспериментов. И поэтому вот мы здесь проверили, как влияет мобильный телефон. Ну и сейчас эта тема достаточно активная. Многие люди озабочены этой темой. Но мы показываем, что, естественно, у разных людей идет индивидуальное влияние. То есть кто-то очень сильно реагирует, а кто-то не реагирует совсем. Так что тут интересно. And this year, it's interesting, we had several papers published by our Indian colleagues. This is very interesting because several years ago, we addressed Svyasi University in India, and they start developing scientific lines. Then later on, other people joined this, and now in different universities of India, in different research centers, they are using Biowell more and more, and it's coming. So at this conference, we'll hear a presentation about this development, some presentations. And last year, they published several papers on this topic. And this is effect of yoga, this which is very important, this affects different dance and yoga. So that's really very, very interesting topics. And we're looking forward that our colleagues in India will be developing this more and more. Ну и вот у нас целая серия сейчас идет статей постоянно, которые публикуют наши индийские коллеги. Там все очень активно развивается. Они делают интереснейшие исследования, причем это происходит в различных университетах, и это направление развивается. И вот у нас сегодня даже будет тоже презентация нашего индийского коллеги. Значит, one more topic I need to pay attention. This is my new book that was published this year. And we have this book now in English and in Russian. Значит, ну вот я обращаю внимание на эту новую книгу. Значит, называется, видите, «Здоровье на кончик ваших пальцев», которая уже опубликована на английском языке. И сейчас выходит в ближайшее время на русском языке тоже. In this book, I have three parts. First part is discussion of our life as a whole. Of course, in the beginning, I described what does mean effect, Kirlian effect. Then I discussed different topics in our life, including COVID, of course, dangers of modern life. Then second topic, I am discussing our ideas about our health and what you should do to keep your health high. And the third part, it is about our spirit. information for the soul. So again, I was trying to present 3 different levels of our existence: our body, our physical side, our mental, our mind, and our spirit, our soul. Ну и в этой книге 3 части. Значит, в первой части я обсуждаю как бы все, что относится к современной жизни, современной ситуации, что сейчас нас окружает, ну и к состоянию здоровья. Вторая часть – это как бы более конкретное обсуждение того, что относится к здоровью, как его поддерживать, то есть общие принципы, общие идеи. И третья часть – это информация о сознании. То есть это все основано на, опять-таки, идеи о 3 уровнях развития человека. Значит, физическое тело, значит, ментальная составляющая и душевная составляющая. Так что эта книжка, я обращаю внимание. Ну и все это поддерживается данными наших измерений. And this all those ideas are supported by the data of our measurements for many years. Education. And you know that last year, we've developed video lessons. So now to use BioWell, you don't need to go to training at the beginning. You can use our video lessons, and based on the video lessons, you can move forward. At the same time, we have training seminars, and in this year, it was 43 training seminars in different countries, in different languages, and we want to thank all our colleagues who did it. And now it's possible to see this schedule of the seminars at our website and subscribe directly from our website. Ну и вот в этом году мы развили систему видеоуроков. Мы создали видеоуроки, которые позволяют людям освоить работу с системой BioWell прямо с нашего веб-сайта. При этом у нас остаются тренировочные сессии, которые сейчас в основном проходят онлайн теперь. И это, так сказать, общая система в мире. При этом бывает и живую тоже, и мы периодически это проводим вживую в разных странах. Ну и мы благодарим всех наших коллег в разных странах, которые проводят эти уроки. Можно посмотреть расписание этих уроков на нашем сайте BioWell, и прямо там оттуда можно подписаться. Very important topic. It was our new step forward. First of all, due to our friend Christian Borden. It is development of university course. Ну и вот следующий очень важный шаг – это развитие университетского курса на базе университета Мадрида. Значит, его называется курс по биофотонике. So this idea of this course was to give not just technical knowledge, how to use GDV, how to use BioWell, but to give more broad view, starting from basics of physics, basics of quantum mechanics, basics of life experiences, and more and more to technical topics. And this course now is given in 3 languages: English, Spanish, and French. And people can subscribe to this course. And by the end, when they pass all exams, so it's obligatory exams, they can get a university diploma. So it's university education with official university diploma from Madrid University. Ну и вот люди, значит, идея этого курса дать более широкие понимание современного состояния и физики, и квантовой механики, и биологии. И потом люди сдают экзамен онлайн и получают диплом одного из мадридских университетов. So this is our first year. It took us 3 years to prepare this and to start it, but now it's quite active, and we have very interesting development in this course. Next topic, this is research, because you know that all the time we are doing different research, and we have many different research lines. So first research I want to pay attention to, this is our energy measurements near the pyramid in Siberia, the city of Tomsk. It was done last year, in July last year. And this is a very interesting situation. You see this person, his name is Valery Uvarov. He's very interesting guy, very interesting. He's scientist, physicist, and all his life now he dedicated to pyramids. Ну и вот сейчас я расскажу немножко о наших исследованиях, которые были сделаны в этом году, интересных. Значит, и вот первое исследование – это исследование пирамидального комплекса в Томске. Значит, этот комплекс был построен благодаря вот этому джентльмену. Его зовут Валерий Уваров. Он всю свою жизнь сейчас посвящает исследованию пирамид. И у него есть, так сказать, замечательные идеи, как это можно делать. And several years ago, he was able to persuade one businessman from Siberia, a quite rich person, to build a pyramid complex. So they had different ideas what should be done with this pyramid complex. Still, it's not finished yet. But you see now they have this main pyramid and several 8 pyramids around. Ну и вот несколько лет назад ему удалось убедить одного сибирского бизнесмена крупного в том, чтобы построить комплекс пирамид и посмотреть как бы влияние этих пирамид на всю окружающую обстановку. So this is the biggest pyramid you see. Of course, it's done from concrete, but it has very special structure. И вот эта главная пирамида, она бетонная, но она очень построена интересной структурой. Inside this pyramid, they have 4 levels, you see. And of course, you can come inside, you can stay there. They can make any meetings inside there, and it's specially designed for this. Then they have special reservoirs for water. So idea that it should be running water through this pyramid, and what is very important part of this pyramid. And there are many crystals embedded in this pyramid. Ну и там, значит, вот видите, у нее такая специальная конструкция, 4 этажа. Большая, важная часть этой пирамиды – это вода. Там есть резервуары для воды, и вода постоянно протекает через эту пирамиду. Значит, она несет определенную энергию. В теле этой пирамиды включено много кристаллов, и вот этот вот самый большой кристалл, видите, огромный кристалл, он поставлен на вершине этой пирамиды. And this, so there are many crystals inside the pyramid structure, inside the walls of pyramid structure, and this huge crystal is on the top of this pyramid. So this is very special design. This design was all done by Valery Uvarov, and it took several years, of course, to build all those constructions. And in July 2020, we came there with a group of cameramen, and idea was to take measurements and to make a short movie about this. Ну и вот в прошлом июле мы приехали туда, вот видите, значит, покорный слуга вместе с Валерой Уваровым в Томск с идеей померить, что там происходит в этих пирамидах. Ну и американцы хотели сделать фильм на эту тему. Of course, I've been using Sputnik for this. It's our main tool for this type of measurements in space. Ну и, конечно, вот мы использовали наш датчик Спутник, который является сейчас очень чувствительным и основным. And I tell you just a couple of words, what does it mean, the principle of this Sputnik device, because we have many questions about this. Вот пару слов о том, какой принцип работы этого устройства. So in our BioWell, we have in principle resonance contour. This is the type of Tesla technology. And this resonance contour is open, second coil is open, and it emits some electromagnetic waves in space. And signal inside this contour depends on the propagation of standing electromagnetic waves in space. Ну и вот, сказать, наш BioWell, ГРВ, представляет собой резонансный контур, Значит, это примерно, так сказать, ну, развитие технологии Тесла. Этот контур разомкнут, и антенна излучает в пространство стоячие электромагнитные волны. Поэтому сигнал, который мы детектируем в этом контуре, он будет зависеть от распространения этих стоячих электромагнитных волн в пространстве. Now let's imagine that we have someone staying in this room or in the nearby this room, and we are conductive people. We are conductive bodies. So we change conductivity of space. And of course, by just being there, we change the signal. Ну и вот если человек находится вблизи этого спутника, то человек является проводящей системой. Это меняет проводимость структур в пространстве, и поэтому это меняет сигнал. If we have several people, then of course influence would be much more strong. And this is physical explanation of this, but of course we have many other effects that is not explained by simple physics. Ну вот это, значит, если будет группа людей, то будет влияние еще сильнее. Это, конечно, такое физическое объяснение, но оно не объясняет всех эффектов. So we can take measurements with Sputnik in the room, in some audience, or we can take it in space. And of course, a lot depends on the environment and on the condition of space. So we did these measurements in nearby pyramids, and you see it was very clear effect. Outside of pyramid, it was very high signal. It was much higher than in anywhere else. On the level 4, at the top level, but inside the pyramid, signal was very high as well. But on the levels 1 and 3, it was same as in hotel in Tomsk. It was about 20 kilometers away. But on level 2, it was much lower. So that's really very interesting. And it was clear when, no, in Russian. Значит, ну вот видите, это результаты измерения. Снаружи от пирамиды сигнал был очень сильный. И он намного превосходил все остальные измерения. На 4-м уровне под кристаллом сигнал был тоже сильный, но все-таки меньше. На уровне 1 и 3 сигнал ничем не отличался от того, который мы измеряли в отеле в городе Томске. И, что интересно, на 2-м уровне сигнал оказался даже меньше. То есть вот оказалось, что пирамида оказывает сильное влияние снаружи, но внутри пирамиды там существуют разные энергетические уровни. So it was clear that pyramid has very strong influence outside of pyramid, but inside we had very different stations. And when people was inside the pyramid, it's those moments, then we had really change of signal. Ну и когда люди были внутри пирамиды, сигнал менялся. Это вот измерение в течение 16 часов, когда датчик непрерывно мерил, находясь внутри пирамиды. And this type of dynamic measurements when sensor was staying inside the pyramid and was measuring for 16 hours non-stop. And you see when people was entering, then it was really strong influence. Ну вот, как я уже отметил, вот влияние людей сильное было. In parallel, we've been measuring water. So I had this just portable water, and we placed this water in different levels of the pyramid and left it for 24 hours. Ну и вот мы параллельно измеряли воду. Значит, ну, обычную стандартную воду купили, просто бутылки, и поставили их на разных уровнях этой пирамиды. И вот опять-таки оказалось, что самый высокий уровень сигнала от этой воды мы получили как раз на 4-м уровне. На 3-м уровне, то есть это вот под крышей здесь. So it was measured that water had the stronger signal under the roof. So inside the pyramid, under the roof. In parallel, we've been measuring 2 people who've spent several hours inside the level 2. Ну, значит, одновременно мы измерили 2 человек, которые провели пару часов, вот так вот медитируя, на уровне 2. Тогда у нас еще не было представления, как действует какой уровень. Ну и вот этот уровень у них самый такой, самое большое помещение, как вы понимаете. Ну и оказалось, and it was found that for both people, their energy dropped down and level of stress increased. So you see. And it was for both people. Ну вот оказалось, что для обеих вот этих человек, значит, энергия упала. Значит, у одного она восстановилась, но уровень стресса все равно был повышен. То есть это показывает, что находясь внутри пирамиды, это не обязательно увеличение ваших жизненных сил, увеличение энергии. And it shows us that being inside the pyramid, it's not obligatory increase of your life force, increase of your life activity. And it's interesting that we had very similar data many years ago, done by Carmen Bolter, and measurement was done by Konstantin Pavlidis, effect of Great Pyramid in Egypt on human energy fields. Ну и вот это очень, так сказать, совпадает с тем, что было измерено несколько лет назад Кармен Болтер. И измерения проводились нашим коллегой Константином Павлидисом. И у всех людей, там 30 человек, которые находились внутри пирамиды, у них у всех энергия упала. Вот видите, здесь, значит, синенькие столбики сначала, потом, значит, вот внутри и потом после. Ну, после она восстанавливается, естественно, через какое-то время, но, как правило, у всех энергия внутри падает. То есть, опять-таки, это говорит о том, что пирамида – это не комплекс для нахождения внутри. Как мы видим, было уже много измерений по влиянию пирамиды снаружи, но внутри это, так сказать, не так все просто. Ну и вот то же самое измерение внутри большой великой пирамиды Хеопса. Значит, вы видите, снаружи энергия выше, внутри она намного ниже. And this is another confirmation. This is measurement of energy inside and outside the Great Pyramid in Egypt, Cheops Pyramid. And you see, outside energy is much higher than inside. And of course, it shows us that pyramids are this very complex structure, very complicated structure. I pay attention to the paper that was published several years ago by Beverly Rubik, who is an outstanding scientist from the United States. And in this paper, she's discussing the influence of pyramid in interaction with energy consciousness. It's very, very important paper. Но я обращаю в этой статье Беверли Рубик, известный исследователь из Соединенных Штатов, обсуждает влияние пирамид на энергию человека, на сознание. And the most maybe important that this year in Nature, and you know that Nature is a leading journal, scientific journal, was published paper about the effect of pyramids on chemical solution. Ну и вот наиболее, может быть, важная статья в последнее время, это статья, опубликованная в журнале Nature, по влиянию пирамиды на раствор. Эта работа была сделана большой группой российских исследователей. Как видите, здесь достаточно много авторов. И это действительно, может быть, первая работа, которая опубликована в ведущем классическом журнале по влиянию пирамиды. And maybe this is the first paper published in classical scientific journal about the influence of pyramidal structure. And you see that it was done by a group of Russian scientists, very high-level scientists, in very high institution using sophisticated technologies. So it means that pyramids are very interesting. We have been studying, maybe Cheops pyramids. We've been studying pyramids in Mexico. I plan to go back to Mexico in October and to proceed this study. So it was really very interesting. And of course, I need to mention these Bosnian pyramids and our measurements of Bosnian pyramids. And today we looking forward to listen presentation of Dr. Sam Osmanagic, who is top researcher of these Bosnian pyramids. Ну и вот, конечно, надо упомянуть боснийские пирамиды, исследования которых мы в свое время проводили. И вот в этом сегодня у нас будет здесь выступление доктора Сэма Османагича, который является открывателем и основным исследователем этих пирамид. Next interesting journey was to Siberia, Altai Mountains, because it was done in October last year. Siberia, it's a republic of Russia at the border with Mongolia and China. And it is very, very interesting area. Значит, ну и вот я хочу еще упомянуть наше путешествие в Сибирию, на Алтай в ноябре прошлого года. Мы знаем, что такое Altai, and Altai is fantastic area with wonderful nature, with great rivers, with very interesting natural places, with a lot of menhirs, a lot of ancient citations, and mountains. They had great mountains, so we were able to come through Altai with a group of people, and then finally we came to the mountains, and you see, we did measurements of people energy on the way, and the highest energy was found in the mountains. So for all the people, the highest energy and the lowest level of stress was in the mountains. Ну и вот не надо мне рассказывать, что такое Алтай, нас мы все представляем. Значит, мы проехались по Алтаю в прошлом году с группой молодых ребят и проводили измерения. И вот оказалось, что самый высокий уровень энергии в среднем и по группе, и индивидуально был именно в горах. То есть в горах оказалась наиболее высокая энергия, ну и наиболее низкий уровень стресса. Что еще раз говорит о том, что горы — это для меня любимое место, это действительно особое место. And of course, I did measurements with Sputnik all over the way. And again, the highest energy was found in the mountains. So in the mountains, we had the highest energy compared with all other places. So it shows us again that mountains is a very special place, and there are many different stations. Ну и вот я проводил измерения спутником, и опять-таки было показано, что именно в горах энергия наиболее высокая. Then we had very interesting journey to Toki, to Cappadocia, Pamukkale, and then finally we came to sea level. And again, I was doing measurements on the way. Ну и вот в прошлом году у нас тоже было очень интересное путешествие в Турцию, где вот такой район Каппадокия. And in this region, there are many caves, there are underground cities with a lot of different unknown to us situations and history, and a lot of ancient cities from Greek and Roman time. Ну и вот в этих местах там удивительная совершенно природа, там подземные города, там пещерные монастыри и множество развалин, очень хорошо сохранившихся древних городов, греческих и римских. And there are many different ancient cities from Rome and Greece. And finally, of course, we came to the sea level and spent a couple of days over there. And if we look to the energy of this place, again, we see that the highest level was in Cappadocia, in the mountains. And then I've done measurements in different places in ancient Greek temples. And you see it was different energy in different temples, but quite high again. And it was different necropolis, because over there it's possible to go inside the Greek necropolis, Roman necropolis, and take measurements. And all those energy was much higher compared with sea level. Ну и вот я проводил измерения во время всего этого. Видите, что самый высокий уровень был в Каппадокии, в горах. Ну а дальше, так сказать, Это все, так сказать, в греческих тоже развалинах очень интересное измерение, потому что там можно идти прямо внутрь этих развалин. Of course, we do a lot of consciousness study, and there are many research on this field. Мы проводим много исследований уровней сознания, и у нас очень много таких. И вот у нас здесь будет выступать Лин Мактагет, который будет рассказывать что-то об этом. И здесь будет у нас, and we will have presentation of Dr. Lin Mактагет, who will tell about this type of measurements. Now, in different countries, they do measurements of collective effects. For example, Dr. Joe Dispenza, he is doing presentations in the United States, and they do measurements during those presentations. And all the day make some effects. Next topic, of course, our development. This is very, very important topic. So we had 4 software updates this year. The new release would be on Monday, next Monday. And very important, we totally redesigned our software. So now our software became modular, which means that we can make a customized software for every customer. And we have a lot of new features in software. You will see it. Next, we totally redeveloped our BioCore device, and it became, so we totally redesigned it, and we moved to a new type of sensor with much more powerful technology. So now it's available, and this now we have all certifications for this device, so it's available worldwide. And I pay attention to one of my papers that make research on the influence of BioCore, and this shows that it's really very, very important device. BioCore can take measurements, can influence water as well, and we have special design for water. And again, we did measurements that show the influence of BioCore to water. Значит, этот же приборчик влияет на воду, структурирует воду. Ну и у нас проводимы специальные исследования, которые показали, насколько действительно это влияние существенно. Значит, это исследование было сделано при помощи датчика, водяного датчика. И сейчас, опять-таки, мы изменили дизайн этого датчика, перешли немножко на новые технологии, сделали его более чувствительным, ну и более таким, можно сказать, в красивой коробочке, то есть все это гораздо более цивильно. So we, of course, this type of measurements was done with our water sensor, and we totally redesigned this water sensor as well. Now you can, it's affordable. It's a new type of sensor, much more sensitive. So now it's available. Now we are developing a new type of Sputnik sensor, which is more convenient for use and for transportation. Мы разработали новую модель нашего спутника, что делает его более удобным для использования, потому что в предыдущем модели там был целый ряд неудобных моментов. Ну и теперь вот в таком виде он гораздо более удобный, он компактный, и его удобно и транспортировать, и использовать. And in this design, it is much more convenient to use, to transport, and it's much more reliable. Now we are in the process of development of our new instrument, so named BioWell Element instrument. And this is designed to study different subjects, water, liquids, plants, seeds, or anything. And it is absolutely new design, new development. It took us quite a lot of time, but still we are preparing this, and I hope by the end of the year we'll have it on the market, this element. And our latest development is BioWell Mini device, which operates with mobile phone. And this is very interesting device because now we have all software on mobile phone. It's available for Android, for Apple, and this device operates on Bluetooth. We did more than practically 2 years of testing, and finally this technology operates quite well. And it means that now we have three different lines. We have consumer line with this BioWell Mini. Maybe it will be another name, but now it's still BioWell Mini. And software will be limited because, of course, on a mobile phone doesn't make sense to present any ideas about organs and systems. Plus, it is designed for consumers, and it allows people to take their measurements on everyday basis. Ну и вот с разработкой вот этого мини-прибора, работающего на мобильный телефон, у нас теперь будет три линии. Значит, одна линия – это для простых пользователей, там будет ограниченный значит, программный набор, но там не будет упоминаний органов, систем, но это позволяет людям измерять свою энергию, свой уровень стресса и смотреть влияние различных упражнений, образа жизни и подбирать, например, себе какие-то препараты. So this allows to follow up everyday activity, to see the influence of different exercises, different training, meditation, and, for example, to select different supplements. Next line is professional line with BioWell, with full software, and it still will be developing. Значит, следующая линия – это профессиональная линия. Это вот наш BioWell, и мы его развиваем как профессиональную линию. And next line, it is a customer line. So for specific companies, we would be able to develop specific design, special design, and custom software. And now we have experience to make software with recommendations. And of course, in parallel, we'll be developing specialized programs, for example, for sport, for psychology, for education, and so on. So it's really a big program that we have now from a technical point of view. Now we'll be developing this from software point of view and from marketing point of view. Ну и вот, значит, у нас все это уже подготовлена программа, то есть мы двигаемся уже по этому пути в этом году как раз, и мы планируем, что начинать все это развитие именно в этом году. So first 100 mobile devices will be ready this summer, and we'll offer our key distributors, our colleagues to get it. And of course, you can send your demands for this mobile device. Ну и вот первые 100 мобильных приборов будут готовы этим летом. И, понятно, мы уже начинаем собирать заявки на этот прибор. Так что, если вам это интересно, можете прислать нам заявку. Then we'll see how to move forward. So, as you see, we have a lot of progress this year. Even this year was not easy for all of us. This was a very special year from the point of view of COVID situation, but we were able to make a lot of programs and a lot of development. And I hope that all this COVID madness will be over soon. And I hope that we would be able to see each other not only online, but in life. So thank you for the attention and see you after coronavirus. Thank you. Okay, so you see we have today very tough program. So that's why if you have some questions, of course, you can send us to chat, or we can have tomorrow, by the end of the day, we have this session with questions and answers. So again, you're very welcome to send it to us. And now I am glad to present our dear friend, very outstanding person, great scientist, one of the leaders in water technology in the world, water science, профессор Владимир Воейков. Ну и вот сейчас все вопросы можете нам посылать на чат, или завтра у нас будет в конце дня вопросы-ответы. И сейчас у нас очень плотный график в эти все дни. Я хочу дать слово нашему дорогому другу, профессору Владимиру Воейкову, который является одним из ведущих мировых исследователей в области исследований воды. Vladimir, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. Do you see the presentation? First, do you hear me and do you see the presentation?
Yes, we see it. It's very well.
Yeah, Dmitry and okay. Konstantin asked me to give a talk on energy, on the topic energy of water. But as I am a biologist, not a physicist, I decided to change a little the topic and to speak about water in bioenergetics. Константин, которому я очень благодарен за приглашение принять участие в этом конгрессе, предложил мне сделать доклад на тему энергетика воды. Но поскольку я биолог, я решил несколько сузить этот вопрос, но все равно он остается чрезвычайно широким, и говорить о воде в биоэнергетике. I think that many points which I'll touch in my presentation were already talked at the previous congresses and in some other presentations, but still, to my mind, the problem is so important and so prospective that we need to repeat some points several times in order to realize how important they are. Я думаю, что из того, что я сегодня вам буду рассказывать, кое-что вы уже слышали от меня, от других исследователей в этой области, но сама проблема воды и биоэнергетики настолько важна, настолько, так сказать, перспективна в дальнейших исследованиях, что имеет смысл вновь и вновь обращаться к этой теме. I prefer usually to start any talk about the history of the problem. And problem here concerns water and bioenergy. Вообще я предпочитаю начинать какой-то любой разговор, так сказать, от печки, от истории вопроса. А поскольку я сегодня буду говорить о воде и биоэнергетике, то что-то можно сказать об истории этого вопроса. I would like to remind you that water is probably the essence of our universe, in principle, of which we are intrinsic part. Ну, я хотел бы, так сказать, подчеркнуть, что вода, по-видимому, является сущностью нашей Вселенной, частью которой мы являемся. И понятие об этом, так сказать, внес в наше сознание, европейское сознание, Фалес из Милета намного больше 2000 лет тому назад. And the realization of the importance of water was introduced in our consciousness by Thales of Milet more than 2000 years ago. And he said that water is the principle of all things, and all things are created from water, and all things are returned to water. И он провозгласил, что вода является сущностью или основой всех абсолютно вещей, и все вещи происходят из воды, и все вещи возвращаются в воду. And here is just the history of water. История воды в том, что история нашего существования, существования нашей Вселенной, это и есть история воды. So history of water is that the history of our existence, existence of our universe, is the history of water. This is the tremendous, the great philosophical, I wouldn't even say that it is mostly scientific, it is more philosophical problem. Я даже не буду говорить о том, что история воды, она научна, поскольку мы еще до самого конца не знаем, откуда она, собственно, произошла, но то, что мы произошли из воды, это факт как философский, так и научный. It is much easier to speak about the history of bioenergetics, because bioenergetics is the term which was introduced by one of the greatest biologists of the 20th century, by Albert Szent-Györgyi. Гораздо проще говорить о биоэнергетике, об истории биоэнергетики, потому что сам термин биоэнергетика был введен в научный обиход одним из величайших ученых XX века Альбертом Сандьерди. He used this term in the paper which was published in 1956 in Science Journal, and which was just entitled Bioenergetics. И этот термин Сандьерди впервые, так сказать, обозначил в статье, которая так и была названа, опубликована в журнале Science в 1956 году. A little later, he published a book under the same title, and I would like to remind you that Albert Szent-Györgyi is Nobel Prize winner for the discovery of vitamin C. Немножко позже он опубликовал книгу под этим же названием «Биоэнергетика», и хотел бы напомнить, что Альберт Szent-Györgyi лауреат Нобелевской премии за открытие витамина С, и he is just one of the founders of the modern biochemistry. И, вообще-то говоря, он один из основателей современной биохимии, частью которой является и биоэнергетика. Согласно его определению, биоэнергетика – это наука о производстве, трансформации и использовании энергии для осуществления жизненной активности, жизнедеятельности в широком смысле этого слова. Поскольку, так сказать, он провозгласил о существовании такой науки, биоэнергетики, as soon as he proclaimed that such a science, bioenergetics by itself exists, it should have its major principles, то у нее должны быть какие-то основные основы, основные принципы. И два принципа, которые следует назвать, которые были им названы лежащими в основе биоэнергетики. And there are two principles which should be named, which lie in the basis of bioenergetics. Жизненная активность обеспечивается двумя типами энергии. Первый тип энергии – это энергия, которая хранится в химических связях. The first type of energy is stored in chemical bonds, and he designs this type of energy as E in brackets. И он обозначает эту энергию как Е в кавычках, например, в молекуле АТФ. И второй тип энергии – это мобильная энергия возбуждения биологических структур. And the second type of energy is the energy of excitation of biological structures designed as E with the star. И вторую вид энергии он обозначил как энергия со звездочкой, в отличие от энергии, которая завязана в химических связях. И целью биоэнергетики является раскрытие механизма трансформации энергии в живой материи в механическую, электрическую и химическую работу. So the aim of bioenergetics is to understand how the energy which is stored in chemical bonds may convert into this mobile energy of excitation of biological structures, and the major task is to understand how this energy of excitation is transformed into work. That's what he was talking about bioenergetics of its principles. But these bioenergetics should base on some material substrate. Но вся эта биоэнергетика должна основываться на каком-то материальном субстрате. И Szent-Györgyi пророчески обозначил роль воды в реализации жизнедеятельности материи. And as a prophet, he in 1950s, more than half a century ago, he claimed that water, together with structural elements of the cell, forms an invisible system, providing its stable electronically excited state. И это его цитата из его работ, что вода вместе со структурными элементами клеток формирует невидимую систему, которая обеспечивает электронно возбужденные состояния живой материи, то есть вот эту вот самую энергию со звездочкой. И что в структурированной воде электронные возбуждения могут существовать удивительно долгое время, что чрезвычайно важно для биологического переноса энергии. And so here is his prophetic claim. И здесь вот его пророческое высказывание. Биоэнергетика – это не что иное, как специальный аспект химии воды. Окей, это было сказано, this was said about more than half a century ago. And after this word bioenergetic was proclaimed and many scientists begin to study bioenergetics, they in fact forgot a little about water part of bioenergetics and began to study bioenergetics from the point of view of origination of this energy which is bound, which is stored in chemical bonds, and how this energy can be released to provide for biological functions. Но за эти более чем полвека, к сожалению, несмотря на бурное очень развитие науки, которая называется биоэнергетикой, ученые, которые работают в этой области, немножко подзабыли о основных принципах Альберто Сендерди и о роли воды в биоэнергетике и стали исследовать, каким образом происходит запасание энергии в химических связях и как те химические молекулы, которые, так сказать, хранят эту энергию, как называются макроэнергетические соединения, как они используются для того, чтобы обеспечить жизненную функцию. So the common textbook representation of bioenergetics is about the production of organic compounds from energy which comes from light, sunlight energy. В общем, стандартное представление о биоэнергетике – это первая ее часть, каким образом образуются за счет энергии Солнца органические соединения, в которых, в общем-то, уже запасена энергия химических связей, как в этой молекуле глюкозы. И вторая часть how these organic molecules are oxidized in order to produce energy and produce energy stored in specific molecules of ATP. И вторая часть биоэнергетики – это окисление органических молекул, в основном митохондриальные окисления в клетках, и для того, чтобы запасти ее в макроэнергетических соединениях, АТФ и других, и так далее. So energy is released, the production of the products of burning or oxidation of these organic compounds are carbon dioxide and water, and energy which somehow is used to produce work. И, в общем, в третий пункт, а именно биоэнергетика по Альберто Сендерди, каким образом из молекулы АТФ, которая гидролизуется до молекулы АДФ-фосфат и при этом освобождается энергия, эта энергия реализуется в осуществлении работы. So, actual bioenergetics, или суть биоэнергетики по Альберто Сендерди, еще раз напоминаю, это то, каким образом энергия реализуется для производства работы. So you can see that here in this equation there is a big question. The mechanism of transformation of energy stored in chemical bonds into work is not disclosed. И вот в этом уравнении, основном уравнении, так сказать, биоэнергетики, каким образом есть на входе АТФ, на выходе есть какая-то работа, механизм трансформации энергии АТФ в работу не обсуждается. And probably this mechanism of transformation is not discussed because of ignoring of the role of water. Из-за того, что как раз игнорируется второй, так сказать, постулат Альберта Стендьерди о чрезвычайно важной роли воды. В то время как, согласно Стендьерди, белки, нуклеиновые кислоты, нуклеопротеины, надо еще добавить сюда и АТФ, и вода формируют единую систему, которую нельзя разделить на отдельные компоненты, не разрушая ее сущности. So, in order to return to the principles of Albert Szent-Györgyi and to understand the major task of this science, the mechanism of transformation of energy into work, мы должны вернуться к воде. So, but what is this electronically excited state of matter, of which Albert Szent-Györgyi was talking about? In order to get work, you need to get matter in electronically excited state. Но что же это значит, электронно возбужденное состояние с живой материей, которое, собственно, и приводит к осуществлению жизнедеятельности, то есть работы, которые связаны с жизнедеятельностью. Поскольку один из основных источников свободной энергии, которые необходимы для превращения, для осуществления работы и поддержания живого состояния, это возбужденное или неравновесное состояние клеточных молекулярных и сверхмолекулярных структур. The analogy, the best analogy of this non-equilibrium excited state of cellular molecular and supramolecular structures is the excited state of matter, analogous to what is the state of matter in the lasers. Наилучшая аналогия того, в каком состоянии пребывают молекулярные и супрамолекулярные структуры живой материи, которые при переходе в основное состояние освобождают энергию, которая способна осуществлять работу, это состояние лазера. Структура материи, материальные структуры живой материи находятся в возбужденном состоянии, которое отличается в возбужденном состоянии от основного состояния. И при переходе из возбужденного в основное состояние освобождается энергия, которая не Szent-Györgyi, а его предшественником Эрвином Бауэром была названа структурной энергией, специфическая структурная энергия. But in order to pump the laser, to convert it into electronically excited state, to a non-equilibrium state, you need to get somewhere energy to pump this laser. Но для того, чтобы лазер перевести в возбужденное состояние, как и живую материю перевести в возбужденное состояние, нужно откуда-то из внешней среды черпать энергию, которая зарядит энергию живой материи. И каково же происхождение электронного возбуждения в живой материи? So what is the origin of electronic excitation in living matter? Считается, что основная энергия в живой материи поступает из перехода электронов, находящихся в высокоэнергетическом или возбужденном состоянии, у таких органических молекул, как, например, сахара, липиды, которые затем превращают эту энергию в более доступную энергию никотинамид-аденин-динуклеотид фосфата, аденозин-трифосфата. И дальше эти электроны отдают свою энергию, тем самым накачивая биологическую материю. So the general attitude to the source of high energy electrons in biology textbook is that these electrons belong to food, to organic food. From this food, when it is oxidized, when it is burned, we get this energy. Но Альберт Szent-Györgyi также сказал, что высокоэнергетические электроны и электронные доноры могут прямо передавать свою энергию, соединяться с АТФ, обеспечивая более прямое использование этой энергии. А это уже освобождение энергии похоже на горение. So burning, горение, это есть прямое восстановление кислорода электронами, которые, так сказать, даются некими электронными донорами. В ходе этого горения получаются промежуточные продукты, свободные радикалы, которые чрезвычайно быстро взаимодействуют друг с другом, образуя в конечном итоге воду и энергию в виде уже не тепловых, а световых квантов. So, in principle, высокоэнергетические электроны могут, so in principle, high energy electrons may be donated directly to oxygen. There appear the intermediate products, which are called reactive oxygen species. Many of them are free radicals. These radicals recombine with each other, releasing energy in the form of light. And another already low energy product of this reaction is just water. Если такой процесс происходит в живой материи, то тогда в живой материи должно быть достаточно высокий стационарный уровень свободных радикалов. If this process goes in living matter, then in this living matter should be the rather high level of free radicals. And free radicals are paramagnetic compounds. А свободные радикалы это парамагнитные соединения. And it was shown just as soon as electron paramagnetic spectroscopy appeared that the more intense light is, the stronger it shows its paramagnetic properties due to free radicals formed in single electron redox processes. И действительно было показано, что чем более интенсивно протекают процессы жизнедеятельности, тем более сильными выраженными парамагнитными свойствами обладает живая материя благодаря свободным радикалам, которые там образуются. So, what is the major source of these free radicals? Что же является основным источником этих свободных радикалов, которые рекомбинируют, дают энергию электронного возбуждения? И one can ask the question, can water ensure the excited state of living matter? Can water be the source of these high energy electrons? And again, we return to Сен-Дьерби. И снова мы возвращаемся к Альберту Сен-Дьерби, который говорит, что вода формирует невидимую систему вместе со структурными элементами клеток, обеспечивая стабильное электронно возбужденное состояние системы. And I would like to remind that these his claims were made just after the discovery of paramagnetic compounds in living systems, free radicals in living systems. He immediately began to understand that water plays most important role in the sustaining this electronically excited state. И он тогда заявил, что именно структурированная вода, в структурированной воде электронные возбуждения могут существовать удивительно долгое время, что чрезвычайно важно для биологического переноса энергии. Unfortunately, he was not heard at this time by his contemporaries. К сожалению, Альберто Сен-Дьерби ни тогда, ни несколько десятилетий после того, как он опубликовал вот эти все свои соображения о биоэнергетике, он не был услышан. К сожалению, he was not listened. Though, if to open your eyes, one can immediately see that water plays most important role in not only structuring of living systems, but also in their life activity. несмотря на то, что если просто открыть глаза, то можно увидеть, какую важнейшую роль играет вода не только в структуре живой материи, но и в ее биологической, в ее жизненной активности. And I like to give one of the extreme examples of living water, water in an excited state, because it belongs to a living organism. И я люблю приводить пример, такой крайний пример жизненности воды на примере живого существа, организма, который называется медуза, который состоит из воды на 99,9% и всего на 0,1% в ее состав входят органические и неорганические твердые вещества. Медуза является крайним примером живой воды. Вода в ней динамически структурирована благодаря взаимодействию с твердыми веществами, solids, which constitute only 0.1% of its mass, которые, собственно, и создают каркас для этой живой воды. Вода служит источником энергии, которая питает жизненные функции, и вода ответственна за интеграцию внешней и внутренней информации и для реакции организма на эту воду. Jellyfish is an extreme example of living water, but practically we can return to ourselves and see that we also consist on the chemical basis 9% of water. Конечно, медуза является крайним очевидным примером такой живой воды, но даже если мы обратимся на себя, посмотрим на себя, то мы увидим, что с химической точки зрения мы состоим на 99% из молекул воды. So, can water be so highly excited by itself? And we know this again looking around. Может ли вода быть действительно столь сильно возбуждена, может ли она находиться в возбужденном состоянии? И мы реально все это знаем. Знаем, достаточно просто посмотреть вокруг себя. И мы можем увидеть, что атмосферная вода – это организованная, структурированная вода, и эта организованная, структурированная вода может обладать гигантской энергией. So this organized, structured water of atmosphere in the form of clouds, especially thunderstorm clouds, may be stronger than steel and may be the source of electrical power. By the way, the contemporary meteorological science doesn't give the clear and commonly accepted answer how water may become the source of such a tremendous quantity of electricity. Между прочим, современная метеорологическая наука, наука об атмосфере не дает общепринятого и всем понятного ответа, как вода может обладать таким громадным количеством энергии. Хотя, although it was more than 200 years ago when it was claimed and even proved that water is a catalyst of burning. Хотя более 200 лет тому назад было открыто и было заявлено английской исследовательницей Элизабет Фулхейм в книжке Combustion, исследование горения, которое было издано в 1794 году, the book which was published in 1794, that water is the catalyst of burning. Другими словами, никакое горение или практически никакое реальное горение не может происходить без воды. Вода является необходимым катализатором горения. Elizabeth Fulham gave one of the most obvious example of the need of water for burning. Она, так сказать, привела, в частности, пример очень простой, яркий, и который многие очень наблюдали, что без воды не может гореть, не может происходить горение даже такого горючего вещества, как углерод. She wrote that углерод соединяется с кислородом воды и образует угольную кислоту, тогда как водород воды соединяется с кислородом воздуха и формирует снова воду в количестве равном тому, которое было разрушено. In order to give understanding of this little complicated description of burning, I give here the scheme of this burning. Обычно мы считаем, что углерод просто напрямую соединяется с кислородом и получается углекислый газ. Очень простая реакция. Согласно Fulham, 1794 год, so usually we believe that carbon unites with oxygen directly and gives the carbonic acid or carbonic gas. But she said that carbon gets oxygen not from air, but from water. Hydrogens are released, водороды освобождаются за счет того, что вода расщепляется, образуется углекислый газ, carbon dioxide is formed, and the hydrogens which are released, they combine with oxygen, водороды соединяются с кислородом, образуется вода, которая снова дает кислороды для восстановления, для окисления углерода и так далее. So, carbon burning, на самом деле горение углерода, это есть горение воды. Why water burning? Почему это горение воды? Потому что атомы водорода соединяются с кислородом, они окисляются, кислород восстанавливается, и отсюда, and from this reaction, we get this light, the product of burning. Из этой реакции мы и получаем свет, горение воды. And in 21st century already, it was shown that water, it may burn itself. Уже в 21 веке, in this century, было показано, что вода может гореть сама. Unfortunately, late already, these two scientists, the inventor John Canzius, American inventor, and Professor Rustom Roy from Pennsylvania University, они показали, что если взять, Джон Канзиус и Рустром Рой показали, что если взять соленую воду и обрабатывать ее интенсивным достаточно источником, но радиоволн, то есть источником энергии очень низкой плотности, вода начинает расщепляться на кислород и водород, и если поднести искру, то вода вспыхивает. So Canzius and then Rustom Roy, they have shown that under the action of low density energy of radio waves upon this salt water, just seawater, water splits into hydrogen and oxygen, and if you sparkle this water, this hydrogen begin to burn, and temperature of flame reaches 1,500 degrees. So water is catalyst of burning, and water is fuel. То есть таким образом показано, что вода может быть и катализатором горения других тел, да и она сама может быть топливом, она сама может гореть. So why we don't see, why we don't understand where from, didn't understand before now time that water may be fuel and catalyst of burning. Потому что мы не понимали, что вода может быть топливом, потому что мы считали ее всегда гомогенной жидкостью, состоящей из молекул воды, которые очень трудно расщепить. А на самом деле это многофазная, сложная динамическая система. And in reality, water, which we usually look upon in a glass, of course, is not equal to same volume of water, same quantity of water, which we see in a living organism. These two waters differ from each other because one is much more homogeneous and this one is very heterogeneous water. And this was already proven, discovered, and studied by Professor Gerald Pollack, who discovered that water consists at least from two phases, который открыл, что вода состоит, по крайней мере, из двух фаз. Одна из этих фаз, которую он назвал четвертая фаза воды, one of these phases, which we call the fourth phase of water, это новое агрегатное состояние воды, которое отличается от той воды, которая нам хорошо известна, which differs from water which we know very well. So what is this exclusion zone water, and why he called water this name? Что из себя представляет вот эта вот зона исключения, исключающая зона, почему он так ее назвал? He discovered that near the hydrophilic surface, water converts gradually into gel-like water, which excludes from itself solutes. Он показал, что около гидрофильной поверхности геля, например, for example, the surface of gel, just remind you of a jellyfish, напоминаю вам о медузе, которая из себя представляет гель. Nearby this surface, water converts into exclusion zone water, and this exclusion zone water differs from water in which particles may be suspended and molecules may be dissolved. This water looks like liquid crystal water, and it has completely different properties from water which we know as usual water. Собственно, он показал, что вода, которая прилегает или формируется у гидрофильных поверхностей, или пограничная вода, или вода, исключающая зоны, отличается от объемной воды по массе своих физических и химических свойств. Эта вода, которую назвал четвертой фазой воды, обладает свойствами жидкого кристалла. Она является в каком-то смысле полимерной водой, когерентной водой, потому что она динамическая вода. И in any water, because any water has boundaries has interfaces with hydrophilic surfaces, we have always two phases of water, interfacial or easy water and bulk water. So this water is not what we usually accustomed to. То есть реальная вода очень сильно отличается по своим свойствам к той воде, которую мы привыкли видеть. And this property of water to separate into phases with two different properties, this water provides for the bioenergetic properties of water. И вот эти вот способность воды разделяться на две фазы и обеспечивает ее возможность быть источником энергии, в частности для биоэнергетики. Какие же наиболее важные свойства вот этой вот exclusion zone или пограничной воды для биоэнергетики? Было открыто всего, так сказать, меньше, чем десятилетия тому назад, что в exclusion zone water она заряжена отрицательно. И электроны в interfacial water или в exclusion zone water находятся в возбужденном, то есть легко отрываемом состоянии, и под действием очень незначительной по энергии импульсов они могут освобождаться. И второе открытие, которое было сделано, это то, что радиационная энергия, энергия электромагнитных волн, особенно свет в инфракрасной части спектрума, аналог теплоты, может способствовать росту этой воды, может способствовать формированию воды и увеличивает ее электронно-донорные свойства. So due to these two properties of water, that electrons in interfacial water are in an excited state, and that this water is continuously formed due to radiation, which is combined radiation, which is everywhere. There is the energy, there is the charge separation in water between two its phases. Происходит разделение зарядов между двумя фазами, которые находятся в воде. And due to this charge separation, electrical potential between exclusion zone or interfacial water and bulk, more chaotic water, may reach 150 millivolts. Разность потенциалов между вот этой вот водой, которая прилегает к гидрофильной поверхности, и обычной объемной водой, к которой мы привыкли, может достигать 150 милливольт. And this energy separation allows for appearance of electrical current. И это разделение зарядов позволяет протекать электрическому току, если мы соединим проводниками вот эту воду зоны исключения и объемную обычную воду, которая здесь выглядит такой серенькой, потому что в ней суспендированы частицы. Разница electrical potential may reach 150 millivolts, and currents may be rather low in microamperes, but these currents may continue for very, very, very long time. And this electronic difference in electrical potential between these two phases can provide for the performance of work. И вот эта вот разность потенциалов между двумя этими фазами может обеспечивать, может реализоваться в осуществлении работы, в частности, механической работы. Separation of charges in water is the source of its internal energy. И благодаря этой внутренней энергии вода может осуществлять не только электрическую, но и механическую работу. Удивительные эксперименты были сделаны. Если положить в воду с трубочку из гидрофильного полимера, например, нафиона, то через эту трубочку начинает течь вода, и это течение воды может длиться в течение многих часов. So if you put just a shallow tube produced of hydrophilic material, then water begins to flow through this tube without any external pressure for very, very long time. In fact, probably some part of our flow of liquids in our body, like blood, like other liquids, may be provided by this separation of charges between exclusion zone water and bulk water. И вообще говоря, течение жидкости в нашем теле, например, так сказать, течение в кровеносном русле, хотя бы частично может обеспечиваться вот этим вот, осуществляться по этому механизму. Но благодаря разделению зарядов в воде и доступности свободных электронов, вода может считаться восстановителем, вот эта exclusion zone water может считаться восстановителем, то есть донором электронов, а коли она донор электронов, то она может восстанавливать кислород. If it is the electron donor, it can reduce oxygen, and what is this oxygen reduction by electrons from this water? It is water burning and also release of energy. So water, exclusion zone water, is an electron donor. Bulk water contains dissolved oxygen. So water can be oxidized by oxygen. And this is the unique chemical reaction. There is no any other chemical reaction like this, that the reagents and products are chemically the same. Это уникальная химическая реакция, при которой реагенты, вступающие в реакцию, приводят к образованию продуктов реакции, которые химически представляют себя то же самое, но при этом освобождается энергия. So this is the this reaction is a reaction of the bird phoenix. Это реакция птицы феникс, которая сгорает и возвращается в исходное состояние. But where from energy can be released if the products are the same as reagents. This is the energy is obtained from from increase in entropy of the system. Энергия получается из увеличения энтропии системы. The organized exclusion zone water converts into disorganized bulk water, and entropy of the system is increasing. So, когда вода сгорает, то энтропия системы возрастает, потому что часть организованной воды превращается в дезорганизованную воду, система становится менее организованной. And one could suppose that when all organized water is burned, then the process stops. But in fact, we have always infrared radiation around. Но в действительности всегда есть инфракрасное излучение, да и любые другие электромагнитные волны. Но от инфракрасного невозможно экранировать систему. There is always the electromagnetic background for all these systems, but infrared radiation is specific in a sense that you cannot shield any system from infrared radiation. И благодаря наличию инфракрасного излучения, которое есть везде, происходит восстановление дезорганизованной воды снова в организованную. So radiation, especially light in infrared part of the spectrum, promotes regeneration of structured water from disorganized water molecules to organized water liquid crystals. Таким образом, это свойство воды позволяет восстановить исходное высокоэнергетическое возбужденное состояние в водных системах. So this is kind of a theoretical description of the system. It should take place, but it doesn't always take place, or it takes place with very low intensity under special conditions. То есть этот процесс окисления воды или горения воды должен, в принципе, происходить всегда и везде, но интенсивность его зависит от особых условий. And one of in order for this process to take place continuously, you need to have some kind of catalyst which will promote this reaction of water oxidation, of water burning. И для того, чтобы этот процесс шел все более и более интенсивно, необходимо, чтобы были какие-то условия или катализаторы, которые обеспечивают горение воды. And it turned out that we have shown that one of the very efficient catalyzers of water burning is bicarbonate, because carbon is the fourth element in the universe in its abundance. It is always and everywhere. Carbon is oxidized to carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide in the water converts into bicarbonate, and bicarbonate present in water is a catalyst of water burning. Но в действительности, что касается роли углекислого газа, то уже прошло то время, когда углекислый газ считался только побочным продуктом нашего дыхания. So the time when most people considered, and even medical people considered, that carbon dioxide is just the byproduct of respiration has gradually passed away. Because it has been shown, потому что было показано, что carbon dioxide, which in water converts into bicarbonate, который в воде превращается в бикарбонат, необходим для аэробного дыхания. And it was shown that it is necessary for aerobic respiration at the level of the body, at the cellular level, and at the molecular level. И я сейчас, к сожалению, не имею времени углубляться в этот вопрос о роли углекислоты, углекислого газа, бикарбоната для дыхания, что чрезвычайно важно, о чем говорил Константин в своей лекции, в наше время, когда масса неприятностей мы имеем в связи с нарушением дыхания из-за вот этой проклятой болезни, которая нас всех сейчас достала. And unfortunately, I don't have enough time to talk about the role of bicarbonate and carbonates to support those people who suffer from respiration problems due to this contemporary plague. But if you look in the special literature, you can see that bicarbonate, baking soda, is one of the, it's not a cure, it's not a treatment of corona disease, but it can support support recovery very efficiently. But here I'll stop about bicarbonate, because I want to show that bicarbonate support long-term water burning, as we have discovered some time ago. Некоторое время назад мы показали, что бикарбонаты обеспечивают чрезвычайно длительное горение воды, то есть окисление воды с освобождением световой энергии. Мы обнаружили, что герметично закрытые растворы бикарбоната, к которым добавляется активный кислород для возбуждения этой реакции в форме перекиси водорода, горят или светятся в течение многих месяцев даже в полной темноте. Here is one of the hundreds of experiments which we performed. Here is photon emission from the hermetically closed solution of sodium bicarbonate of baking soda, which was activated by hydrogen peroxide on October 2008, but now we can do it even today, the next experiment. And this burning continues here for a year and a half. This is light emission from this test tube. So what can burn and emit light for such a long time from this hermetically closed aqueous system? Only water, because everything else, bicarbonate is still there at its level. Hydrogen peroxide was decomposed practically within half an hour, but the new hydrogen peroxide as active oxygen species appeared, and so on. So the aqueous solution containing bicarbonate, and this is any real water which we are drinking, any real water of which we consist, it really burns and gives energy in the form of light. So, итак, значит, любая реальная вода, включая нашу биологическую воду, из которой мы состоим, она практически всегда содержит бикарбонаты. И эти бикарбонаты практически всегда обеспечивают ее окисление этой воды. И вода никуда не девается, она снова превращается после окисления кислородом в воду, и снова возникает кислород, и таким образом этот процесс может идти практически с момента, так сказать, возникновения Вселенной. Итак, summary of some unique properties of aqueous system. Водные системы способны к самоорганизации в целостные системы. What is self-organization? One of the best examples of self-organization is formation of exclusion zone water near the hydrophilic surfaces. And water cannot exist without surfaces it's in contact. А вода не может существовать без поверхностей, с которыми она контактирует. Таким образом, вода всегда способна к самоорганизации. These aqueous systems, эти водные системы экстрагируют энергию низкой плотности, энергию тепла, потому что инфракрасная энергия – это энергия гораздо более низкой плотности, чем энергия электронного возбуждения из окружающей среды, и превращает ее в энергию высокой плотности, энергию света, включая даже ультрафиолетовый свет, что делает водные системы заряженными системами. Присущие этим водным системам присущая заряженным системам активность обеспечивает, дает им способность получать сигналы резонансной природы из окружающей среды и реагировать на эти сигналы. So what may be these resonance signals from the environment? This may be signals of electromagnetic, of magnetic nature, and our environment is always full of enormous quantity of different signals. And if these signals are in resonance with the processes of excitation which go on in water, then water will react by increase or decrease of its activity to these signals. Эти резонансные сигналы, они всегда есть в окружающей, эти сигналы всегда есть электромагнитные в нашей среде, и в их многообразии всегда найдутся какие-то резонансные сигналы. Ну, например, вода может реагировать на слабейшие, казалось бы, электромагнитные сигналы, которые возникают в процессе затмений, солнечных затмений, геомагнитных бурь и так далее. For example, water, in principle, if it is an excited system, may react to very low intensity signals which originate from solar or moon eclipses, from geomagnetic storms. И мы наблюдали изменения интенсивности горения воды во время таких космофизических событий. And we observed such changes in aqua system properties during these cosmophysical events. И вода, водные системы могут служить источником когерентного фотонного излучения, которое, в принципе, нести информацию. So water may be the source of information because it is an excited system which reacts to resonance system and which may emit also resonant energy. So таким образом, coming to the end of my hymn anthem to water, свойства водных систем характерны для живого состояния материи. So living system, living matter is aqueous, excited living system. И вода является фундаментальным компонентом живой материи. И в конечном итоге, таким образом, возвращаясь к Альберту Сен-Дьерди, вода является прародительницей и матрицей, матерью и средой, в которой протекает, осуществляется жизнь. There is no life without water. That was said by Saint-Dierdi half a century ago. Не может быть жизни без воды. But as I at the beginning told you, Albert Saint-Dierdi, of course, was not the first who we know who said practically the same thing was the Thales of Miletus. Альберт Сен-Дьерди был, вообще говоря, не первым, кто высказал эти мудрейшие мысли. Первым, о ком мы, европейцы, знаем, кто это высказал, это был Фалес из Милета, который сказал, что вода происходит из... То есть мы происходим из воды, и мы даем, снова порождаем воду, что бы с нами ни случилось. So that we originate from water, and we are the origin of water, whatever happens to us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Vladimir. As always, it was very interesting, very complicated. But if you're interested, you can watch this again on our YouTube channel and to come more deep into his ideas. Ну и, конечно, спасибо большое, Владимир. Естественно, это все очень сложно. Но если вам это интересно, вы можете более подробно посмотреть потом эту лекцию на нашем YouTube-канале. Now I want to give a word to our colleague and friend from India, Guru Raj, very important doctor and researcher. Please, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Dimitri, sir, and all the participants. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present one of the most important observations, what we have seen in our clinical practice. The most important thing, I am a therapist here in southern part of India, and I do a lot of Gwasa therapy, physical therapy to the patients. And I use BioWell as a principal equipment to see before and after changes after the therapy, what we do. And it is very, very conclusive and very important findings what we get. And we can also correct the therapy parameters. But during this course, we came across certain very important observations in a BioWell. Can I share my presentation here?
Yes, you can start sharing the screen.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm okay. So we were also looking into certain other parameters, especially in regarding with the health of an individual or wellness of an individual. That's when we came across what is called as tri-doshas, or the three very important physiological doshas in mankind. Now, the most important thing is, can this be related with the BioWell reading what we are taking? Now, that was a very fundamental question, and we started working on different patients. Now, before we proceed into the actual findings, let us find out the actual constituents of these doshas. These doshas are constituted by the 5 elements which created this universe, and all of us are from this Panchamahabhuta. And these 5 elements, of course, are connected with different meridians. And these meridians in turn control the organs and organ systems of the body. We also know that BioWell readings, what we are taking, is connected with the meridian points on the tip of the fingers. So there is some relationship which we are able to generate from the meridians and the 5 elements of nature. In Ayurveda, the 5 elements of nature is the basics for the psycho-emotional and the physiological state of an individual. So when you talk about Ayurveda, we have 3 doshas. They are called as Vata, Pitta, Kapha. These are predominantly the physiological findings or physiological bearings on an individual. And let's understand that every cell, every tissue of an organism, constitutes of all these 3 doshas. Now, the beauty of this is these 3 doshas are not independent. They're all dependent on one another by, again, the Panch Mahabhuta, or the 5 elements in the universe. So you can see the Vata dosha, which is also called as the kinetic energy, is predominantly formed by the air or space and the ether. Now, that's very important constituents what we are getting now. The Pitta dosha, or the thermal energy, is from the fire element. And of course, some amount of water element is also included in that. But the Kapha dosha, or the potential energy, is from earth and water element. Now they are placed like this: the Kapha, Pitta, and Vata. It also denotes that our body can be divided into 3 different segments: 1/3 top, middle 1/3, and the bottom 1/3. So the bottom 1/3 is predominantly governed by the Vata dosha. The middle 1/3 is governed by the Pitta dosha, and the top 1/3 is governed by the Kapha dosha. And we know now that which are the elements governing these doshas. So this is another analysis what we give. Sometimes Pitta is also considered to be a combination of fire and a little amount of water, because we just saw that water is the predominant energy which is being produced by an organism. Metabolism never happens without the presence of water. So water plays a very important role. Now, this was the findings which usually we do in Ayurveda. And these findings are done with a different type of detection mechanism. If you can see here, a whole of the universe again is controlled by the sun, moon, and wind. And again, if you see, they are further controlling the doshas in the body. Means every organism, every individual is responding to sun, is responding to moon, is responding to the wind. That is very important. And these factors, these sun, moon, and wind create certain amount of factors in the body, like the heat factor, the cold factor, or the controlling factors. Let's understand that the Pitta dosha, as I told you, is the mid 1/3 of the body, is most effective and dominant in maintaining the digestive system of our body. It's a digestion process, it's a metabolism which we talk about. The Kapha dosha is more towards the body elements, and of course, it's more related to the immune system of our body. And the nervous system, dryness, etc., is completely controlled by the Vata dosha. So with these three doshas with us, again, you can see the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha can be detected by certain procedures. But the question is, we are measuring the same parameters in bioval. Can we detect these particular parameters in bioval or not? So how do we go about with that? So again, we went into certain Ayurvedic texts, which gives us different organs which are dominant in having these three doshas. Every organ has all the three doshas, but certain organs, they are dominant in having one of the doshas in them. So if you see, we are having right from earth, water, fire, air, and ether, we have different senses, and different senses controlled by different organs of the body, or openings in the body, we can say. And they have their own predominance in maintenance of wellness and health of an individual. Hence, we have Vata, Pitta, Kapha, which are having their own properties. And this is one of the very important finding in Ayurveda, that just by looking at an individual, we can say which dosha is dominant in this particular individual. But scientifically, we have to prove it. We have to get the data. We have to get the statistics of it. So when we looked into that, we looked into different detection mechanisms. In what are the different detection process in which you can detect this Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So one of the most important and universally accepted procedure is the pulse diagnosis, or Nadi Pariksha. It's done by a very experienced Ayurvedic doctor with the 3 fingers of his. Now, we can claim that this can be subjective, because the sensations, what we are going to get of the pulse from these 3 fingers may vary from individual to individual. And when we are detecting, especially in Nadi Pariksha, which is very accurate pulse readings, we have a unique measurement of individual of health. It identifies the upcoming risks of any disease or in an individual. It gives us a good idea about the health status of an individual, especially the stress. The dosha imbalances, it identifies the dosha imbalances. And also in Ayurveda, we can diagnose certain diseases and problems in an individual based on these Nadi Pariksha. Hence, the Nadi Pariksha, which we do, is with the 3 fingers on our, usually predominantly it is done on the radial artery. Now, the most important thing what we have to understand here is the whole of the Nadi Pariksha is based on the blood circulation in the vessel. Now, how much blood is circulating, what is the constituent of the blood, how thick is the blood, and what is the pressure this blood is applying on the arteries, everything is taken into consideration while doing a Nadi Pariksha. And let's not forget that we are also measuring the tip of the finger. And the tip of the finger has the highest vascularity, as we know, and the ejection of electrons from the tip of the finger is dependent on the amount of blood flow in that area. So the physical and chemical parameters of the tip of the finger is governed by the blood and the sweat in that particular part. So blood plays a very important role in making the Nadi Pariksha. So that's why, including the Gati, we have the Sarpa Gati, the Manduka Gati, and the Hamsa Gati, which means how the blood is flowing in the radial artery determines the doshas. Hence, in Ayurveda, there is a very simple formula. That means there are defined organs in Ayurveda which are dominant in these particular doshas. They have all the three doshas, no doubt, but they are dominant in certain doshas. So if, for example, we take Vata dosha, we can clearly see Pakvashe Katisakti Shrotrasti Sparshanendriyam Sthanam Vatasya Tatrapi Pakwadhanam Visheshataha. It is a universal formula that these particular organs in the body are going to be dominant in Vata. Similarly, we have dominant sites in the body which are dominant, having dominance in Pitta dosha. And similarly, we have for Kapha dosha. This is a very basic formula which is used in Ayurveda. Now in BioWell, we are measuring the energy of all these organs and organ systems, especially area and intensity, and of course energy is calculated from that. And we have a definitive diagnostic table for us where we have every finger divided into sectors, and these sectors representing these organs and systems, which means already with measuring the 10 fingers, we are getting the readings or energies of these particular organs and organ systems which are dominant in certain doshas, whether it is Vata, Pitta, or Kapha. Now let's take your attention towards the BioWell application. Now in the BioWell application, we have scanned all the 10 fingers, and then I am very thankful to Dimitri sir because he helped me out in calculating these sectors and enumerating and giving me the data of these sectors. Now we know Vata dosha is under which sector, Pitta dosha is which organs and systems, and Kapha dosha is which organs and systems. Again, to reiterate, I am not doing any diagnosis here. We are not concerned about the diagnosis. We are concerned about these doshas. So Dimitri sir has created formula. He has created a program, rather I can say, which is in a primitive state, but then which can calculate these changes. Which can calculate, this is a JavaScript given by him, which can calculate these changes automatically with all the 10 fingers scanned by you. And when you run this program, you are going to get the dominance of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. You can see the readings there. In the bottom screen, you can see the readings. It's very clear values what we are getting for Vata, Pitta, Kapha. On further discussion with Dimitri sir, he gave the idea that deviation from norms is more meaningful than having the record itself. We should know whether the dominant organs which are dominant in Vata, are they deviating from Vata or they have normal values. So that is when he calculated the deviation of the Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Now, all of us across, we are measuring our BioWell, no doubt about it. We are taking the measurement of 10 fingers, but now we can also get the parameters of Vata, Pitta, Kapha depending based on the immediate formulae given by in Sanskrit, in Ayurveda. So different organs and systems. Now this was not sufficient, okay, we got some values. Now can this particular value be compared with any standard device which is also measuring the pulses, nadi? That's where we came. I'll bring back to the screen again. So hope it's visible if I'm not wrong. Okay. So we came across what is called as a very important device in India. It's called as Nadi Tarangini. This device is meant for scanning or measuring the Nadi Pariksha. So it does a Nadi Pariksha. It has artificial intelligence in it. So it gives a tremendous amount of data for us, especially in the pulse part of it. So it's like having an Ayurvedic doctor sitting and taking the measurements. So it's very simple. And this equipment was taken and we started correlating the BioWell data with the Nadi Pariksha, Nadi Tarangini data. Now, what was the finding, what we got? The most important thing, let me take up this case itself, which we are referring to in our BioWell. So we can see according to BioWell, the records what I've taken for this particular patient, you can see a deviation in Vata and deviation is Kapha is very high, up to 21.2 and 31.5%, which is a huge deviation. So we know that Vata and Kapha are deviating from the norms, which means that yes, there is some amount of symptoms which this person is going to have concerned with Vata and Kapha. That needs to be balanced. Now, when we did the same experiment, same patient at the same time, we calculated in the Nadi Tarangini software, the same person. If you can see on the graph, it's very clear, and Nadi Tarangini is very, very comprehensive reports what we get, especially in regarding to the tridoshas. And you can see very clearly the Vata is increased, the Kapha on the extreme right, the green bar, that is increased, and the Pitta dosha is almost constant, which means what we measured in BioWell correlated with the very standard equipment meant for Nadi Pariksha. Then we started doing this for multiple cases. See, it's not for one, it may be a coincidence. So we started doing this for multiple cases. And the most important finding what we got here, which we didn't know when we started this particular experiment, was the presence of stress levels. Even the Nadi Tarangini equipment also calculates the stress level. And that stress level coincided with the stress level values which we got in BioWell, which means the stress level, the Nadi part, that is a Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, they are predominantly seen in all this. If I can show you the complete report, it's around several pages reports. So here I have it for you on the screen. So you can see the reports what we are going to get from Nadi Tarangini, and you get different pulse, you get the readings, everything, etc., in relation with Ayurveda. But finally, when it comes to the stress, part of it, you can see here, prone to stress, it says 60% for this particular patient, which means the possibility of you getting stressed is on medium level, right? So it's equipment which is meant for this and which showing. And what did we get in our BioWell? When you took the readings in BioWell, not only the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and when I went in for the stress analysis of this individual, and you can see it is at 5.37 and absolutely at medium. So it is very much, now we have done it for several patients across. I have a database of more than 50 to 75 patients with BioWell, with Nadi Tarangini, and the symptoms correlation of this particular patients, which means that with this much of data and the correlation of the data what we are getting in BioWell and the symptoms of the patients, it is very clear that we are able to measure the tridosha, the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, through BioWell as well at higher accuracy, which is equal to that of any other standardized equipment meant for the purpose. Now, one more, we started with this, with Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and then we got the finding of stress level as well. Okay, the stress level is it's matching. So we know that it's psycho-emotional and physiological state, which gives us the stress level. But then we got one more finding, which was very, very interesting. And here, in this finding, we were able to get the records. We were able to get the records of energies of Vata, Pitta, Kapha. Now, what did we do? We started doing the therapies, we started doing the treatments, and then we started measuring the same thing. And we have a track of patients here, wherein we have seen that the changes in the symptoms of a patient has correlated with the changes in the BioWell readings and has changed in the correlation with the exact Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So energies of dosha, sthanas. So not exactly, we cannot tell that I'm measuring the energy of this particular individual dosha. No, it is the dosha sthanas. The energies of dosha sthanas is predominantly and very accurately being given in BioWell now. And definitely, like how we have our chakral system, the chakras, which are based on certain sectors of the fingers and the readings and the parameters what we have taken, exactly the tridoshas are giving us tremendous results with comparison with the Nadi Tarangini part of it. So not only the 5 elements, the tridoshas, especially the Vata, Pitta, Kapha, is measurable in BioWell. And of course, I have shared the JavaScript to my students as well. And they have also done certain experiments with their patients. And the same findings and same readings have been observed even there, which means universally, not just at our center. So multiple centers, we were able to get the readings and records of this particular doshas. Now, what is the use and significance of this? The use of this is especially knowing the weaknesses of a meridian in the body is very important, no doubt about it. But if you know which dosha has deviated from norm, we can give 3 levels of deviations. We have primary deviation, secondary deviation, and tertiary deviation. So primary deviation is the one which has maximum deviation. So when we concluded with this, that findings are fine, findings are giving us good results, then obviously the one what we did was to start enumerating the records now. And in this, if you can see in the records, we are getting the primary deviation, which is Vata, the secondary deviation, which is Kapha, and the tertiary deviation, which is Pitta, which means in my therapy, I have to concentrate first on the primary dosha, then on the secondary dosha, and on the tertiary dosha. And when correlated with the symptoms, see, whatever readings we are taking from any equipment, it has to be correlated with the symptoms of a patient. And in BioWells, you know that we can see the problems well in advance, even without the person or individual having a symptom in it. And if you can measure the doshas getting deviated well in advance, then definitely the symptoms in the body, symptoms of an organism can be brought down very early. And therapy will be very successful for us. And symptomatically, it has been proven. Equipment wise, we are still concluding with several other records we have. We are going on doing the records, and we are going on giving the correlations with Nadi Tarangini equipment. And very important is the results, what we are getting with the patients. And that is one of the most important aspect when we talk about the results part of it. So with this primary, secondary, and tertiary records, it is now possible to determine in BioWell, at least at the clinical levels, where do we stand at Vata, Pitta, Kapha. So it is possible, and we have been doing this. And as I have told you, the records are available with us for more than 50 to 75 with the correlation of Nadi Tarangini. So it has been correlating, and the correlation percentage, if I can say statistically, is around 90%. So 90% of the patients, we have seen the correlations. And in 10% of the cases, we were not able to get the correlation exactly similar to what was seen in BioWell. The reason there was because of the time duration. When we have taken the BioWell reading and the duration when the Nadi Tarangini was taken, there was a duration gap of around 4 hours, because of which there were certain changes, which, see, even taking a food, if a patient takes a food, definitely the symptoms or the readings changes in the body. So this was the reason why we were not able to get the correlations in 10% of the cases, but in 90% of the cases, we were able to get the readings. So if I can bring your attention to another case here. So it's more on the practical basis. So we are just going ahead with practical part of it. So if you can see this case again, and I just calculate the Vata Pitta Kapha for this particular case here. So I just run this. So you can see there again, Vata is primary at 18.7%. So which means I had the primary deviation of Vata. So when you get this particular record, immediately we took the Nadi Tarangini record only to find out if it is correlating with this reading or not. More than that, when we looked into the sectors of individual organs and organ systems in bio, individuals, organs, and organ systems, and when we went into the musculoskeletal system, the sacrum and the coccyx area showed as the deviation in Vata. So it is not only a generalized Vata Pitta Kapha, individual organs and systems tridoshas can be measured in bio. That is which makes it more beneficial when compared to your Nadi Tarangini. Nadi Tarangini gives you the whole picture, but here we are getting individual organs and systems. The Pitta dosha, though it is digestive system seems to be very normal at 5.91, but then you can see certain amount of changes in the individual organs and systems. So individual organ systems, Vata Pitta Kapha can be measured and analyzed using the bioval equipment. Apart from that, when we correlated this record with our Nadi Tarangini, this is a record here on your screens. So you can see in Nadi Tarangini, of course, we'll get the pulse of all the three, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. But the finding, what we get of a single pulse beat, you can see the Vata has increased. The Vata has increased. We have the Kapha being increased there, whereas the Pitta has decreased. So the relation of primary dominance Vata is very clearly shown. And of course, Vata and Kapha. And according to that, we have the Gati. Gati means the flow of blood. And depending on the flow of blood, it's very clear that even our biograms changes. So as Dr. Koratko has mentioned in his finding about different research papers in the IUMAP website, we know the heart HRV coinciding with biovals. We have seen the arterial hypertension, which can be coincided with the bioval records. And then the same readings we get even here with the pulse mechanisms. And of course, if you see the different factors of Gati, that is Sarpagati, Manduka, and Hamsagati, which are calculated by our Nadi Tarangini device, has a coincidence with the bioval as well, because it gives us the dominance, and you can see the dominant is Vata. Clear. And the same readings we have got through our bioval equipment when we did and when we calculated. If you can see, we have the primary dominance of Vata, which is clearly measurable in the software. So the measurements what we are taking of the 10 fingers are actually measuring even the Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And of course, it's only the matter of sectors and calculations which were to be done. And those calculations were put in a software, and we are now running this for getting the records. And of course, with this, our therapy has improved. Our diet recognition recommendations, what we give to the patients, and what needs to be changed in the patients, that changes, because Ayurveda is a very, very positive and very universally accepted therapy. And not only that, it is giving you the basics of our life. The 6 stages of illness, what we talk, is based on Ayurveda. And with the Ayurvedic principles, if you are able to take forward the sectors of the body, if you are able to take forward the biograms, the changes in the biograms, then definitely it is going to give us more results in getting the betterment of an individual, to improve the wellness of an individual, and of course, to bring back any type of problems what he might be facing. But one part which we have observed, it's just an observation, might be it's still in the primitive stage, so we need more and more tests to be done across the globe which can prove it. But then in our observation, what we have seen is these correlations, what we are getting is if the patient is having up to stage 5, you can say in 6 levels of illness, we have stage 5 symptomatic levels. Till that level, it is fine. But when he gets into the terminal stage, or when he's hospitalized, when he's having any medications, if he's taking the medications, then there are huge deviations which we are seeing from the bioval readings and the readings which we are getting in the Nadi Pariksha. Maybe it is an effect of drug or medicines, what he might be consuming during those period. But of course, we are now also doing the study on post-COVID cases, wherein the same type of modular studies we are following, and we are getting the correlation between these three doshas. So in bioval, now we were able to detect and we were able to use it for our clinical practice, for our observation, that yes, the measurements what we are taking in the fingers are definitely giving us the results with these three doshas, and these three doshas are predominant in diagnosis, especially when you consider the Ayurveda part of it. So now we are formulating and giving the bioval records and reports to Ayurvedic doctors, so they can do much better diagnosis, and they can go ahead with a different type of detoxification therapies, etc. And bioval reports are being very useful in doing that, because even it's not a widespread use of Nadi Tarangini. Nadi Tarangini is being used by few Ayurvedic doctors in India, but bioval reports, though it is not only giving the tridoshas, it's also giving certain other indications, very important indications of the wellness, and it's giving much better results. So in coming days, maybe with the help of Dimitri sir, we may be correlating and making a new program for in bioval. So like how we have the chakras, how I can see the chakral alignment, there could be a tab on the top where we can also immediately be able to see the vata, pitta, and kapha and their deviations, which can be very meaningful, especially for therapists who are using bioval across the globe. And also it can bring in the interests of Ayurvedic doctors who are looking out for equipments which are non-invasive and which are more accurate in measurements part of it. So this is the finding and this observation which I had done, and I again thank Dimitri sir for making it possible, making it happen. And today we are happy that we are having a good amount of records with us, wherein of course we are having all the data required for which we can share it with the company as well. And definitely we can publish your paper as sir has told, and we can go ahead with the upgradation in the software as well. I thank everyone for patiently listening to me and looking into the practical analysis, practical part of it. And I am concluding my session 10 minutes before the schedule. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting presentation and very important, because we all understand that Ayurvedic medicine, Ayurvedic movement, it's very big part of our modern integrative medicine. And only in India you have, I'm sure, thousands and thousands of doctors who are using Ayurvedic medicine. And if we can give them new tool with your help, then it would be great support. And not only in India, because we know that Ayurvedic medicine now is popular worldwide. So I see this presentation and this development as great, really move a step forward. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that we'll be able to develop it to the real program, and then we'll decide with your help how to present it to all interested doctors. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, now we go to next, our presenter. This is Serge Kernbach from Germany. He's our dear colleague, and he's a very outstanding scientist. He is physicist, biologist. He is developing in classical science, in artificial intelligence, and he is doing a lot of research in consciousness study, a lot. And he's always publishing some materials, papers, books. We have in Russian his big book. And now he sent us his talk that he is presenting in English, but I hope that later on we will be able to present it our YouTube channel in Russian as well. Okay, so let's watch this presentation.
Okay, so we start the recorded video.
Ladies and gentlemen, this talk is about very unusual effect, and despite this effect has multiple replication studies with good statistics. There are multiple publications and even scientific publication in such high-level journals like Nature, but nevertheless we have only a little understanding about its internal mechanism, structures and dependencies. The name of this effect is the phantom effect, and this talk is about several hypotheses and experimental evidences. The talk consists of two parts. In the first part, I will try to give some overview about different, at least 6 different appearances and frameworks and methodologies. And in the second part, I will show technology for measurements and some attempts to integrate this effect in some sort of experimental devices and experimental methodology. The most famous example of the phantom effect is the phantom leaf. This phenomena was first discovered in Soviet Union by 2 different group of researchers, and in fact not by Kirlian itself. And the first publication was done in a popular journal, not in scientific journal, Technika Молодежи by Adamchenko and Velenskaya. But probably this missing explanation somehow stopped the further exploration, at least in the scientific community. And the first successful replication in 1979 by a group of researchers from India. This replication attempt opens the way for more broader exploration in Western. First by academic community and then by a group of more, let's say, broader communities by different peoples. And peak of popularity I can probably approximate to 90s of the last century. But nevertheless, successful replication. The last successful replication was done in 2015, to my knowledge. There was with about 140 different samples, and the outcome was positive. So this effect is related to Kirlianography and to this coronal discharge, this visible appearance of some structure in high-frequency electromagnetic field. And as we know, there are some illumination of boundaries and some internal structures. And here in this case, if a part of this leaf is cut out, so this missing part is still visible on Kirlianography, but only under specific conditions. Not in all cases. And this missing explanation that probably drives the whole development in the direction of more esoteric and paranormal explanation, like out of body experience and this after death stuff. And this finally generate a kind of scientific skepticism. And many people say, well, what we see here is metabolic products, and they spread out here in this place. And what we in fact see, we see this illumination of these fluid metabolic products. But this critic point cannot be really accepted because we cut in one position, but we see here the whole structure and in fact with these fine substructures. There are multiple attempts, for instance, to replicate this in different conditions to improve the original experiment. For instance, pieces inside of the leaf in different configuration there was cut out, and after this we still see the fine structures, and even there was attempt to replace a high-frequency electromagnetic field by chemoluminescence. And this piece with some cut out parts was placed between photosensitive materials, and after a while, after a couple of days, this structure, this leaf with this cut out parts was printed in this photosensitive materials. So in general, like I say, this effect was replicated a number of times with positive outcomes. It's really appear under specific condition, not in all cases, but under specific conditions. And nevertheless, after all these attempts and after more than probably 60 years of exploration, we still do not have any, let's say, more deeper understanding about its origin. The second manifestation of the phantom effect is known as a memory effect. It's appear in specific locations, and probably the first time it was discovered by Kozyrev in Soviet Union, again in 60s. And Kozyrev, one of his, let's say, hobbies was exploration of sky for a through position of stars. And he believed that exactly from this through position is coming some sort of energetic flow. It has optical and electrical properties. And if this flow is focused in optical way to set up, he was able to observe physical changes, and his measurement device was used kind of resistive elements or resistive bridge. And if this telescope was scanning a sky for the through position of stars, exactly in this position, Kozyrev was observing a strong variation of resistivity of this element. I should say this experiment was replicated multiple number of times. One of the really famous replication was done in Academy of Science by some people from the Academy, and they fully confirmed this conclusion from Kozyrev. But return to this memory effect, the Kozyrev itself call it as a kind of accumulation of influences. So this energetic flow that stick to specific places of experimental setup and still influence all these elements, the sensitive elements, even if the telescope was moved away from a true position of sky. And the more experiments Kozyrev was performing, the more stronger was this effect. It's really kind of accumulation of these influences. And this memory effect, if there are no experiments, this slowly disappear, and after a while, in fact, there was no memory effect at all. This, let's say, this memory effect is extremely unpleasant phenomena. Almost all researchers they meet it, even in our group and other modern researchers, they also well known this phenomena. In the presentation, I will show a few examples, and here only a short mentioning that probably there was also this effect involved in the measurement. There is very famous replication of, again, very famous replication of Montagnier effect with transduction of DNA in a low-frequency electromagnetic field. This replication was done in the laboratory in China, in Langfang, and more or less the idea that buffer or water was come in the with DNA sample was placed in the chamber with a low frequency electromagnetic field, and PCR test was exploring experimental samples from this chamber as well as control samples from these fluids, from original fluids, and all that experiments was performed in the same places. And of interest is the fact that control samples, the PCR test, also discovered traces of DNA in control samples. And there was no contamination, of course, also in this place, but there's still a missing explanation why control samples they show this remainings of DNA traces. And one of explanation was exactly because of this memory effect. So performing experiment in the same places, they accumulate this effect of influence, this memory effect, this phantom effect, and this phantom effect affect in fact control samples. So it sounds crazy, of course, but later on I will also demonstrate a few examples in our experiments and by experiments in different groups about this effect. Interesting variation of memory effect is related to rotating physical bodies. This is not my first time that I'm giving the talk about the phantom effect, and every time I receive new and new feedback about new and new appearances of that phenomena. And this slide was suggested by a public discussion, by people in this public discussion. They say, hi, look, there is some strange phenomena from rotating body which has a similar phenomenology. And indeed, I found a number of publications. They related to probably end of 80s, 90s, beginning of 2000s. And if also in these setups, people rotated different bodies, like from this conic bodies and others. And there are two phenomena to note. As a first, it seems this rotating body, they are able to put some physical influences on material. For instance, films, photographic films, they had some traces, physical traces that remain from this rotation. And the second effect, this is appearance of some visual effects that can be taken in the photographic way. And for instance, these images, there was a remaining even after this rotating body was stopped. So this remained for a while, and after this, this effect disappeared. So we see here a clear correlation to the memory effect, what I was mentioning before. The next group of appearances of the phantom effect is related to shapes and geometries. And it has a close relationship to the previous effect of spatial memory. If you remember Kozyrev definition, Kozyrev says that this effect is very similar to accumulation of influence in specific places. So it's a kind of flow. It has electrical and optical properties, and this flow in fact move and propagate on the surfaces. So we can assume if this flow meet edges, sharp edges, some boundary structures, it will emit like optical properties emit to other objects and or emit in the space. And this effect, this shape effect, is quite well known, primarily for different pyramids, but also other experiments demonstrated quite well. This is a Raduk experiment. He used colloidal solution made from organic remains from plants. There was plants was cut to very small pieces, very small particles, and this colloidal solution demonstrated different rate of sedimentation in presence of geometries, in fact of any geometries. He demonstrated with glass, metal, wood, stone, almost all possible materials. And what is of really interest, if the structure is removed from this place, so we still observe a different rate of sedimentation in this place. So, of course, this shape effect is observed in many places and many structures in nature. And, of course, people try to reuse the effect in some practical cases for practical usages. And it was observed in large and small architectural structures. And this effect is really well known by researchers. and in radionics and psychotronics and torsionics, this effect is also really heavily used because there's the simplest way to amplify this emission, to put this emission, to transfer it, for instance, by wires. So I will show later some examples also of utilization of the shape effect. The fourth group of phantom effects is capturing by imaging and by photography, and is commonly related to so-called throughgraphy. The idea is here that by using some techniques, people were able to capture mental images and mental pictures from some people. I let's say took 4 examples. There is actually more examples. By 4 examples. The first one is Gennady Krokholev. He was quite famous in this field. There are groups that even now try to follow this approach. So his idea was, in fact, to took some pictures that are coming from human eyes. But of course, here the question is whether operator also generates something in eyes or it's directly also influence the photographic lenses, like is done in radionics, what I will show in the next slide. But nevertheless, I mean, this picture that was done in this way are really impressive. And in fact, people who describe this, they say, okay, whatever I'm thinking, this object or this imagination was appeared in as a photographic image. And there are some examples, and I do not see how this image can be, can appear in random way by choice. This throughgraphy was not only, done in Soviet Union. Quite well known as groups of people who follow this approach in Japan. I found even in Wikipedia some examples of this throughgraphy. But also there are still now also quite known works of TED series and other researchers. The throughgraphy is also known in radionics, but under different name as radionic imaging or radionic photos. I took 2 examples, again, as Ruth Drown and George Delavore. Both are extremely famous in radionic, and exactly because of this, in fact, imaging. How Ruth, for instance, described this process. She was focusing on human patient and specific section of the patient body, and by using this radionic device with multiple buttons, it seems this device was really facilitating production of these images. So she was able to put on the photographic film some specific section of human body. In the same way, George Delavore, he was also focusing on specific sections and using the different radionic device, but also with multiple buttons. He was able to demonstrate these images, and I'm not sure these images can be also obtained in modern rentgenography because of this very specific section. And even there was also quite known this to some extent strange images of 3-month-old embryons, also human embryons. So these 4 examples, also from Krokholev, TED series, Ruth Drown, and Delavore, they demonstrate, also first of all, that the phantom effect has a relationship to human mental capabilities, because people was able to produce it in mental way and to capture it by imaging. And exactly because of this imaging techniques, although there are multiple images available, and we know this effect in fact exists. It's not a kind of let's say speculative speculation, and this demonstrates again this some specific features of this phantom effect. The 5th group of effects related to phantoms is created by so-called light phenomena. There are different light phenomena. There is just a light of different shapes and different sizes, and then sometimes they move, sometimes they stop, sometimes they have a kind of some blurred effects. And I was originally skeptic to this, because if you put some lights in front of your camera and move a little bit as fast, then you will see something like a blurred light movement. But finally, if I learned more about light effect and specific geographic location, then I was a little bit more, let's say, convinced about the existence of this phenomena. And one of the most famous and most interesting descriptions related to Hessdalen light in the Valley of Hessdalen. If somebody don't know, please read it even in Wikipedia. There's a beautiful description. And the point is that this light, as such light, that appears periodically in this location, as it's quite small region, and they have sometimes more intensive appearance. Sometimes this effect disappear for a while, and in the modern time, intensification was in 30s and then in 80s. And after 80s, researcher even installed in this region some automatic registration station. There is a kind of collaboration with local university, and up to now, I don't know, it's about 50 years of research. And what this researcher write, okay, fine, we can really confirm this effect exists. There are thousands of confirmation, there are thousands of images of description. And finally, their success is they are able to classify this phenomena by their movement patterns and by geometries. So finally, we know that this exists, but finally we don't know what it is, what kind of structure, what kind of appearance this is. So from this point of view, at least I think this light phenomena to some extent belong to the phantom effect because of very similar appearance. It's also strongly related to a geometrical region, to some specific place. But it seems in this case this probably has also some additional qualities and some additional capabilities. Last group of effects in the phantom context has esoteric dimension. I call it mystic implants and immortality. And basically, the topic of immortality should be taken seriously because of Google, Microsoft, and other companies who invest now a lot of money. They really look for immortality, for extending human life, for solving this aging problem. And it seems here, at least the idea is quite closely related to previous topic of througography and radionic photography, where people, by focusing mental effort, are able to produce some structures, as of course invisible structures, but they can be captured by photographic films, and so they become visible. So in this case, these structures that are placed inside of the human body, so we can really consider this as an implant, so the mental implant. And there is a lot of publication now. I will show them later in the presentation. They claim that these implants they have a strong influence on different human systems, like metabolism, like thermal regulation, like homeostasis, like immune systems. Here are important, at least there is a lot of techniques that describe the way how to put this implant of human body. They are even known from really old cultures. And in this implant, important is, first of all, exact place where a human operator should focus to install this implant. Second, as a functionality, there is a very detailed description how to achieve it. For instance, some techniques, the 6 yoga of Naropa, that describe it also quite in detail. And finally, operator should do it a long time to maintain this functionality. So, and it seems, following this publication, seems this effect is real. And extension of this effect is another way of achieving immortality. And it seems that people, by focusing, are able to, first of all, to generate this structure inside of human body, to transmit human consciousness inside and they put it outside. And so the human, they live in fact in the kind of the structure outside, and this way is described as the way for achieving immortality. So at least this esoteric dimension is anyway worth for further investigation. And indeed, so there is already some investigation started, so from both ways, from implants and from immortality. And in fact, so this one of the interesting, also one of the most interesting topics of the phantoms. Now we try to conclude the first introductory part. It seems one of the most important feature of phantom is their localization to specific positions in the setup or experimental samples. Secondly, phantoms are produced by different experimental processes, by physical interaction, by electromagnetic phenomena, and even the process that generates the phantom is finished. The phantom still exists. It has a kind of memory effect, and phantoms, they disappear after a while. So lastly, we see multiple examples when phantoms has a strong relationship to biological object, and especially to human consciousness, and to some extent phantoms can be generated by human consciousness, so operators are able to produce this effect. In the next presentation, in the next part of this presentation, I will focus on experimental approaches in the way how to measure it and how to produce it. And in fact, I split this presentation to two dedicated points. In the first, we will discuss more about technological aspects in the way how to create hybrid phantom technology devices. And the second dedicated point, we call it a programmable phantom effect, how to use operators, the capability of operators to generate phantoms with a specific functionality, and also use this effect, for instance, for implants, so this phantom implants, and I will show some modern research on this issue. The first important question is how to measure this kind of phenomena. We had a hypothesis that phantom effect can represent a kind of weak interaction, for instance, interaction taking place on quantum level, and we can sense it as we sense other weak phenomena, like weak biophysical phenomena. We used in this case electrochemical equipment, high-resolution pH measurement with a resolution up to 10 of power minus 6. At this resolution, we need a good thermal stabilization and shielding against electromagnetic emission. It is done in these measurement towers. And the measurement start a couple of days before for this background measurement, and then we inserted fresh leaf. And here is important to understand that distance between leaf and this measurement container is about 4-5 centimeters. So we are measuring not a direct interaction, there is a distant interaction, and this is interaction not with biological object, but with some, let's call it subtle structure behind this sleeve. So, and this subtle structure interact distantly with samples and change a trend of electrochemical reactions. So after we inserted this leaf under this measurement tower, 4-5 hours after this trend of electrochemical degradation changed, and 2 or 3 days after, if we remove this leaf, we observed again a change of electrochemical degradation. If we leave this process further, we observe a slow return to initial trend of degradation. So in this case, we see a clear correlation between insertion and removal of the sleeve, and we also see a memory effect. And so we think that our hypothesis is confirmed that phantom effect probably represent a kind of interaction, and it can be sensed in the way of sensing weak by physical interaction, by electromagnetic, by optical, by any other equipment. I would like to demonstrate the optical way of measuring the phantom effect by a really nice experiment performed by the Persinger group, published about 10 years ago, and is based on chemoluminescence. I already mentioned this approach in the phantom leaf, where it was printed in photosensitive material. Here, at least from the idea, if chemicals are mixed, they produce periodic photonic spikes and at a regular time period. And the spikes can be sensed because they have ultra weak nature. They can be sensed by photo amplifying equipment, as a very sensitive equipment. And more or less, assumption is that if chemicals are consumed, then this reaction should stop and the spiking effect should also stop. But observation was that exactly at this place where this chemical process takes place, the spiking effect was, let's say, continuing between 2 and 5 days after finishing of the main reaction. Authors expressed the idea that this chemical process generates the phantom effect, and this effect still persists a couple of days after ending of this generating process, persists in this place and can be measured in optical way. And here we again see a method of perceiving the phantom not in electrochemical way, like I mentioned before, but also in optical way. We also performed multiple attempts for electromagnetic measuring the phantoms. One of these attempts has the following form. We use EGA-1 device. This equipment is quite sensitive for electrostatic charge, sensitive for standing waves in the room, in fact created by, for instance, 50 Hz emission. And what we done, we first, and this device in fact should be moved over the place, and if there is any electromagnetic anomaly, reading of this device are increasing. So in fact, moving over the place, we see kind of this special anomaly. And what we have done, first we find a position without any anomalies. We scan it multiple times, so it was flat spectra. And then we installed this optical emission device, switch on it for a couple of hours and perform this continuous, so one time per 30 minutes, so scan. And every time we see increasing anomaly readings over that place. And then we switch off this device and remove them, so it was empty place. We tried to remove electrostatic charge. We tried to remove, to put even some grounding like a Faraday grid on this position. But nevertheless, we still observed in this place a kind of anomaly readings and after a while it disappears. So it's a typical behavior for the phantom. People who also experiment with this device and with the phantom effect, they created more sophisticated experiment. They use a large room, and in one random position of this room, they switch on this kind of generators. They work it for a while, and then they remove them. So the phantom exists somewhere in the place, but organizer, they do not tell other people where is this position and ask them to find it. So the people who perform this the real measurement in the place, they didn't know the real position, and they express a series of hypotheses about real position of this phantom, and finally the position of the generator and estimated position of phantom then coincide in, I don't know, a couple of centimeters. Yeah, so fast exact this position was found. So there are different other different ways also for electromagnetic measurement, but like I said, this not only electrochemical, optical, but also electromagnetic way of measuring is well feasible. Here I would like to return again to the shape effect, and because phantoms and shapes, they are closely interconnected. Once again, phantoms, they incorporate a number of optical and electrical properties. They move quite slowly, move on surfaces. And here in case of, for instance, conic structure, exactly in this position, we will observe amplification because phantom moves from all directions. And we also know that phantoms, they interact with almost all biochemical, mechanical, electrochemical processes. For instance, here, as again, they change a sedimentation rate. Here in this setup, if we measure electrochemical properties of both fluids, there's a pure water here, and here we see absolutely different electrochemical properties. We know that phantoms intensively interact with biochemistry. This paper appeared a few days ago in Nature. About influence of geometrical structure and protein properties. It seems phantoms, they in a very weak way interact with almost all processes. And here one of the main ideas in regard of the shape effect, that using geometries we can control development of phantom structures. We can direct in this specific way. We can even drive them, for instance, if we put here a wire, we can drive the phantoms through this wire. And by using this structure, we can really control the movement and properties of phantoms. And here, if we put here, for instance, any of these detectors, whether electrochemical, optical, or electromagnetic, or something else, we can in this way generate a closed loop technological device that integrate the phantom effect. On this and the next slide, I will try to explain and to demonstrate our attempt to create a hybrid phantom technology device. But first, the question is, why do we need to develop this kind of device? Why do we need to integrate the phantom in the technology? And the question is quite obvious, because we don't know anything about the phantom world. We don't know whether it's a dark matter, dark energy, or quantum phenomena, or this is something what we even don't know yet. Yeah? But if we integrate this, let's say, unknown in the known technology, we can explore it in more useful and more systematic way. We can, for instance, explore some unknown properties, and we can, create some specific experimentation. And one thing what we even know now, in this setup, we can easily explore quantum phenomena in macroscopic systems. So we performed already probably more than 1,000 experiments with different groups for exploring properties of quantum entanglement in macroscopic system. So this phantom structure can be extremely useful for the bridge between conventional sites and unconventional sites. What is the idea of this development? We used optical generators to create the phantom effect, and this conic structure to drive it through this waveguide to a kind of emitter. And the emitter was focused on sensor placed over this wall. Sensor was in the isolating containers, and we are measuring in this experiment temperature, electromagnetic emission, magnetic fields, and main sensor are electrochemical sensors. So if the generator is switched on, the sensor react like here shown in the picture. So here is a background recording. This normally is a kind of flat behavior. If the generator is on, we see a change of a trend. So it's quite typical for electrochemical sensors, and we can express a number, the degree of perturbation from initial trend. If, for instance, there is no waveguide, sensor do not react. And in this time, on and off time, we see exactly the same trend in electrochemical sensors. So the whole setup was done in the following way. A couple of days, the generator was switched on and off once per 2-3 hours. So in one day, we had about 10 to 12 iterations of the same experiments, and then calculated average value. So if there is no waveguide, values are 0. So on each turning on and off of this generator, we do not receive any response from the sensors placed over the wall. Then we installed this waveguide, and we tested two different structures. First, it was PLA as a kind of polymer used for 3D printing. It's quite flexible. And then we used steel. So in fact, we do not see any essential differences between metal and polymer. And it to some extent confirms the idea that phantom is moving over the surface. It's not in the material, but over the surface of the material. So in fact, properties of this material do not play any essential role. And then what we have done, we after 3 days of experimentation, we removed our waveguide. So we removed the structure, and then our expectation was we will not see any effect. Like it should be like here, we should see 0. But what we finally observed, there was a decreasing values, and I repeat again, this is not a single point. This a series between 10 to 12 measurements over the whole day, and all this measurement was slowly decreasing, and exactly exponentially decreasing, and about 3 days after they return again to 0. And what we see here, we see exactly as the first, and this time we observe a generation of phantom structure, and this phantom structure exactly repeats the structure of this waveguide. And if we, after this, we return, as remove this waveguide, the phantom structure is still there. And it still participates in the experiment and is guiding the signal from the generator to the sensors. But because this structure is slowly disappearing, we see this exponential decreasing of the signal. Now I would like to summarize what we have achieved in this experiment. So we used this optical generator to generate the phantom effect, and we had 3 days for generation this spatial memory here in this position. So after we removed this physical structure, we received a hybrid device. So we have a physical generator and physical sensors, but we had a phantom waveguide. And this is very important. This was a functional phantom. It's still working in this system. And now by using this setup, we can explore different properties. We can make a lot of different experiments. For example, here we calculated this generation and disappearing time, so dissociation time of phantom structure. But if the idea is understood, the setup can be explored and extended in any possible way. So we are still working in this direction, but because this presentation time is limited, we need to stop this second point and to proceed to the next topic of the presentation related to the programmable phantom effect. Development of hybrid devices represent purely engineering approach. As engineers, we really like working with hardware, with different sensors, to solder something, to calculate some elements. But here, as we know from introductory part, the phantom effect can be created purely by human consciousness without any technologies. And probably here we meet a very alternative approach for technological development without any technologies. Only using human mind, we can develop a kind of technology let's call it subtle technology. They can still interact with human body, with different systems from human body, with biochemistry, for instance. And this represents really alternative point of view on social, cultural development, and we know this even from very old cultures. So from this point of view, we are really extremely interested in exploring this side of the phantom effect, and because a human operator program it, we call this side a programmable phantom effect. The general question is whether human person, human operator, can interfere with physical experiment and can influence its outcome. And modern science answered this question positively. Yes, the operator can do this. And one of the famous experiment toward this question is this double slit experiment, when electromagnetic emission demonstrate either wave-like or corpuscular-like properties. If there is no observation, no measurements, then we see waves. But if operator or person observed or there is a measurement performed, then we see only two strips on the screen. There's even a nice variation of this experiment done by Dean Radin about, I think, 10 years ago, where the person was sitting about 2 meters away from the experiment and was mentally concentrating on this pattern. And based on the mental effort, here the intensity of emission in this black area was slowly changing. So it seems that human person can even influence on the distribution wave-like or corpuscular-like. But this is not only a single type of experiment. There are other experiments. I would like to refer to one last paper of Vladimir Korenbaum. It was recently published. This is about exploration of properties of aqueous solution. And Vladimir introduced two different control samples. So normally experiment is successful if there is a difference between experiment and control. And he introduced two kinds of control. The first one was obvious to experimentator. So he know about this. And there was a second type of control samples, hidden control, and nobody know about this. So here is the point is that human experimentator has a specific expectation about this difference, and indeed in all experiment there is a difference between experiment and control, so it seems that the experiment was positive. Yeah. But hidden control do not demonstrate any significance with the experiment. So, and this was not a single measurement, there was multiple measurements for each case, and were multiple cases as well. So it's a specific repeatability. It means the human expectation can program more or less this whatever phantom is in this experimental area, and this in turn influence the outcome of this experiment. So between experimentator, this effect is quite well known. We call it normally effect of critical observer. So to conclude, yes, human, this is a common point of view. Yes, human experimentator, human person, human operator can influence, can interfere with physical experiments. We analyzed literature, so first of all, Russian literature in 80s and 90s, so in the Soviet Union time, whether operator tried purposefully program the phantom, also really to achieve very specific functionality and specific behavior. We find indeed a number of publications. I will not go in any details. But for instance, in some of this publication, people tried to move this platform, to program the phantom to move this object on the water surface. Or for instance, there was a specific experiment to program reaction of plant object, of biological object, so again in very programmable way. At least there are multiple described papers. about purposeful programming of these phantoms. And finally, we decided, well, to replicate some of that experiments. In our setup, we had one object, and human operator focused his attention on this object and try to some extent really program it to imagine a specific functionality or specific behavior. And in our case, it was quite simple. There was a low power LED, and if LED was lightning, then this object, this phantom, should make influence on sensors. So, and sensors normally they react, they slowly change as normally as all these electrochemical sensors. They change the strength, and if this influence was away, then it's returned again to the previous strength. So it was quite easily to detect. And as a control attempt to see whether really this effect, so this object influence, we put setup without any object. And if this LED was lighting, so it's really low power, it's almost not really even visible light from this LED. So there was no influence on sensors. And in turn, again, if the object was present but was no light, then again was no influence on the sensors. So this change appears only if there was light and the object was programmed. So what we observed in this experiment, there was a series of, let's say, different experiments with slightly different conditions. We observed that it works quite well in the first, let's say, 1, 2, and totally up to 7, 8, up to 10 iterations. So these changes are still visible, and then effect disappeared. Then whatever, how much LED was lighting, there was no visible effect. We are, of course, very curious and very much motivated to do this kind of experiments, and performed multiple iterations. And there is one of the latest replication of our own experiments. Here we had this programmable phantom object in one of these thermo-insulating boxes with LED, and sensors are placed here and here. So if this LED was lightning, there was no influence on the sensor because of even insulation and space. And finally, if this object, this LED was on, we had this reaction on sensors. And in fact, both we tested here distance, so we tested, so we tried to increase this distance. It's worked quite well up to specific distance, more or less. And these are typical reactions. Here it is a time of LED lighting, and even, like I said, we observed always up to, well, it depends, always different, 5, 6, up to 10 probably activation cycles, and after this the effect disappeared. We improved this experiment. Operator is entering in the room and program this object again. And we observed again and again this up to 10 activation cycles, then programming this again, and again this up to 10 activation cycles. So in this case, we try to increase the lifetime of this programmable object. It's one of the ideas. And we had one interesting discovery that in fact the lifespan, the lifetime of programmable object do not depend on our time. So for instance, if this one cycle of activation has only 1 hour here, so totally we would have about 10 hours of lifetime. But if this activation time is 1 day, then this lifespan is about 10 days of this phantom object. So here we have a lot of even philosophical equations. The question is, why do we do this? And the answer is because here we program a kind of implant. Because we create a system that can sense a specific situation in real world and can interfere with real world. So in other terminology, we call it sometimes a kind of subtle robot. So we are from robotic field, so it's for us it's natural to perform some robotic experiments, and we observe this as a kind of autonomous device which can run a specific program. And one of this application is of course implant, for instance, the human body. And we explore, in fact, this implant way with this experimental setup. I would like to demonstrate one attempt of scientific investigation of this mental or phantom implants. This attempt was undertaken inside of the mainstream science. That is important. And original technique is coming from Tantric Buddhism, the 6 yoga of Naropa, with a final goal of achieving immortality. This goal is divided into different steps, and in the first step the goal is to generate inside of a human body a specific energetic engine that should produce enough energy for all of the steps, and this goal is achieved by putting specific implants in specific places by concentration, by meditation. So this quite a complex procedure. The interesting side effect of this approach is also first of all dramatic increasing of energetic output from human body, and in particular temperature. And this is important. There is a core temperature. It's not a skin effect. There's really increasing of temperature inside of a human body, and therefore this effect is really quite well measurable. In Western, this approach become very popular. There is a lot of YouTube video demonstrating people sitting in the snow and in very cold situations. And I would like to refer to one paper this published in PLOS ONE by Maria Kozhevnikova and co-authors, and this exactly explore this first step yoga tuma. In this approach, implant installed in this position, and the way of operating with implant is a specific visualization. It is important to visualize the symbols. It is important to visualize exactly the way how it's, the symbols appear. From scientific point of view, the authors investigated 2 phases. In the first phase, there was no visualization. So these practitioners, monks, who demonstrated this approach, perform increasing of temperature by concentration, by specific psychosomatic mechanism, and we see here just really impressive increasing over 37 degrees of Celsius. But after this, this monk, she switched on this implant. With this visualization, and we see that temperature increased over 38 degrees of Celsius. This is absolutely stress situation for the organism, and it seems how heavily the implant can influence thermoregulation, metabolic, and immune systems of inside of the human body. Another really impressive experiment is shown here. So again, monk, she demonstrate these techniques first based on concentration, mental concentration using this psychosomatic mechanism, and this you see this about 10 minutes. So she become tired, and then stopped performing these exercises, and you see in the relaxation phase the temperature dropped down, and we see more or less comfortable about 36 degrees. Then next attempt, again increasing of temperature, again relaxation, then attempt was stopped. In the second experiment, in the same situation, there's a first the mental concentration, and then in the relaxation, because person here is tired, it's relaxation, but the person turned on the implant with visualization, and we see a much more higher increasing of temperature, but the most important for much longer time. So here almost over 30 minutes. And it's demonstrates this autonomous work of this implant. I should say this yoga tuma is not not a single technique that use these implants. We know much more approaches which, for instance, involve these implants in the third A and much more. So in general, this approach seems to be very promising for scientific investigation. So time is out. At least I tried to demonstrate in this presentation all important points. So first of all, different appearances of the phantom effect to demonstrate more engineering point of view for development of hybrid devices and more operator-related points for programmable phantoms. I would like to conclude here with several points. So first of all, what we are absolutely convinced that the phantom effect has a physical manifestation and is really well measurable by different instrumentation. We think that there are two really important properties. The one property is spatial localization, because exactly because of these properties we can develop the hybrid devices and bind them to a specific position inside of our technology. And the second property is the programmability of the phantom effect. And implants, or generally these programmable phantoms, it seems a very important concept for achieving immortality. And this is especially important. I learned that we should say active immortality, because there is a kind of passive immortality as well. And this active immortality that was described in all old cultures like Buddhism, Daoism, and even more older cultures. And we should really take it seriously. Because in modern science and modern society, we turn again to this idea of immortality and start to look to achieve this. Well, here this presentation is finished. Many thanks for your attention.
Okay, so it was a very complicated presentation. And again, later on it will be on our YouTube channel. You will be able to watch it. And we'll try to make another presentation to place it in Russian as well, because we understand it's complicated even in English to understand. But it's really a deep scientific presentation for very specific topic. So thank you very much, Serge, and I will send him. Thank you. You can see us. Okay, very good. And now we have lunch break. And please come back here. We'll start next session at 4:30. So in 50 minutes, 4:30 Moscow time in 50 minutes. Okay, so see you then. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. Hello, everybody. I hope that at least some of you came from the lunch full of energy. And now we need to proceed. And now I want to give word and presentation to our dear friend and one of the key representative of BioWell, very energetic, very active, brilliant doctor, wonderful person, and our dear friend, Christian Border. Christian, you're very welcome, and please take your stage. Right. Okay. Oh, Christian, you didn't. Please turn on your mic. You didn't turn on your mic in the lower part of your screen. Firewell, very energetic, very active, a brilliant doctor, wonderful person, and our dear friend, Christian Border. Christian, you're very welcome, and please take your stage. Okay.
Christian, please turn off the YouTube translation. Turn off the YouTube streaming.
Christian, you didn't, please turn on your mic. You didn't turn on your mic.
No,
I activate my micro.
it's okay. I can hear you. No, it's now deactivated again.
Do you
I
listen
can
me?
hear you.
You're very welcome, and take your stage.
Christian, please turn off the YouTube translation. Turn off the YouTube streaming. Close.
Please turn on your mic. You didn't turn on your mic.
No,
I activate
I
my
can hear
micro.
you. It's okay. I can hear you.
Okay,
No, it's now deactivated.
you can listen
No,
me.
it's now deactivated again.
Can you listen me?
Yes, we can hear you, but there is an echo from YouTube.
Can I start?
Please turn off the YouTube. Turn off the YouTube translation. Turn off the YouTube. Close. Turn off the YouTube.
I activate my micro. Okay, you can listen me. You can listen me. Can you listen me?
Yes,
Can you listen
but
me?
there is, yes, we can hear you, but there is from YouTube.
Can I start?
Turn off the YouTube. Turn off. Turn off the Christian, please close the browser. Leave only the Zoom. Please close the browser. Leave only the Zoom.
Only Zoom. You tell me only Zoom. Is it okay?
No. We still hear the noise on the background.
Only Zoom. You tell me only Zoom.
Do you have any browser? Google Chrome, any browser, and Internet Explorer, any browser opened with the YouTube? Close the browser. We still hear the noise on the background.
Okay, I will try to cut YouTube and coming back with Zoom, only Zoom.
Yes. Okay,
do
there
you
is
listen
no
me?
noise
Do you
anymore.
listen me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine.
perfect.
I'm sorry because I had the two systems in the same time and it was very difficult to me to understand what happens. Okay, so I will share my slides
Mhm.
if you authorize me.
Yeah, we can see it. You can.
So, do you see the first slide?
Yes, yes, perfect.
Okay, sorry for the disturbing of the start of my conference. Happy to be here today for this Congress because like each year, I am very happy to participate and to enjoy this Congress in St. Petersburg online this year, for sure with the COVID obligations and norms. But I'm very happy to enjoy this huge project of information about tomorrow medicine. Thanks a lot to Konstantin, to his team, all his team with Dimitri, Irina, and Steve. Every person will participate to this huge project. So I will speak today about a very interesting topic about optimization of therapeutic efficacy using biowell and complementary test methods. So I will let you know in the following minutes. First slide. The methods to prove therapeutic effectiveness. My first job is osteopath for sure, bionutritionist too, and I enjoy to be the UMD director and academic director of the university diploma in biophotonics. This university diploma is organized on the Spanish side in European University, and I will speak about that later. I am member of scientific committee of the National Health Chamber. You can see my contact down. So, about the topic, I will let you know a small presentation about my way in the job. So I am private therapist for 36 years now. I practice a sort of checkup involving energy balance, osteopathy, and nutrition. Dealing with kinds of pathologies. I can see a lot of people with many different problems, and I have the pleasure to help them with different methods. The various reviews. I start by a iridology approach with a sort of very precise iris scan. I can see the eyes of my patients to understand what happens on the ground of the people I can meet, and I can evaluate what happens on the genetic problem, on the problem of old time, and I can cruise and compare the results with the biowell imaging. Second step, I manage with biowell imaging for sure, and after I manage a sort of very special research in nutrients to evaluate what needs the patient at the moment. Taking the pulse and doing a sort of very fine kinesiology approach, I can confirm the results with the physic test, and after I manage with osteopathic reviews of checkup. My goal is to develop for all the people a global and very efficient strategy. Why was checkups? Full optimization of the treatment. For sure, we need, it's a sort of obligation for us, therapists, to optimize the treatment. Why? Because the people pay to be helped, and we need to organize the best we can for them. Check if the product is adequate to the patient, because when we advise a special product to the patients, we need to be sure that this product could be 100% adapted to the patient. And we go to a 100% effective approach. We have to do the best we can. This is our sacred human responsibility. That was a sentence from Albert Einstein. The result, a duty. In conventional medicine, the patient is assisted. Here, in our case, the patient often pays out of his pocket. We have to assure him the best efficiency. For me, each day, it is an obligation. The iridology approach is very interesting for me. Why? Because it allows to evaluate the ground. When I mean the ground, I mean the tendency of the patients. And we can evaluate many precise points about the health and the future of the patient. We could give advices. We could give some system to increase the health in the future. We have many possibilities of approach in this way, because iridology now is very developed in different countries like Germany, like Canada, like Italy, etc. The Heilpraktiker in Germany use a lot this approach, in Canada too. In Italian side, we have a lot of people who organize seminars in iridology studies. It's very interesting. So I manage this approach since 30 years, and it is the first step of my practice. After iridology approach, we have different protocols. 4 techniques assessment could be used after the automatic research. First, every time I use biowell imaging plus algorithm research. I will explain. After I add to this basic research comparative stress testing with different samples. I will explain them too. Biotest of organ measurement test. The second step. The third possibility is RAC of VAS system. I will explain to VAS mean vascular autonomic system by the Dr. Nogier in France. And at the end, we can do a measurement of PRM, it's primary respiratory movement. It's more dedicated to the osteopath. First step, human energy field measure. Without that, we cannot go further. After, we need to optimize our advice to the patient, because the patient is waiting from us a sort of very precise prescription, very precise advice. According to that, we need to search and to do the best for our consultation. With the help of the biowell folder, the BioWell program, we need to create one BDF file. BDF file, it's very easy to create with 3 keys on the computer. You can write that because it's very precise according to the system. If it is for Windows, you need to click on the 3 following computer keys. First, Control. Second key, Shift. Third key, A. And you obtain immediately a BDF file. You can put this BDF file, for example, on the desk of your computer, waiting the next step to load this BDF file in the program. I will explain just later at this point. If it is for Mac system, you click on the 3 following computer keys. CMD plus the symbol, you know, but in a Mac system, you know, it's a very known symbol, plus Shift, plus E. And you obtain the same BDF file. So after that, you can load this BDF file in the program. So you can click now on the BioWell logo. The BioWell logo is a sort of star in multi colors now here. Or you can click on personalized BioWell balance sheet the results, and it is a sign. You can obtain this next step on the screen. You can see with a screenshot. You obtain this this screen. Please upload BDF file from BioWell. And now you put your BDF file here. It's very easy. Some seconds and you obtain this screen. After 2 or 3 seconds, you can obtain different advices about products. For example, in this case, we obtain serapeptase, biodisponible lithium, Nutri modulo, donc Kai, gingembre. And we have different choices. What we do, because we cannot follow systematically the advices without control. It's my advice. Please do not trust only on the computering way. It's very precise, but you need to control with your patient. So next step. For example, in this way, you have 49 energetic quality products on the BioWell nutrient line, and you can check, and you need to check. For example, you can ask to the laboratory test box of samples. You have 2 pills by tube, and with these different tubes, you can check on your patient. So I propose to you to see and to approach different methods. The first method was developed by Dr. Michael Borking, eminent endocrinologist and osteopath in USA. With the stress test program, he checks the compatibility of his own products in his own laboratory with the patients. It allows to evaluate the difference between the effect on the stress, on the body, on the energy, on the balance in 10 seconds. So, next step. So, please, I just have a problem of battery. I need to give some energy in my battery because I am short. Just a moment, I'm sorry. The battery is very... So, sorry, I am coming back. Dr. Borking stress testing. You can see on the program stress test on BioWell, you can check the different products. For example, here we have checked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different products. I mean that the first measurement was done without products. It is a yellow first line. You can see here at 4.35. The level of stress was almost correct, but a little bit high. And with the first product in blue zone, we can see that the stress level is going down immediately. With the second product, the green zone, the stress is coming up again. The first line in red zone, the stress is coming down again, etc., etc. So you can see that we can evaluate product by product the effect on the body, on the energetic body. So the same profile for energy. You can see the difference with energy. The first line in yellow is 61.61. The first product come to 55.60, etc., etc. And we can evaluate step by step the effect on the energy of each product. The same for balance. On balance, you can see it is written in French language, excuse me, équilibre, same balance. It is the same. From the initially balanced level, we can go down. After we can go up with the second product. With the third, we can go up more, etc., etc. And we can do the difference of effect about energy level, about balance level, etc. It's very useful in our practice because this stress testing by Dr. Borking is very useful because it shows us and to the patient too how is the effect of the product on the energy of body. So, second example, you see in this example, we have different overall results on the same way with 6 products. And we can see the first line in yellow is done without products. It is an empty test, without products, without effect. And after, step by step, we evaluate with different products. Each product has a color on the scale, and we can see which product has a maximum of effect on the stress level, on the energy level, and on the balance level. It's very useful, I repeat, because what is our project for us therapists? Is it to increase the energy or going down, putting down the stress, or increasing the balance? What is our goal? So Dr. Borking stress testing is very, very interesting in our practice because we just need to spend around 10 seconds of measurement, and after 10 seconds we have a lot of information. So the biotest it's a different way. It allowed to check and confirm the results of this first step of Dr. Borking testing. This biotest is very closely related to the kinesiology of Dr. Goodhart in USA. He was a chiropractor, and it is a sort of technique very closer than muscle testing. We know very well muscle testing in conventional medicine. For example, in neurology, we have some problem of nerves. And we have different because we have a global approach. And it is related to the notion of meridian and traditional Chinese medicine. The Dr. Goodhart's approach, it obliged the link organ and meridians. Meridian acupuncture has a link with one or more muscles. If meridian show vacuum or excess of energy, the corresponding muscles are disrupted. If we have a correction of disrupted energy, we have various ways. A simple touch. See stress on, for example, on the deltoid muscle. We are made of billions of cells. We are composed of about I am not very precise, 20,000 billion of cells. Imagine. All these cells are derived from a single initial cell at the moment of fertilization. We have not to forget the origin of life. The conversational cell, it is a physiological reality. Introduction to the biotest. Our body is the most extraordinary organization system that never existed. The biotest, a sort of integrated decoding. The biotest is an information by biofeedback of the body. We have a sort of feedback coming from our body. Advantages of the biotest. The biotest helps to globalize the energy variation of all meridians when touching sample. The biotest is a revolution in the art of care. It's a very simply and repeatable test. Experienced from 30 years, the bioassay has been particularly efficient. I can confirm you each day I practice this way, and each day I can confirm that this way and approach is very efficient. Principle. You have to be a tester and a tested. An empty calibration force muscles and measurement with the sample. That are the two ways. Just a moment, I have again a problem with battery. I'm sorry, I do something to manage that. I have changed the cable. I hope that this cable will function better. So we are at the step of empty calibration. The test patient has the right hand, if right-handed, by joining this hand, thumb, and little fingers. Little finger, you can see the photo here between the thumb and little finger. You can give the maximum of force to maintain the sort of circle done by the two fingers. You can see that closer now. Okay. What is a pretest? After giving a signal, the tester, the therapist, pulls up without brutality until separation of the patient's finger, and therefore evaluate the developed strength. To be sure, I recommend to make the test again 2 or 3 times following. The test with sample. The tested person takes in available and the sample asked for a test box of the lab or the product to be tested. The patient puts samples at this stomach level facing to the solar plexus, which is a full vibration sponge. If the product is destinated to boost the immune system, we can put the sample on the thymus. So I repeat, in case, if the product is made to organize less stress to the person, to the patient, you can put the product in front of the solar plexus. If the product is more destined to boost the immune system, we can put it in front of the thymus. We have 2 different ways. Okay. The tester doesn't the same way as before. 3 possibilities of results. First, the resistance is increased, means that the product is good for the person. It is totally logic. Second possibility, the resistance is decreased. In this case, the product is not indicated to the person. Resistance, in the first case, resistance doesn't change, not special effect for the subject, for the patient. I can tell you that it is top recommended for the children from 4 years old, because the children like this test and can enjoy the different possibilities of results. To sum up, the connection with production energy. Action on the solar plexus like a sponge of vibrations. Information recorded by the physical body and the autonomic nervous system. Direct contact with the subconscious. Change of vital circuits of acupuncture points through the meridians. We have different ways of access to an energetic body. Next possibility of check. It is Dr. Nogier pulse or VAS. What means VAS? Vascular Autonomic Signal. The Dr. Nogier was a very famous acupuncturist, developed between last century till the year 1960, a method sold on different continents, Europe, United States, and China. he recommended taking the pulse with the left hand and mostly with the left thumb. The right hand is available to manipulate test instruments or products. The tester's left thumb more or less aligned with the radial artery in a comfortable position. This is very important point. Look on the next photo. So, that means this is a radial artery face and not the heart. That was not the support for this pulse dynamics. The whole skin acts as an interface in pulsology. Look the position of the thumb of the tester. You can see very precise location, and you can evaluate the quality of the pulse. The constants, an instantaneous nature on information. It is a demonstration of direct auricular stress, an immediate erasing of the signal when new information. Erasing is essential to avoid any interference phenomenon by cumulative effect. Use precautions. The silent pulse at rest corresponds to the one of a subject lying and calm. It's very, very important. Do not take the patients when they're just arriving to your consultation, because if they are stressed, forget, you take a lot of time before this test. It's very, very important. The second step is utility to control the electromagnetic environment in your office, in your own office. You must be sure that the environment on the electromagnetic level is very safe to avoid the patient to be an antenna. The patient is an antenna. It's very important to be safe in your place of work. What is a protocol? Left thumb scanner. Low pressure and not overriding limit of perception. The artery should be only be oval. I repeat, the artery should only be oval, nothing more. The VAS technique, you can see again the position of the thumb on the artery of the patient. Precautions. All metallic and electronic things out and far. Please do not forget that you could have an influence by them. Trying on his own pulse, the experience, and make his own sensibility sharper. Results. Much like the biotest, the results. First possibility, the pulse sticks out against the flesh of your thumb. The product strengthens the vital energy and is good for the subject, for the patient. Okay, that is okay. Second possibility, the pulse tends to disappear. In this case, the product is not suitable. Third possibility, the pulse is stationary, which is rare. I can tell you, it is very rare, the product without particular effect. So we let the product out because it's not very useful. The patient do not need to buy this product. He takes the risk to lose time and money. Okay, we let it out. So we will speak now from the PRM. PRM, I repeat, it is a primary respiratory movement. This technique is derived from the theory of cranial sacral osteopathy. William Sutherland, a student of Andrew Street, noted that the human skull-bone architecture was designed to be able to move. It is not totally fixed. The principle of PRM later, while no osteopaths like Magun, Upledger, and Freiman have to develop this concept. For Sutherland, a skull with normal mobility reflects good health and vice versa. Principle of PRM. You can see the position of the osteopath hands on the brain of the child. You can see it is the same for adults. And we can evaluate the PRM pulse during 1 minute, for example. The origin of PRM. PRM responds to trauma, disease, psychological stress, physical efforts, and breathing. The measurement of the cranial sacral breathing will be a valuable indicator of the reaction of the body in contact with a sample. What are the results possible? We have 3 types of responses. The rate and development also increased. Excellent effect of the product. All is okay. You can take it without problem and with certitude. The rate and development also decrease. The bad effect of the product. Forget it. Third possibility, no change, no predictable potential effect. We forget it again because it's not utile to spend a lot of time to take a product and to put some money. It's not very sure, very efficient. This approach requires an experience, and the biotest and VAS are much easier for sure. This third technique is more dedicated to osteopaths. So now BioWell imaging. So everyone knows this approach, and we can tell that it is a very easier way for us. I practice this way since 22 years. 13 follows of GDV PC, and through various studies and expeditions around the world, Himalaya, Cordillère des Andes, Caucasus, etc. Detailed study of AFMO number 24. It was a study near Everest, an English Spanish version of Himalayan range. On the website here down at publication, I speak here about nutrition in extreme altitude conditions. I'm sorry, again, my battery problem come back. I will try to solve him not to cut the conference. I'm very sorry. I hope it will be okay now. It's a connection with my computer. So in this website, you can access to this study in English. So different expedition and studies through the world. First in Russian Caucasus Mountains, secondly in Brazil, in Himalaya, in Bhutan, in different South America areas, Chile, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Argentina, Bolivia, etc. And we have done a lot of very, very interesting studies. For example, in Russia, St. Petersburg Church, in Caucasus Mountains with our dear Constantine many years ago, in Peru, in Machu Picchu, in very interesting Incas places, very, very interesting places. We have done a lot of shamanic ceremonies, measurements, very, very interesting too, with the old GDV cameras. Constantine with different scientific from Russia, Vladimir, Slava, looking for the results of telepathy through the mental approach from Ilcabamba Sacred Valley in Peru to Moscow. It was very, very interesting results because it showed that coming from the brain of one man, we can send information through the world, through the planet, to another country in the same time. It was very interesting for us to understand that was a possibility of our brain. So this study was done in Bhutan, in Himalaya, too. Bhutan mountains, Bhutan peaks in the yellow and snow, and all our group who participate to the last study. So, focus of research. Result of personal experience. I have now 6 years experience of the use of a specific Nutri-Bio-Well remedies. For your information, I am working since many, many years with around 30 laboratories in the world, exactly 28. So I use these 28 laboratories. Why? Because I need to research what is the best product for my patient at the moment, on the moment. So if I have the response in some laboratory, I go here. If I don't have the response, I search in other laboratory. But what was our goal with the Nutri-Bio-Well remedies? The obligation we had with this laboratory was a top-level quality of products, energetic high quality, protection against the telluric influence, top-level protection against electromagnetic influence. And also we ask to this laboratory to send the products in very top-level conditions to be sure that the product coming from the laboratory to the destinatory will be protected all the time. And we had a positive response coming this laboratory. So based on this way, we agreed to work with them. It is based on phytotherapy and nutri-therapy, and it is energetic contact only for the study. We don't take the product, in the mouth. We don't take it. We just put in contact with our body, energetic body. So what is the protocol? We need just a sample tube of the product on the heart plexus, or on the thymus, like I explained to you just before. The test with the BioWell camera before and immediately after. to see if we look a difference. I set the standards very high in this case. Who can do more, can do less. If we have a response in some seconds, imagine the response in many hours. It is a good way to be sure that we could have high response level. Results, surprise. The energy field is moving immediately after only 1 minute. That was a surprise for us because normally the energetic body need around 24 hours to be for us to be sure that the product has some effects. We need many hours, and all the meridian circle must be passed in 24 hours, and in this case we can be sure. But I repeat it, if we have some high reaction level in some seconds, we could be sure that the effect is huge. So next step, foundation in this process. A multifaceted approach referring to the notion of total energy, see below. TCM, Chinese medicine, biophysics, and energy medicine. What is a global energy? You should know that we all have a particular stronger and weaker organ depending on our own constitution and present time. And our energy level often depends on the weaker organ. The BioWell allows to evaluate the organ's energy. Now, let's see the following clinical situation. I show you a scale. So, energy bodies. That is a energy bodies scale with different organs level in energy. And on the horizontal line, we have the time. Look, for example, in this scale, kidneys are very high, intestines lower, throat lower, etc. And we go to lungs, which is a lower organ in energy. Okay, so imagine if the normal health stay in the time, all is okay. You could have lungs very low, it's okay. But if you have a loss of energy, you start to be sad, and you could have sickness, and you could have a lung problem, a rarely lung problem. So in this case, what happens? We do a consultation with a medical doctor. If he is a medical doctor, classical medical doctor, he will give symptomatic treatment. He will give us symptomatic treatment, nothing more, and we will be better. The problem is we don't take in consideration the reason of this disbalance. And what happens in the time? The health is going down again because we didn't take in consideration our disbalance cause. So after some times, the balance natural tends to recover, but it's very long and difficult. If we take in consideration the reason, the real reason of the disbalance, we can recover very faster. So you understand all this scale, but it was just to repeat this notion of weaker organ. Okay, step. Global energy. Here, that was a kidney was stronger and the lung lower. So there is a limit energy level specific to everybody below which the organs cannot work properly. Reactions is vital energy collapses. the disease is located in the lung at the end. So global energy, if symptomatic treatment, as I told you just before, the patient's energy rises above the critical limit, but the overall energy level remains unchanged. This leads to an artificial situation. And in this case, I repeat you, we have a huge risk of relapse. In case of down energy, every day we have in a very risky situation. And if the energy is going down, if the stress is going up, we can go down on the energetic level. So, what are the solutions? We're raising the overall energy by boosting the low body. The big interest of BioWell is to identify the weakest organ. That is essential. Essential really because everybody has a weakest organ or organs, one or different organs. And we must know what are our weakest organs to stimulate them by different techniques. You know, for example, therapeutic Qigong, you know, meditation, you know, I don't know, yoga, energetic medicine, scalar waves, etc., etc. You have a lot of possibilities. Acupuncture, homeopathy, etc. We need to select the more suitable product. That is a certitude, and other organs back with, because if we put higher the lower organ, the weakest organ, all the organs will be higher at the end. So, next step, major advantage of the bioelectrography. Very quick examination, maximum 2 minutes. If you take your time, no problem. Non-invasive, for sure. And without indication against GDV EPC processing. The very big advantage, we have the possibility of detecting pathologies presented at the energy level and not appearing on clinical or cellular levels years before establishment of a pathology. That is huge. It is a reason why BioWell and bioelectrography are the future of the medicine. It is a way to access to the tomorrow medicine. That is huge for us because in our consultation, we can help the patient a lot. So the possibility to bypass the stage of induction, that is also fantastic. So you always go back to the cause, and the cause of causes. That was from Hippocrates, the father of our medicine. Another sentence, disease is nothing else but human life suffering. That was one of my professors, Dr. Peter Fournier. He was a French doctor coming from the studies of Dr. Nogier, of the Dr. Nogier Pulse studies. Conclusion, disease is not inevitable, resulting from accumulated stresses. We must know our energy imbalances. They should be corrected as soon as possible. So let's take a step ahead thanks to Professor Konstantin Korotkov's works and to all his team, a very efficient team through the world, allowing to the people to access this fantastic technology. So I will show you some clinical cases. Now, some pictures of significant energy action of a product. For example, this young man, Gael, was man working in a sort of open space and very tired. When he was after a day of work, he was very, very tired and very bad. And he went to my office and he explained me that, and I checked him with some BioWell products. And you can see the first consultation on the left side. In the middle, the second consultation after nutrients prescriptions, and after the first step after the nutrients BioWell products prescriptions. So the second case, Beata case. Beata was a very sympathical woman of electricist job, and she was very very bad. Every time she had a headache, she had very very bad symptoms. And when I checked with her some BioWell products, I have done a selection of very precise products, and after the consultation, look the result after prescription. The energetic body and human energy field was almost perfect. So now you have an access to a university diploma. During many years, we worked in this way with the European University in Spain. And since this year, we organize for our students a university diploma. University expert in biophotonics. That is the name of the diploma. This session is organized in 3 languages, and it's open to all of you. Please, if you need more information, you can see on our website bio.well.fr or ES, and at the end you have information or sessions, and you can access directly to the university diploma if you need to learn that. You can learn from every country because it is online session. Okay. So, an exclusive world first. That is the first time in the world we organize such session, and you can see the document of university expert in biophotonics. You can see our dear Dimitri on the photo with a fantastic and beautiful woman, and we teach you in the best way with the top level expert in biophotonics. I mean, Konstantin Korotkov, Dimitri Orlov, Vladimir Volkov, me, and my Spanish assistant. So, for more information, you can write me as an academic director of this course in this email address, your board.christian@gmail.com. If you can and need access to the website for nutrients to use them, you can check with nutridio.wellproducts.com. And if you want to take some information about English publication or Spanish publication, you can check on this website, electrosensible.solutions. So that just to inform you about our course, our publications, our works in this way. Okay. And anyway, what is essential is invisible to the eyes. That is coming not from me, but Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, a very famous man in France who write a lot of books. Okay, so thanks for interest and attention. Thanks you to the Professor Korotkov and his team to open up a fast track like this one, the tomorrow medicine. Thanks you to invite an audience and such great quality. Thanks a lot. And I hope that this very short speech could help you in the future. Thanks a lot. I congratulate you, and I hope that it will be very helpful. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Christian. It was excellent, as everything you are doing, because you are so great in different types of activity, and you have success in everything. What you're doing, would it be treatment, would it be different type of studies in electrophotonics, in electrosensitivity, in your expeditions as well. And I'm looking forward that in short time we'll be able to meet together and proceed our inventions, our joint development, and our adventures. Okay, very good. Thank you so much again. Now we need to move forward because time is very limited and very tough. And now we want to offer you a video of a very famous researcher, Lynn McTaggart from Britain. And we do a lot of research with her. So she's really fantastic what she's doing. And she specially recorded for us her presentation, and please watch it and enjoy it because it's very, very interesting.
Hello, everybody. I am thrilled to be taking part in Dr. Konstantin Korotkov's annual conference. And I'm thrilled if there are new people here and also who have seen me before. So I want to tell you about some experiments I've done with Dr. Korotkov that are really mind-boggling in their implications, and also some other work that I've been doing with group intention. So to do that, I'm going to share my screen and show you some of the results, the extraordinary results we've had. One moment, please. I'll just share this now. Okay, so I started back in 2007 wanting to test the power of intention. You know, we'd heard lots of things about manifestation and The Secret and all kinds of things like that. But because I'm a journalist by trade and by background, I was very skeptical of the whole thing. And I wanted to see how far we can take this to work. But in 2007, when I published a book by the same name called The Intention Experiment, I also invited my readers from around the world to take part in a series of experiments that I would do with various labs around the world to test whether our thoughts are actually things that can affect other things. So we worked with the University of Arizona, Penn State University, University of California, University of Freiburg in Germany, and also with Dr. Korotkov in Russia. And as I say, I didn't think it was going to work. Well, to date, I've run about 38 experiments, and 34 have shown measurable, positive, mostly significant effects. There is no pharmaceutical drug out there with that kind of consistent track record. So we started out small. We did water experiments. I worked with Dr. Korotkov on an experiment in Lake Biwa in Japan to try to purify a sample of the water, make it move to a higher pH. I've done peace intention experiments and experiments to lower violence in violent areas, including the most violent place in America. And we've even tried to heal someone of post-traumatic stress disorder. And as I say, of those 38 experiments, 34 have shown measurable, positive, mostly significant effects. Now, in the past year, I've done a series of extraordinary experiments with Dr. Korotkov that have, as I say, some amazing implications. So I wanted to share with you how this started. So as I say, Dr. Korotkov and I have done lots of experiments, particularly on water. 17, we decided to do an experiment using his new device called Sputnik. You know, we'd done a lot of work with his GDV equipment, and he'd measured, you know, individuals after intention, but he invented this wonderful little device named after one of the early Russian spacecraft, as you probably know, and called it an integral environment analyzer. And here's what it does. It measures human emotions on the environment. And because human emotions make very tiny changes in the atmospheric charge, the ability of the atmosphere to store charge, Sputnik can pick that up. It's extremely sensitive to any kind of changes in electromagnetic fields. And we know that emotions affect our parasympathetic nervous changes in all sorts of things, from perspiration in blood to electrical conductivity of the body, et cetera, et cetera. And this change appears and is picked up in the environment by way of our exhalation or any emissions we make through our endocrine system. But here's the interesting thing: when we change emotionally, so does Sputnik. And the higher our emotional charge, the higher the changes in Sputnik. So Dr. Korotkov suggested we do one. First of all, using this equipment in groups of people, you know, my Power of 8 groups, where I've taken small groups of people and put them together. And we've measured stress levels in individuals, as we did in 2014 in a little conference that I was speaking at. And when we pulled, we could pick up changes in their stress levels. As you can see, almost everybody's stress levels went down. They're little bars in red after our intention. We also found big changes in chakra alignments. And this is again with its GDV equipment. Before, you can see chakra alignments all over the place, particularly in the group on the left. And then afterward, we also measured the ambient field. And we found big changes after our intention. So what happened was, in 2017, we decided to do a water experiment. And we decided to do something different. To date, what I had done was have either people assembled in an audience when I was speaking somewhere, or my followers around the world on the internet, something in a laboratory or at a place. Well, this time we decided to do an intention, but by a great distance. So we decided to do a water experiment, but what we would do was Dr. Korotkov would set up his equipment in his Russian laboratory, and I would ask my audience sitting there in Miami to send intention to the water in that setup. So we did that, sent an intention, and we had very specific timings that Dr. Korotkov did not know about until afterward. He just turned on his equipment several hours before and kept it going afterward, and I only revealed the timings after he had finished doing his calculations. So having his equipment turned on, and then look at how they related to Sputnik's effect. So in a sense, we were thinking of something in Miami, but sending it to St. Petersburg in Russia. So here's what happened. That little red bar, as you can see, denotes a huge change just at the time we were doing our intention. So we started thinking about that. And last June, a year ago, a little over a year ago, we decided to do something really interesting. We thought, well, what if our target is something else, but we direct the audience's attention to Sputnik in St. Petersburg? So we decided to do an intention experiment on June 15th of a year ago to try to heal America, specifically the area where, you know, there had been the police killing of George Floyd and all of the riots that erupted around the country afterward. So we decided to have an intention to lower violence, but also to focus on Sputnik. So there was our intention, to lower violence and restore peace during all of those racial protests. So we had a very specific intention, as we usually do, but we sent people's attention and their focus to Sputnik. So we did that, and afterward, we found a big change. So as you can see, there is a change in the various measurements that Dr. Krakoff makes in terms of area and entropy, just at the point of our intention. So that was interesting. We decided to follow that on. So we did another right after, it was in September, after the terrible explosion in Beirut. So we decided to do an intention to rebuild the Middle East and specifically Beirut. So we had an intention for people to receive more money and donations that they need to rebuild their city. And interestingly enough, we found after this experiment that there were several large donations that went toward Beirut, essentially in the week after our intention. So that was interesting. But once again, we had them focus on Sputnik. And again, Sputnik recorded this big change. As you can see, a big lifting right at the point of our intention. Once again, we didn't give Dr. Krakoff the information about the timings until afterward. So then we decided the riots in the Capitol in Washington in January, on January 6th, we thought perhaps we ought to do an intention to lower violence in Washington, D.C. Right before the inauguration on January 20th. So we did the same kind of intention where we focused on Washington to be immediately free of all violent protest and have peace during the inauguration. So we had people focus on an image of where the inauguration was going to take place, but also, once again, focus on Sputnik. And afterward, like all the others, we had a change, an interesting change just at the point of our intention. And a change, as you can see, it going down like that and then coming up again to where it was before. So then our final one was just a month ago, May 21st, when we decided to do an intention, a double intention. At first, we had planned to do a healing polarization intention experiment because we were doing it right around the time of the anniversary of the death of George Floyd. There had been more division after the policeman who killed Floyd was convicted just around this time. So we wanted to try to heal things between African Americans and the police. So that was the initial plan. But then we also, and this was going to be our intention, so we carried on this intention to heal the divisions and racial prejudice between African Americans and the police, but we also focused on Sputnik. And during the same session, and this was broadcast by around the world, as were all of the other intentions that we did. We either broadcast via Facebook or live streamed or some other form of live streaming through to audiences of thousands. So in every single case, people were sitting individually in front of their computer screens. So we did this intention, but then we decided, because just about the time we were going to film this and carry out this experiment, the whole Israel and Palestine crisis erupted again, and there was all of the fighting. So we decided to send an intention for a ceasefire. Before we could do that, the very day of our experiment, a ceasefire was called, and so our intention became maintaining the ceasefire. So we had the two, and once again, we asked people to intend for the current ceasefire to result focused on Sputnik. So here's the really interesting result. So as you can see, there's a big change and a very coherent change during the two experiments shown by the brackets. And afterward, that's what it looks like afterward. It went back to its kind of random course. So as Dr. Korotkov said when he wrote to me about the results, the sensor signal dropped down significantly. And during the experiment, second experiment, the signal continued to drop, but less significantly, but carried on falling until the end of the experiment, which was 7:14 p.m. UK time, as you can see in figure 2. And another measure of this was entropy values, which again dropped down during the first experiment and increased after we finished. So in other words, there was greater randomness after. So as Dr. Korotkov concluded, from the presented data, we can conclude that during that first experiment, Sputnik's signal changed significantly, which may be correlated with the intention action. And during the second experiment, we see a change of its signal, but it may be a natural process related to the first experiment. In other words, the big emotional change, the big sense of coherence occurred when we first started and just carried on. So this was all really interesting, but here it gets even more interesting, because as I have done since 2008 with every experiment, I survey the participants to ask them if anything changed in their life, how they felt during the experiment, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the one. These are the results of our most recent one, the experiment on May 21st. And you'll see these mirror what we have done to date that has had to do with peace, lowering peace or healing someone. So for instance, we would ask people, did you experience any physical sensations? And over half felt that they were part of a higher network. A third of people, a quarter of people said they were crying or sobbing or experiencing intense visualizations, or their bodies were tingling and felt warm. And more than a quarter had an overwhelming sense of energy. And let me remind you once again, these were people sitting at home in front of their own computer screen, just participating individually. Nevertheless, they felt this overwhelming energy, feeling part of a higher network. People wrote things like this. They felt chills or moved to tears. Someone else felt lots of energy and activity through my whole strong electrical current-like feeling, especially in my brain. During the log-on moment, seeing people from all over the world saying hello to each other in the live chat, and just being in the company of all these global peacekeepers, I felt I'd met up with my family and I cried. Other people, someone said, heart shed tears of overwhelm. And somebody else said, I saw the whole earth shining like a sun and all the people connected in light and peace and love. After it ended, said someone, I did the sending again with the replay because it felt so good. And I experienced the same heart-centered emotions just with the recording. Tears the whole time. I felt I was part of something larger than myself. So people felt really connected and had physical feelings of connection, energy, crying, goosebumps, all of that. But people changes in their lives. Half of the people, and this happens every single time, felt more love for everyone they came into contact with. They were hugging strangers. They felt more love for loved ones. They were getting along with people not like them, people they normally argue with. Their own lives were becoming peaceful as a result of being part of this experiment. They found this kind of peace and improvement in their relationships occurred across the board. One person said, my partner's more caring and I feel more love for him. Somebody else with a bad relationship with their neighbors said their neighbors suddenly came to see them in a very friendly way. Somebody else said, my sister and I hardly talk. We're polar opposites. We've been talking every day since May 21st. Somebody else, her husband is opening up and they've been getting things sorted out, talking with us. Someone else finally letting go of needing to control and keep helping my children. I feel happy, light, ready for a huge change. Another person becoming closer to her husband and participating. Amazing. The people also found incredible changes in themselves and their attitude toward the world, more loving toward the world in general. 41% more loving toward themselves, more in love with their lives, more tolerant of people not like them. More than a quarter of people forgiving things about themselves, and 41% wanting to work for peace or heal areas of high violence. People were experiencing profound changes with one participation. And I want to remind everybody, this is a 10-minute exercise. We had there were about 8-minute intentions for the two areas, first America and then the Middle East. People wrote things like this. One person went for a job interview with a nonprofit in their neighborhood that works with homeless women. Somebody else said, it's easier for me to open my heart again and again during the day and just feel the good and beautiful in me, not so many negative thoughts anymore. I'm so thankful for this experience. Healing this area means a lot for me and to the world. This is a person who was in Israel in 1986. Less fearful of strangers on the street. I approached a homeless man who was crying. It didn't even occur to me to be afraid. This really brings hope like nothing else ever has, said someone. And once people's whole attitude toward the world and themselves was changing. But besides that, people reported amazing physical improvements. Somebody with asthma didn't use their asthma spray at all. And today, only once, they said, I feel calmer, more balanced. Someone else said, my shoulder has been hurting for weeks, and after the meditation, the pain went away and didn't return. Somebody else had hernia surgery right after the experiment. And their last words before going under were blessings to all of you. And to everyone's surprise, I have not had one bit of pain. Came out of the surgery without pain. Somebody else, more energy than usual. And this person with lung disease can breathe more easily. Someone else more flexible, feeling younger. Weight. Somebody else less chronic pain and stress burnout from work. And so many people wrote about being more peaceful, more calm, more grounded. So I want to remind you of where this was happening. I call it 1,000 points of light because People were participating from all over the world. I just put a few stars around where people were, but they were everywhere around the world. And I remind you, Sputnik was in Russia, in St. Petersburg. I was in London, in the UK, and everyone else was everywhere else. And yet we were having an effect on Sputnik, and we were having an effect on the participants. So what does that mean? What that means, essentially, is that we create an extraordinary psychic internet when we come together in group intention that target not only can be affected by highly sensitive equipment sitting thousands of miles away from us, but also we have effect on ourselves and each other just after one 10-minute intention. So as I've talked about before, and I've looked at, it occurred to me early on in these experiments that there was some sort of mirror effect, that not only was the target being affected, but the participants themselves. And after I realized that, I started scaling this down to put people in small groups of 8 or so, to have them do intention to a member of the group with a health challenge. And I've run thousands of these around the world. But I wanted to tell you about my first year-long group of Power of 8 participants. That if this worked so well, and when I put people together in Power of 8 groups, it was really an experiment back in 2008 in a workshop in Chicago. And I expected it would just be a tiny feel-good effect, and that's not what happened at all. People had amazing changes. Someone with migraines, chronic migraines, said that her head felt clear and stayed clear. Somebody else with terrible irritable bowel syndrome said his gut felt normal. Somebody else who had terrible arthritis in the knee was walking normally that day. Someone else with cataracts said she was 80% better. So I kept doing this in workshops, and it finally occurred to me that I really needed to study what is going on. So I put people in Power of 8 groups on for an entire year, and I studied them, and I had them, and I monitored them to find out if everything in their life would begin to heal. And I had about 250 people in that first course back in 2015. And one of them was a guy called Mitchell Dean. Now, Mitchell suffered from chronic, serious depression, which wasn't a great look because he's a clinical psychologist. So we put him into groups, and I named all of the groups, as I do with all of my courses. We name them after something. This year's master class, year-long class, we've named people after Beatles songs. But back then, we named people after Greek gods. And he was part of a group called Helios. So he met with them every week for the year. And not only his chronic depression to heal. And what happened was his group sent him an intention to find the source of his depression. And sometimes it was suicidal depression. And here's what happened.
What happened right around the beginning of that time was realizing that a lot of this is related to how my liver processes toxins. And that had never been named in all the years I'd been working on this. And suddenly it became apparent that the second level of liver filtration apparently wasn't working very well. And we got a hold of that one, began to treat that with herbs and supplements, and it really helped. I think, though, there's something more synergistic than just an allopathic idea that this cured the depression. It was like at the same time, I found my Qigong practice was getting much deeper. My meditations were deeper. I was finding I was much more able to myself. During that Helios time, my practice got much more interesting, and I began to integrate ways of working that I'd wanted to do for years that had never quite worked. And so all of those have their own sort of antidepressant effect, right? It was like everything got healthier. It doesn't go nearly as deep. It doesn't happen nearly as often. I can still have blue days, but they feel more like blue days instead of really, really heavy ones. And so it's made a huge difference. Yeah. In that same process, I lost a good 15 pounds. Yes. I mean, it was such an interesting time. My trainer at one point kept joking, I don't know what's going on with you, man. It's like you're aging backward. Like this shouldn't be possible at 45 that your muscle mass is going up once a week. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm like, I don't know what's going on. It was fun. And so, yes, I started to write about the gray sequence, and I'm still working on that, but made a lot of progress during that time with Helios. And I don't know, it was really fun. There's something mysterious about it. And, the psychologist in me was wondering that all year. It's like, what exactly is going on here? Surely some of it is that we stop and we're paying attention to ourselves in better ways. I'm sure a little bit of it is that Chinese idea that qi follows thought, right? So that could be some of it. I wasn't really thinking about a number of things that started to happen. I didn't go in with a goal of changing depression. I want to say it feels almost karmic in that work. So there we are doing deep intention work for somebody who's wanting to have a baby and having not even in our group, or working on somebody's cancer or MS. And there's something beautiful that I think happens in the natural flow of life, that as we send out, it naturally comes back. And we don't do a lot of sending out.
So that started me thinking about some of the reasons why this can be going on. But just to let you know about that year-long Power of 8 group, I started, as I said, I studied them, not only Mitchell Dean, but the whole group. And here's just a sampling of what happened. Allison Mabey repigmented her skin. She had vitiligo and it started repigmenting. Marianne was a very shy person who was living at the very north of Canada and was working a job in a laboratory. And through the group's intention, she got the courage to leave that soulless job, follow her real dream, which was to become a therapist. And there she is on a purple motorcycle. Then we had Jolie, who was desperate to start her own business, but her husband wanted her to stay home and maintain herself as a housewife. And so their intention was for him to accept her desire and her dreams. And suddenly he completely turned around and she has successfully started her own business. Then we have Bev, who was down to her last 200 pounds and had wanted to set up an organization and a website called Love Your Mark to help people accept birthmarks, as she has on her face. And after the group did intention for her, Lloyd's of from them, where she had worked in the past, saying that she could apply for a grant, and she did, and out of so many different candidates, she got it, and she got all the money she needed to set up this new organization. Then we got Mitchell, who, as you hear, not only healed, his depression, lost weight, was able to write, overcome his writer's block, and just about every other part of his life improved, including his practice. Melissa, who was in her 50s, got herself a dream job, which came out of nowhere. And Trudy, who regained her hearing, and Andy, who not only went through such a model divorce, thanks to the intention of her group, so that the lawyers on both sides wanted to know what her secret was, but also got an amazing dream job out of nowhere. And out of that 250, to meet regularly, pretty much 100% had major life transformations. So my big question, of course, is what's going on here? What on earth is behind all of this miraculous change in individuals, in small groups, in individuals, in the huge intention experiments? And I carried out, I was very lucky with Life University, the largest chiropractic university in the world. They offered to put their neuroscience department at my disposal so that we could study what was going on. And so, run by Dr. Stephanie Sullivan, the chief neuroscientist there, we did an experiment using student volunteers. And we set up 7 Power of 8 groups, put an EEG cap on one member of each of the groups, and then studied them. And here's what Dr. Sullivan said.
So, honestly, pretty amazing results. Now, qualifying that, and that this was a case series where we only had 6 individuals that we were looking at. But to be honest, it was amazing. Across the board, we had one participant that varied slightly, but everyone else actually had a decrease in their frontal lobe, their parietal lobe, and their temporal lobe, and with some additional decrease in their occipital lobe. And all of this was on the right side of their brain. And of course, my natural thought is that, okay, this is going to look like meditation. So I was honestly surprised when it didn't look like the traditional meditation studies that we've seen where there was an increase in alpha.
And that was surprising to both of us. Now, in meditation, when you look at this brainwave signature studies in meditation, you find that in the main, it causes an increase in certain alpha waves and theta waves, the slower brain waves that are associated with meditation and light dreaming, and also an increase in the parietal lobes. And what that is the me in relation to the world. They sit, I'll show you a brain picture in a moment, but they sit toward the back of the head on either side of the head. They help us determine what's me and what's not me. And they are actually increased with meditation. And so what that's doing is increasing parts of the self aspects of the brain. We may feel very oceanic, but we still have a sense of me. And so meditation slows or speeds these kinds of brain waves. You can see the slow brain waves on the bottom, the alpha, the theta, and the delta, or gamma rays. Gamma waves. It increases in certain cases of advanced meditation. Brain wave frequency in certain parts of the brain so that it's operating at a kind of peak intensity. But mainly people are slowing their brain waves down. But the main point here with meditation is you don't really leave the self. With group intention, the opposite occurs. You're turning off the self, essentially. With our intention study, we found a quieting of all brainwave bands, but also a quieting, particularly a quieting of the frontal and parietal lobes. And so what we're doing is essentially there's a blurring between me and not me. And so we feel essentially this sense of oneness. So there's a picture of where the parietal lobes sit and the frontal lobes, but all of them are dialed down, but most particularly those areas. And the frontal lobes, the parts of the frontal lobes that are decreasing also are those parts involved with work. So these experiments didn't look like meditation at all. So we found decreases in the brainwaves related to self, and a decrease in the conversation, the talking between frontal lobes and parietal lobes. And also what seems to happen is the object of focus essentially takes over the self. So in this case, it's usually either focusing on an intention experiment target or focusing on some other member of the group. And what that part of the brain, the left parietal lobe, getting very much involved with self, is turned down, and the right parietal lobe moves away from self and focuses more on the object of intention. So as I say, we're basically dialing down the self. So our work looks nothing like meditation, but much. Newberg, who was at the University of Pennsylvania studying Buddhist monks during ecstatic prayer, Sufi masters during chanting, and he found essentially identical brainwave signatures to ours: quieting of the parietal lobes, quieting of the frontal lobes, and a blurring between me and not me. So essentially what we're talking about is people who are involved in power of 8 groups or intention experiments have these extraordinary experiences because they enter an extraordinary state of oneness. The self is turned down, and they have this what by all accounts is essentially all of the hallmarks of a mystical experience. Now, do remember something. With our experiment with Life University, our study of power of 8 groups, meditators, most of them hadn't even meditated before. These were not people who knew anything about power of 8 groups. They were just student volunteers, and they had a 15-minute video from me instructing them in the rudimentaries of how to do it. Nevertheless, they were transported into this mystical state. So essentially, there was no other conclusion I could draw. Participating in a group intention experience is a fast track to the miraculous. So this power of oneness has to be one of the big pieces here of why these are so powerful. And I've seen plenty of evidence about that. I mean, for instance, there's one interesting study of Oxford rowers, and it found that people's pain thresholds, a rower's pain threshold, is much higher when he's rowing in a group than when he's rowing alone. And we see that with so many other studies. Community is like essentially a healer of sorts. A community protects you against heart attacks, stroke, even the common cold. So there is something about the group experience, but also that sense of all rowing together, all being in this together, that sense of oneness that is so powerful. And we get that in what people say about power of 8 groups. Here's just a few of the comments people have talked about. I mean, one woman, after participating in her first power of 8 group, said, there was this light, a ball of light, a light being of sorts, as if they were the magnifiers and they were behind us and their energy was coming through us. Somebody else said, who was the object of the intention, that she felt through the whole 10 minutes was holding my leg. Now, nobody was touching her leg. This was an intention for somebody who had terrible knee arthritis and was due to have an operation. And by the way, she did a deep squat after she did the intention, and she never had to have the surgery. Somebody else talked about Kundalini type energy pouring out onto the floor through my arm. Somebody else, and many people, talk about heightened senses. He said, the grass was intensely green. The flowers have never smelled so sweet. somebody else, it charged my spiritual battery. People have said things like this, like Rosa, when she was in a Power of 8 group. I felt that I was giving and receiving healing, like I was healing myself. And Amy, when participating in an intention experiment, and this one was, I believe, to lower. I had the sense that although we had a specific target, we were healing everyone everywhere at once. It is that extraordinary sense of oneness that happens with a group intention. It doesn't matter whether it's a group of thousands or just 8 in a circle. And it doesn't have to be in person, it can all be virtual. So this is the kind of thing people say.
What I believe in that group of 8 was opening directly to source, to each of our hearts, and this huge expanse of awareness of a universe, bigger than any of us. It's a sense of wellness and well-being that I can't say I've experienced before.
Intention in this group and in a group does something very powerful to the body and mind and all of us are meditators and do a lot of, we don't get that anyplace else, and we can't do that by ourselves.
I felt the energy running through our hands. I felt the vibrations in the room change. I felt a very sort of special atmosphere was being created. I don't know, high vibration, very pure, little piece of heaven, call it what you want. But there was something that seemed to me that there was something special in that room.
So we know that people enter into a state of oneness. They have a mystical experience. And again, the interesting thing about this is when we think about mystical experiences, we think that you need to suffer or spend years of practice. You need to go into a sweat lodge, or you need to, learn for years meditative techniques, or you need hours of priming to get into that state. Once again, these are people, the people that I just showed are people who were for the very first time. And they just had some instruction from me, and yet entered into that state of oneness. So there's oneness as part of it, but there's also the healing power of altruism. I have studied a lot of the science around altruism because I realized that intention experiment groups and the smaller Power of 8 groups are essentially an altruistic act. Most of the time you are sending intention to someone else rather than receiving it yourself. And that's not something we do very much in the personal development field. It's usually all about me, me, me. So I've looked at the evidence, and people who do things for other people live longer, healthier lives. No question, happier lives too. People who are more likely to suffer or negativity do so because they're focused on the self. You look at studies of volunteers and you find their death rates are 2/3 lower. They are far healthier, they're far more physically active, they're half as likely to be depressed. And even if you help your neighbor take out their garbage, any kind of helping hand, when you're lending a helping hand, you find that people are much more likely to be happy. 42% are more likely to be happy just by doing that little simple act of altruism. Same thing when people are ill with mental health challenges. They find if they help other people, they will improve the most. And if you have an illness and you help someone else with the same condition, you're more likely to heal. So altruism is helpful for healing life, for living a longer life. And part of that has to do with the fact that when you do something for someone else. You experience what scientists call a helper's high. It's like the endorphins that are released when you do exercise. It's a feel-good moment, and that feel-good moment carries on into your life. So that's one piece of it. And we found that when Andy, who was trying to get a job and failing miserably through her group, she was part of that 2015 group. She was failing and nothing worked. So I finally said to her, Andy, get off of yourself. Intend for this young boy called Luke, who had tried to commit suicide. And here's what happened.
Being instructed as part of a class to focus on somebody else, I felt a lightness right there. And then we Luke for a couple weeks. And I want to say very quickly, within that first 2 weeks, I ended up getting a completely unexpected job offer. I wasn't looking for that type of job. I never thought this person would offer me a job. And I didn't even really expect that I would get any job offers because I hadn't really been putting myself out there in that 2 weeks. I'd been doing some other stuff. So it was just totally out of the blue in every way you can humanly imagine. And it was right up my alley. I had a gift store for many years. I did product development for a lot of the manufacturers and the artists that I supported. And this was a job working for a prominent artist who needed help putting her art on products. So I was uniquely suited. I wasn't really thinking like, I closed my store, I want to be a product development person, but I was excited for it. It was just like the perfect opportunity dropping in my lap.
And that happened over and over and over again. When people in my master classes, in my Power of 8 groups, would stop focusing on themselves, their lives in every regard started healing. Whether they needed physical healing, whether they needed a new career, whether they needed more money, whether they needed to improve their relationships, or even find a new life purpose. Everything started to change when they got off of themselves. And the final piece that I realized is there is power in these groups to entrain into a sense of connection. Now, when you see a famous study that was discovered by a Dutch scientist who discovered when clocks with pendulums that were swinging in different directions were next to each other, they would ultimately end up swinging in the same direction. And we know that brains work that way too, and bodies work that way. For instance, when guitarists are playing together, within the first few minutes of playing together, their brain waves start synchronizing. And we know from studies done by the Institute of Noetic Sciences, when someone sends intention to someone else, they did a big study of partners where one partner had cancer. They discovered that when the well partner would send intention to his ill partner, their heart rate would start synchronizing, their brain waves would start synchronizing, the rate of their blood flowing to their extremities would start synchronizing, their breathing would start synchronizing. Well, I believe that that's the same thing that happens with a group and group intention. We start becoming entrained. So we're a little bit like this. Imagine this is a Power of 8 group. See, metronomes start out being all swinging in different directions. And look what happens. Now, it took 16 seconds for those metronomes to start swinging in synchrony because of the exchanges of energy. We know that with the science. Well, I believe that's what happens with people too. So, you have to ask, year after year, I see this in my groups. When people meet regularly, and that's the key piece, when they commit to meeting regularly with their Power of 8 groups, and by the way, it doesn't have to be 8. People come together in a small group to do intention, and they keep meeting over and over. Pretty much 100% of them experience major transformation. Now, I used to ask myself, what are the odds against chance of this happening? But I don't ask myself that anymore because, you know, when I look at the intention experiments and I see consistently there have been our violence experiments have demonstrated, I think we've done 8 peace intention experiments now, 8 or 9, and we've shown in pretty much every instance when we've actually measured the scientific data and looked at a lowering of violence, we found violence has gone down. It happened in Sri Lanka during the civil war that was going on there. We did that in 2008. 2012 in Washington, D.C. 2000 in St. Louis, Missouri, officially the most violent place in America. The one little neighborhood, it went down. So, you know, I asked myself, well, did we do this? Did we do any of this? And, you know, short answer, who cares? What I can tell you is what I see. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming together in a group, an intention experiment or a Power of 8 group, and healing their own life and healing their families. And with that momentum of peace and healing, that can radiate out into the world and make major, major changes. So I continue to do this. I continue to measure, and I can explain a lot of it to you. I can tell you that it is something to do with altruism. It's something to do with oneness, the group effect, and probably entrainment. But there's also an X factor here that I really can't explain, that I have to take on faith. Now, I stumbled into all of this work simply by asking a question, being a skeptical journalist. And the Power of 8 groups came about completely by accident, simply wanting to see what would happen if we brought together, you know, people, a small group of people, rather than thousands around the world for an intention experiment. What if we just put a group of 8 together and have them send healing intention to a member of the group with a health challenge? So this started out with curiosity, but I also realized that life gave me this to be a kind of gatekeeper, to tell the world about this, to help people heal themselves and understand the amazing power that each of us holds, more amazing than the most incredible technique, power to heal each other, to heal ourselves, to heal the world. We have the power to heal everything in our lives. So I feel like I'm a gatekeeper, but somebody wrote to me this. They said, you are doing more than research. You are breaking open people's hearts. And I hope that is what you experience. If you try a Power of 8 group, don't simply take it from me. You know, I am the gatekeeper, but this extraordinary power we hold belongs to each of us. It's a bit like being Dorothy in the Wizard of Oz and just clicking your heels together to realize you have the power to go home. So try this for yourself and find out how to heal your life and the world. Now, before I leave you, I just want to tell you a bit about some of the work I do. So the original research is in my book, The Power of 8, my latest book, and it also describes how to set up a Power of 8 group. And the field. I started my work, I published that book 20 years ago, and that was all about the fact that we are all part of a giant quantum energy field. So that laid the groundwork for the new science. The intention experiment provided not only all of the science about intention, but an invitation to take part in these massive intention experiments. The Bond was my book that answers Darwin, who essentially created a leitmotif of competitive individualism. And that book is really an answer to that, saying we were never meant to be competitive or even individual. We were always meant to be part of a larger whole. So please check out my books. And I have a podcast now. You can just connect onto my website, lynnmctaggart.com. Check out my podcast under all my broadcasts. I have weekly blogs that I do. And I also run a magazine that's an international magazine in many languages now, 15 languages, called What Doctors Don't Tell You. You can find out about that at wddty.com. And I run many courses, not only a year-long masterclass, my one major class, but also smaller classes on intention. So we do Intention Essentials. We do an advanced class, Intention In and Out of Time. So check out all of my courses. I have many about the new science, not only as podcasts, but also as courses. So check out everything on lynnmctaggart.com. And I run retreats basically once a year with my husband, Brian Hubbard, who is the amazing author of a book of You, which is essentially he's created a therapy called Time Light, which helps people overcome the things in their past that are impeding their present. And the theory of his work is that the past inhabits us and creates us like an unwanted guest. And he helps you free yourself of that. So we run these retreats together. And the latest one we're going to be doing, which is over New Year's, December 28th to January 4th, is called Into the Light, using intention to supercharge 2022, because we know we all need a boost. And our work is very much about healing the past, using intention and the Time Light system to heal the past and also create your amazing and transformational future. So check out all of the stuff, and that's with Global J organization that will be sponsoring our retreats. So please check that out. Check out my website, check out my work, and there's anybody who signs up on my website, lynnmctaggart.com, gets instructions about how to set up your own Power of 8 group, including a video from me. So check out everything about me. And as I say, you have the power inside yourself. People have denied it. Maybe your parents did, maybe your teachers did, but you have that power. So unleash it yourself and understand with a group how to heal your life. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so it was wonderful presentation of Lynn McTaggart, and I really suggest you to look to her website, because it's a lot of materials. It's not only intention, it's not only these spiritual topics, but there are very, very interesting practical topics about what doctor tells you about, what didn't tell you about. So it is really outstanding person, really outstanding. And we are very good friends. As you've seen, we did many experiments together, and I'm looking forward to our next level of experiments. Okay, so now let's move forward. Now I have a round table of our colleagues and friends from Brazil. and they want to discuss the topic of informational fields. So let's connect them and let's see how it will be.
So, hi everybody. I don't know if you're listening to me well. Could anyone confirm?
Yes,
We can listen to you very well.
Okay, perfect. So let's start. First of all, it's a great honor for me and my friends. I'll ask each one of them to present themselves to be here with you today after this wonderful presentation of Line McTaggart. Really outstanding in so many aspects of her work, not only in terms of research, but also in practical applications. So this really captures the spirit of what we are trying to do, and we'll present some of this work for you today. Well, first of all, I would like to make a few great thanks to our friend Konstantin Korotkov for the invitation to take part in this and the opportunity to take part in this Congress. He's been supporting our research since 2015, and it's really a great honor to be on this road together with our friends in Russia and in so many parts of the world. I've been personally a few times in CIS Congress in Russia personally, and it's really it would be really nice this year. I was telling that to Dimitri, to being able to go in the flash, but owing to this international impossibility of moving in a free way, we are online. I know it's not the same thing. We do not have the same impact as we are together. We can share experiences, drink a coffee together, but that's what we have for today. So let's go. Today in this roundtable, there'll be me and two great Brazilian researchers. As I said, I'll let them present themselves. PhD Ricardo Gelman from CAPCIM, which is a consortium of more than 300 universities. He'll explain it better. My great colleague, Professor José Psolato Filho from Unicamp, State University of Campinas, in the state of São Paulo. It's one of the greatest universities in Brazil. And myself, I'm the president of Orient, which is an institute of research, education, and practical applications. I'm also a PhD in psychology and electrical engineering. Well, basically, I translated here these aspects of our institute, which is Orient. It's a science, knowledge, and light. So we definitely understand that science is very important to life, to generate important knowledge for life. And if this knowledge is really connected to life, it will bring to our lives enlightenment. So this is basically the triad of motions that we propose with this association. Its name comes from Greek Orion, which also is connected with the stars, Orion, Orionte, which means last frontiers. So how far can human consciousness go, human knowledge, how far can it take us? So this is the challenge that we accepted for this association. Well, today we're going to speak a little bit of science, some of the activities that we've been doing in science. And specifically, there is a central research hypothesis over which we have been working in the last, at least since 2004. This regards information fields and the role of information. But in simple words, when we talk of information fields, it's a general hypothesis to explain what we in the common life call the interconnectedness of the universe. So the fact that everything, everybody is connected, as we've seen in Lyon McTaggart's presentation, and typically as is presupposed in so many applications in healthcare, in management, and so on. So basically, what could explain this interconnectedness of the universe? So this is the general hypothesis we've been working on in physical terms, but also in applied terms. So this has to do basically with knowledge. So what we're gonna see at the beginning is that this question about what is reality is a very old question. It's been around for millennium, and there are some approaches to these to explain these general questions in philosophy and also in science or in physics, being more specifically. So first, let's run a little bit on what are these general approaches to these questions on what is reality in terms of philosophical research. So basically, this is the first approach to the problem, which says that the object has certain real and concrete properties, which we get to know. So this approach is called physicalistic objectivism. So the subject, it's capable somehow to penetrate and to understand, to get to know these concrete properties of objects of reality. The second great approach is called transcendental subjectivism, and it starts with Plato. So this first approach starts with Aristotle, and it goes on. And the second approach, transcendental subjectivism, starts with Plato and goes on with great philosophers like Kant, for instance. So knowledge is constituted in a subject from an innate categories and operations that happen in the subject. So knowledge has nothing to do with the object, but has everything to do with the subject of knowledge. So this is the second approach. A third approach started in the ends of the 19th century with a mathematician called Edmund Husserl, and then it developed in the entire 20th century. It's called phenomenology. So according to phenomenology, the relation between subject and object, the only thing we can do is to describe how we know, how the process of knowledge happens. So we cannot affirm with certainty that we know reality as such, but we can describe how we get to know. So this has to do with intentionality of consciousness. So this is the philosopher that brought about the thematics of consciousness and its constitution for the first time in the history of philosophy. And last but not least, we have another proposal which has been born in the 20th century, which says basically that between subject and object, there is a lively, dynamic, variable interaction, which we call information field or semantic field, or some authors also called morphogenetic fields, and so on. So there are many, many theories to explain this lively, dynamic, variable interaction, which causes reciprocal variations. So both subject and object suffer a variation during this physical impact, allowing a reversible knowledge. So the subject gets to know the object because of the oneness of this involucrum we call universe. So this is a proposition of many current schools, but in terms of psychology and philosophy, it's a proposition made by ontopsychology. Well, how this worldview, this last worldview of interconnectedness is supported in science. It's very important to choose a starting point here. So as the story is very long, in physical terms, I will start with Albert Einstein. According to his theory of general relativity, we were all led to this new idea of a kind of block universe. So the universe could not be somehow divided. From another perspective, in 1925, this year is very important for physics because Werner Heisenberg published with Max Born and Pascual Jordan the mathematical foundations of quantum mechanics in this article, which is called Zur Quantenmechanik 2. So after he published this article, a real mass, not to say a real revolution, started to happen in the core of physics and in the core of what we thought we understood of reality. Basically, Heisenberg's idea is that by measuring a system, we impact that system. And therefore, we humans are co-creators of our reality because we change it while we try to know it. This was a whole new way of looking at things and absolutely new paradigm shift in theoretical physics that changed the way we saw things from that point on. In 1927, there's another important chapter in this story, which is the so famous God plays or not dice with the universe. So there was this conference, Solvay conference, where physicists tried to conciliate these two major approaches. So the theory of general relativity, which was by then the mainstream idea to explain, and the search of a single set of universal rules and laws that govern the universe, and from another perspective, the new way of doing physics, which was the quantum physics. And these two approaches had to be conciliated, but it seemed then that it would be really impossible to reconcile them. And here we put this small joke. So God does not play dice, and it said that Niels Bohr answered, "It's not our business to say how God should govern the universe." So basically, we should abstract, we should forget our beliefs if you want to be epistemological neutral and find the core of what we call reality. In 1935, there was another important shift in this process. So Einstein himself wrote a very famous article with Podolsky and Rosen, where he proposed an experimental, idealistic experiment in which basically this phenomenon, which was then named entanglement, could happen. And the fact that the entanglement could happen would be an absurd, would be a kind of spooky action at a distance. So basically, two particles that were interconnected in a quantum level, they could interact instantly at any distance. And according to Albert Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen, at the end of the article, they arrive at a conclusion that either quantum physics was incomplete or it was absolutely wrong, because of course, so to say, between quotes, it couldn't be possible, this known locality phenomenon to happen. It would break one of the groundings of physical beliefs, basically that locality principle could not be broken. Well, here we have chosen this very important author, David Bohm, which is probably one of the most interesting physicists after all these great names that we have mentioned, that really tried in a very serious manner to reconcile both general relativity and quantum physics. I quote him directly. He said, "It's not actually possible to analyze the world into particles. What we call particles behave like waves or something in between, according to the circumstance. These particles are not predictable, nor they have the properties that mechanical particles ought to have. When many of them get together, they have properties of a whole, which cannot be analyzed through the parts. This is what quantum mechanics says. Relativity also says, in another sense, the universe cannot be divided, the so-called block universe theory. In spite of that, physicists insist in finding the ultimate building blocks of the universe. So basically what David Bohm proposes is an inversion in the way we analyze things. And he captures that the very essence of the structure of the unitary universe, of this wholeness, is non-local, and that what we call locality is just a specific, one specific application, one specific aspect of reality, but that non-locality would be the basic rule governing the laws of the universe. So as a matter of fact, everything would be interconnected in this wholeness. And he mathematically proposed a very advanced model, and he's maybe one of these most famous ideas are the pilot waves, which are kind of guide waves to the particles, where the particles should be. So using David Bohm's models, what basically we arrive at is the conclusion that the so-called indetermination principle, it falls. So when you know the precise position, the starting position of a particle on a system, you can predict precisely what will be the velocity and its position in a future situation using his mathematical modeling. But he was deeply criticized at his time. He lived part of his life also in Brazil. There was this great movie I dedicated to his ideas and the story of his life, Infinite Potential, which was recently released. I think it's last year was released. So really very interesting to see it because it's explained in more detail what I'm just presenting here very, very quickly. Well, the story goes on. I'll have to make it short. And then quantum entanglement from a challenge and absurd from this so-called spooky action of a distance became something very of great interest in the last decades of research for researchers, owing to its absolutely new application. So it's today a phenomenon which has been proved many times with a level of security, very high level of security, statistical security. And the applications are as advanced as teletransportation. As we see here in this article published by Science in 2018 about teletransportation. Anton Zeilinger also has a series of experiments and applications in teletransportation, encryption, that is unbreakable encryption. So systems of communications that are being built around planet Earth. The next level of internet is probably the instantaneous internet based on this entanglement principles. Well, how this question evolved in the bio-psychical realm, so with biopsychic beings like us human beings. So this is a list of a series of researchers. I'll not go through all of them, but I'll just mention 2 or 3. Gurevich started with the onion root cells experiment. So doing communication at a distance between cells and then also between human beings at a distance, at great distance, and then with barriers, as we also saw in the experiments that Lion McTaggart just presented. Until we arrive at some experiments related with also health, conducted by Luc Montagnier, which was Nobel Prize in medicine, Hameroff and Stewart and Hameroff, which are the proposers of the OR theory, and Bandyopadhyay, which I personally got to know recently, which discovered the neural microtubules in human neuron cells, which could explain the quantum nature of consciousness. Consciousness was also a subject matter of great interest for David Bohm. He saw consciousness as a kind of aspect of a wholeness, so that behind all a series of interactions, of physical interactions, there comes up, appears this phenomenon we call consciousness. So the question we've been making in scientific terms is, can human beings, and more generally speaking, all living things, communicate at large distances beyond 5 senses and electrochemical schemes. So speaking with Charles Darwin, communication is considered to be the result of our evolutionary process. For Rupert Sheldrake, many of you have probably known many of his ideas. However, phenomena related with distant communication, such as the sensation of being stared at, he has a book named The Sensation of Being Stared At, might be indeed a part of the evolutionary process, but they presuppose the existence of a morphic field, a morphogenetic field, as he called, a kind of collective memory every species has the right to access in a kind of resonance, of morphic resonance. Daniel Kahneman, which is psychologist and also economy Nobel, he presents his view on human skills such as intuition, which could be related with this kind of ability, once enhanced our survival chances, but in modern times have become misleading and untrustworthy. So exactly as Lynn McTaggart told us, that at some point, our teachers or our parents, they told us we didn't have these possibilities, we didn't have this psychic, to say so, powers, which indeed are part of nature, part of the very fabric of nature. And Anirban Bandyopadhyay, which is an Indian scientist that I mentioned, and researcher from National Institute of Material Science in Japan, he discovered with his colleagues the microtubules inside cells, not only brain cells, but all cells of our bodies. And these microtubules, they work in the quantum level, and they are capable of transferring and processing information in quantum level, like a quantum computer. And he created then, to prove his ideas, he created an artificial consciousness model, which has generated many, many industrial patents. Last but not least, I'd like to cite Antonio Meneghetti, which is an Italian scientist. He started with a clinical perspective using dreams, and he identified during the process of clinical activity a phenomenon he called semantic field, which is another theory to name the information field class of theories. An information transducer without energy displacement was this description he gave. So there is no energy transfer in the process. So what is being transferred is information, which connects all living things at a distance of space and time. He proposed a method to read these fields using the natural capacities of perception of our living body. So it's very connected with the ideas of Bandyopadhyay, but its empirical demonstration and mathematical descriptions should be a task of physicists. So the quest for information fields require an interdisciplinary approach, as we've seen. And to deal with that, this institute called Orion started then to establish a series of research protocols with these institutions that are interested in these thematics. So basically today we have 4 great partners in different areas of application. So CABSIN, we have Dr. Ricardo, which will speak with us. He's the president of this consortium, academic consortium for integrative health. We have the International Institute of Invincible Rhythm, which studies consciousness and its applications, which is the president is Anirban Bandyopadhyay. At USP, the University of São Paulo, at the Faculty of Economy and Administration, we also have this partnership to study intuition as a phenomenon correlated with the flow of information in our living body. And most importantly, we can cite here Unicamp with the demonstration of the physical reality of this phenomenon. Here's just to mention, it was a more than 10-year research that has been published on intuition. Intuition revisited the high impact decision making empirical research. So it's more or less like saying, instead of saying that intuition lead us to mistakes, intuition is the basis of exact, precise knowledge, but it's typically lost by our heuristics of thought. So this is the conclusion that we got to. And by using an introspective approach, we can revisit intuition, not only as a concept, but also as a methodology to access this information, which is very useful, not only in business, but also in science, as very documented by many great scientists in history. Another research related with information transfer without energy involvement was conducted in the psychology realm in 2017, in which we used BioWell to measure psychologists and clients, and we got to the conclusion that there are great evidence in favor of communication going on between psychologists and clients, specifically during the moments in which clients tell their dreams to the psychologist. Well, could this phenomenon be tested with distance and barriers? Should be just a kind of coincidence. And then, of course, inspired in the entanglement research, we search for the physical reality test. So we proposed research in partnership with Unicamp, and then I'll call my colleague, Professor Pisolato, to present the results of this research.
Please turn on the microphone. Please turn on the microphone.
Okay, now. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Jose. Yes.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank you, Dr. Koroktikov, to invite us to this conference. I'm gonna start with with a question. Can human beings, and more generally speaking, all living things, communicate a large distance beyond 5 senses and electrochemical schemes? So this is a very, very difficult question to answer, but great scientists since ancient times, Democritus and Aristotle, gave attention on it. So curiously trying to understand the origin of night dreams. So night dreams, it was always the problem for everyone to understand this phenomenon. That's and the sequence of this in their lives. So the semantic field theory, as I said before by Enrico, it was proposed by Antonio Meneghetti. It's an Italian guy. He was affirming that life itself provides all living things with the ability to communicate beyond the verbal and non-verbal level. So beyond the linguistic and the physiognomic, kinetic can communicate with one of the others in these 5 senses. So one aspect of this research is how to measure the electric field between 2 human beings. So it's very, very difficult to measure because the electric field is between two persons. It's almost difficult because in terms of the signal. So we decide in our research, we decide not to measure the electric field, but measure the signals between 2 guys in different places. And we propose to put one of them in a Faraday cage to realize, to try to connect this guy instead of no electromagnetic field inside of this Faraday cage. So our proposition was in this way. So I've got a good opportunity to work with Enrico in his PhD thesis in 2020. And this research is about the information field hypothesis. And it's empirical test with human beings that is testing the possibility of transducing information with the best things in this idea. There is no energy transfer. There is no energy involved in this research, in this connection, this communication. So we should try to establish a repeatable and reproducible connection or interference between 2 human beings in a certain distance with Faraday shielding. So this cage Faraday, this Faraday cage was involved in a shielding one of these participants in order to guarantee that there is no electromagnetic fields involved in this connection. So in this way, we prove that no electromagnetic fields are involved, and even the guy was inside of this Faraday cage. We can connect this guy when read a dream. So we've started with the Faraday cage built for conducting the first experimental trials. So my first Faraday cage was made by our technician, which was really awkward Faraday cage, but it was at the beginning to start. But our second Faraday cage was a professional Faraday cage in this research. So our experimental design was in our faculty. So our faculty was here, electrical engineering department, and another department, electronic department, was 250 meters. And we think that to put one guy in this laboratory and another guy inside of Faraday cage in this building. And there is for us at that time, it was far away, and it was work because it was people was sitting in a Faraday cage, in a professional Faraday cage ETS cylinder ring series 81. So it was about 1,000 feet, around to 200 meters in a straight line. So in this experimental design, it was two kinds of variable, independent variable is whether one participant either reads a night dream from the other participant, or one guy in a laboratory could read a dream from the other participants inside of Faraday cage. So for this experimental group, we give the real dream of the guy who written a dream before to enter the Faraday cage, and another guy where was installed in another laboratory when he will decide the time to read the dream, and both are connected. Both are connected, measuring these signals. And this I'm going to show the equipment that we were using at that time. So for a control group, we give to this guy not a dream that the guy written, but a computer manual. It was chosen for this proposal. So the dependent variables were several psychological signal measured, and both participants during the experiment. We have used a lot of equipment for example, our interval for ECG, blood oxygen saturation, pulse rate, and the energy joules, and EPI. It's a bi-well device. So all these equipment are connected and synchronized with a computer, and the computer in time to see the moment when the guy will read exactly or a dream or a computer manual. So before the experiments before experiment starts, the subject, the participants 1 and participants 2 had to write a recent dream in a piece of paper. So the design was like this. One participant was inside of this Faraday cage, professional Faraday cage, and another one was 5 minutes walk distance, and no mechanical and electromagnetic waves allowed. So both are monitored by digital oximeters, EPI GDV device, bi-well, and are interval polar watched in both participants. So the equipment used for data collection was this one: pulse rate and blood oxygen saturation with this equipment, and another equipment used was bi-well device, and with a cardio clip bracelet we use in another way that use bi-well, and the third equipment was a polar watch to record our interval. So this bi-well device sample rate is one measurement or a photo every 5 seconds. So the instruments are, as I said before, it was blood oxygen saturation, our interval, energy, EPI, and all these equipment were connected to the laptop computer in an offline mode not to have interference with synchronized times in both laboratory, in all instruments. So it's very important to say that it's very synchronized and very important to do this. The illustration of heartbeat, our interval in milliseconds, was showing this in this graphic by the polar watch. So this polar watch measured this interval, this heartbeat interval that we call RR interval. It's measured in milliseconds. So it's our Faraday cage, the photo of our Faraday cage. It's a professional Faraday cage, was installed in a different laboratory in our faculty, as I said before, in the other building. So our experiment was performed with 50 couples, twice per couple. From 100 people, 40% were women and 6% men. From the total, 42 measurements were in the control group and the 58 in the experimental group. So for this control group, we not gave the dream to read, but we gave the computer's manual to read. So the couples were chosen preferable among people that live in a different seats and did not know each other. That's a very important choice, because if they know each other, there is some problem, so some information that could be exchanged in this way. So before any experiment were taken, subject or experiment subject 1, subject 2 had to write a paper in their dreams. There is no information that could be written. So dreams had to be as recent as possible, preferable from the night before the experiment. So that idea is to reinforce their relevance and their innate character. So the guy one, the subject 1 received a folded paper with instruction to read in content of freely chosen time between 15 minutes and 15 minutes after measuring started. So it's very important not to start our measurement from the first minute, but from the after 5 minutes, the guy could start to read in a freely moment, in a freely time. So it was important to say that, because it was a moment for us. It was this moment. They start to reading, the guy outside needs to write the exact moment that he started to read the dream, and to write also the finished when they finish to read. So it's very important for us to compare these two times. So the data normalization was, before applying the statistical method, the data had to be normalized in terms of z-scores, coefficients of variation, but mainly in terms of time duration. So all these moments is very important for us, because before reading and after reading, so we want to compare the experimental group and the control group in this all data normalization. So the question is, are there significant difference compared signals for subject inside or outside the Faraday cage, considering the moment as a factor? For example, before reading and after. This is the first question. It's a very important question, because we need to compare what's going on in a subject 2 that were in a Faraday cage when the guy 1 read the dream or a computer manual. So the second question was, do subject outside different during the moment of reading compare experimental and versus control group? So it's another question that we need to compare. If the guy outside it is affected by these moments when this start to reading a dream or a computer manual. So the third question is do subjects inside the Faraday cage differ during the moment of reading compared experimental versus control groups? So you see the second question outside and this third question inside of Faraday cage. So we need to compare these both groups. And the fourth, but not the least, do different instruments confirm or contradict each other? So this question we would like to answer before the experiments. So I'm gonna show you some graphics. We've brought GDV signal for a subject inside the Faraday cage, indicate the moment in which his or her dream was being read by subject A. You see here the dream starts at that time. You see the moment, exact moment that they read the dream. The guy was reading the dream of this guy. So this is the moment when we open the door of Faraday cage. You see the difference. So another graph that we want to show you, that's the average coefficient of variation for a pulse rate. We have a lot of graphs to analyze, but the most important I'm going to show you in this short time. But the graph of pulse rate on the top, this graph you see here. So the moment we start to plot in only 30 seconds before, and this we see the variation between the experimental group here and the guy was inside and the other guy was outside. You see the difference in the other one is the pulse rate of the guy of control group. So the coefficient variation is much higher for subject outside and much lower for subject inside the Faraday cage, precisely before reading transition. So this on the top, on the bottom, we can see the blood saturation, SpO2, calculated with a standard deviation of 6 seconds showing before reading transition. So you see here the before reading transition, we see the difference between this is more stable. The control group is more stable than this experimental group. So another graph that represents the transition from the moment which happens at 0 seconds here. You see the 0 second. You see the difference between the guy outside and the guy inside of Faraday cage. And we plot here the mean square error from this guy experimental and control group, the difference between both. And you see here also on the right, you see here on the right the difference between the exact moment and the exact moment the mean square error of the coefficient variation or the RR interval to see the difference between two signals, control group and experimental group. Control group is this one and experimental group is this one. So this research activity, three major results. It confirmed that human dreams deeply affect the autonomic nervous system. So balance of subject, not only of those who dream, but also those who hear or read it. So affect both are monitored. So they affected the autonomic nerves in both sides. The guy who were inside of Faraday cage and another guy who read the dreams. So it showed as well. The subject, the NAS balance can be modified at a distance with Bayer. So the Faraday cage was used to establish an empirical milestone in the area where experiments used to work only in the very special case. So it's a fact. It's a fact NAS balance. When the guy was inside, was using a barrier. So the third was the use of dreams create a natural bridge between neuroscientists, psychologists, spiritualists, and even materialists. So for the scientific community, we expected benefits are to formalize experiments that contribute to investigation of an old phenomenon using more physical or positivity approach. So it's allowing advance and understand this new region of scientific research. So to finalize my presentation, for future work, shall improve empirical design, including larger distance EEG and the enteric nervous systems, so measurement. So we need to design, to including for this experiment, a large distance, as well as procedures to enable hearing instead of reading. It's very important because the guy, when they start to reading, maybe he has some anxiety, maybe he has some different way to read. So we think that the better way to do this research instead of reading, of hearing the dream in a random times, using a double-blind experimental design, increase the number of subjects for 4 digits. We use only 100 participants. So thank you very much.
Hello. I'm Ricardo Gelman. I'd like to thank also the invitation for that important Congress and congratulate the name of Science, Information and Spirit. I'd like to share my presentation. To share our experience in the from our consortium. That's the third in the world. You have the academic consortium in the North American, in Netherlands, and in Brazil. We are the collaborative network that joined several researchers. And in behalf of the Brazilian Academic Consortium, I'd like to thanks. I'm also as a member of the executive director of the Virtual Health Library of Traditional Complementary Integrative Medicine of the Pan-American Health Organization. We create a network of 17 countries. My background, I'm a pediatrician, and I did my postdoc in the neuroscience in the field of pain and anthroposophic medicine. And I am of the pioneers in the field of integrative pediatrics in Brazil. In the last 5 years, we're implementing that experiences. First of all, I would like to come back to the concept of the integrative medicine and health that includes a big change in the paradigm, and I'm comparing the focus on the person instead of disease as a big change, looking to the geocentric and the heliocentric change in some centuries ago. I believe that you are in a very important and crucial moment in our society, imposed from the pandemic, to look to the health in another way. I will talk about information in a broader way, and would like to show here the distribution of publication in that field of integrative medicine health around the globe. And nowadays, the North America and the East Asia represent 50% of the publication, Europe 22%, and in our region of Latin America, only 6%, and Brazil, probably 4% of this. Looking to the models of medicine and integrative health around the globe, you can compare the North American model that emphasize the natural products and the body-mind practices that are named of the especially meditation, yoga, and other approach that are not pharmacological. And there are a third important field to include that are the whole medical systems that has his own vision of diagnostic and the physiopathology and also therapeutic approach. That article from Eric Baas from Netherlands compare in general the difference of whole medical system and conventional medicine, and like to bring here the importance that we need to include in the training at all health professional, at least 5 or 4 of these that until now only in Switzerland are included in the faculties of medicine in an obligatory way after the plebiscite in 2013, where all the population had the opportunity to vote. But these visions are very important, and one of them would be our conventional vision, more mechanistic way. Looking to the dimensions of the human health, one hospital in Germany used that 4 dimension to manage the hospital, and I'd like to propose here that the 3 dimension that usually you don't include, like vitality or well-being, emotional dimension, and existential and spiritual dimension, need to be included in a very intentional way. The first level, physical level, are related more with surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, but eu tô num congresso internacional, sai correndo, por favor, Davi.
Churrasco, papai.
Não, desculpa, sério. Sorry. It's my son invite me to be part of the family, but sorry. And vitality, it's very important to include in a more formal way, including physical activities, massage, nutrition, herbal and dynamized medicine, yoga, therapeutic touch, aromatherapy, and others that increase that level that are not measured easily, because quality of life don't measure vitality. Our dimension level, it's also very important to include in the health approach, including all art approaches and also psychotherapy, movements therapy like rhythmy and floral aromatherapy. And perhaps the more important to this Congress is to include the meditation, biographic counseling, that means the self-consciousness related with the biography of each person, develop the clinical empathy and consider this in the care of even our patients, and also to improve the resilience, the immunological identity, and the intentionality was one of the aspects connected directly with the spiritual dimension. The WHO, since 2014, recommends the research to allow the safety and efficacy of all that approach along all 6 regions in the globe. Then in Brazil, belong to the Pan-American Health Organization. Russia belong to the WHO Europe, but we have 6 regions in the world need to include from that recommendation. In our policy from the Minister of Health, in the last 15 years, we include the 3 categories of complementary approach that I divided here in a more, it's just one category, but you can choose others. I put here the whole medical systems, the natural products, and the non-pharmacological therapies that include several modalities, more bodily or mind or body-mind approaches. In this last 15 years, all that approach are included in public health, basically in the primary care, and more than 30,000 teams, and more than 4,000 cities. That means 77% of the whole number of cities in the country have at least one modality included in a free way in our public health system. As I mentioned, was developed since important congress in Nicaragua, organized from the WHO, a congress joined in several countries, and was created the Americas Network that engaged nowadays 17 countries. And together with that network, we launched in 2018 our Brazilian Academic Consortium to promote that network. Our web page can be translated to Russian. Then in honor of the organizers, I translate to you, and you can choose, search more than 1,500,000 publications in our field of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. And also we became nowadays part or chapter of the International Society of Complementary Medicine Research, together with Canada, China, Korea, and Iran. Then the main project, it's the information, how to systematize the information. That field, it's a very important aspect to allow as an international data bank that everybody in a free access could achieve the information. To organize this, we create several committees. One of the new committee, Dr. Érico Azevedo belong, that is the mental health and spirituality. And our first process was search in the country the numbers of post-graduation, master, PhD, and postdoctorate students that are studying this field. It's not so few, but it's growing, that process of survey. Our country, as you know, enlarge or have the responsibility to have inside one of the main important area, considering that 10% of the vegetal species belong to that area. It's a responsibility for worldwide to care of this. This is not in a good moment, but we are aware as scientists that the importance is to protect it, natural areas. Brazil have 5 biomes, and study some specific medicinal plants, it's a strategy to preserve. This is an example of passiflora that shows neoplastic action with apoptotic potential and antioxidants. Other field of importance is the research in acupuncture, looking to how several countries in the world look into the publication. Brazil is the 7th nowadays in publication specific to that field. That 2 areas of medicinal plants and the traditional Chinese medicine, we believe that are the main areas of research. And this is an example of collaboration, very important, inspired from patients with children with nephrotic syndrome, resistance of corticoids, that only with simple 4 weeks intervention of nutrition could achieve a complete change in the whole health perspective. Then this work was done in Harvard in cooperation with our University of São Paulo, and showed change in the measurements of the kidney function, and in historical results, considering even the reduction of the immunosuppressive drugs only after change in the alimentation, but together with intervention with happiness, because they invite a circles group to play with the children together with the nutrition. It's our main field of publication. I mean, in the field of pediatrics. 2 years ago, we created a big congress engaging 10 countries, and we published that São Paulo Agreement, fostering a new vision of the health of children from the future. Our website are connected with the virtual health library from the Pan American Health Organization. I'd like to invite you to search in that website and look into the biofield. I did that search today. We can find 137 publications. From the request of the government to really implement that new approach in the public health system, 2 years ago, after that meeting and that request, we use that model from Canada, the International Initiative for Impact Evaluation, to map the evidence in the field of integrative medicine and all area of complementary traditional medicine. Then it was a partnership with the Pan American Health Organization. We create several maps, and I'd like to emphasize the resume. The evidence map can be searched in a way that in a design, we can look the level of evidence depend of each field. Sorry, that's in Portuguese, but this is example of meditation to pain, and putting the arrows to each bowl, you can look to the publications. Then from that group of 40 researchers around the country, we started the first block searching that area of meditation, acupuncture, Chinese body practices, yoga, medicinal plants, Shantala, that's massage for children, reflexology and zonotherapy, and the first 888 systematic reviews shows the main outcome that you can offer as a benefit to the population. It's mental health, pain, and hypertension and diabetes. More than 85% of the systematic reviews show a positive effect, and I'd like to emphasize the acupuncture for pain, meditation to mental health, body Chinese practice to vitality and well-being, and yoga to social, mental, and spiritual health. This is open access, and from an important field of cancer in that first block, we choose and 51 systematic reviews showing that medicinal plants, Chinese medicine, Shantala, can help specifically to that outcomes. The main studies in cancer are to breast cancer, then can reduce the pain and fatigue related to chemotherapy and nausea and autotoxicity in general. That the 2 plants from Amazon seems from our first preliminary studies show an important effect to reduce the fatigue related to cancer, that it's Uncaria tomentosa, or unha de gato in Portuguese, and Paulinia cupana, that's Guaraná. The 2 plants from Amazon area need to be preserved because the mechanism of action was not well described until now, but they have a clinical effect shown in that clinical trial. And this is the in areas where we focus the evidence map, as you show. And now we are in the second block, engaged more 15 researchers, and you gather now 545 systematic review in that 18 evidence map. The importance of that evidence map, because it's in English and our languages, and our idea together with International Society of TCIM Research is to create a data bank, in a worldwide data bank, to allow everybody to search in that field of research. And the other important results, we create a knowledge system to manager, to achieve in a simple language the results of that maps, and also to health professional to understand the publication in an easier way. Because the pandemic, it was very important to do the map of the coronavirus, and just to mention that our area of medicinal plants and our approach belong to the strategy published in the future of the treatment of COVID, together with the vaccination, that it's very important. And we did and published already the first map to COVID-19, showing that we have some interesting outcomes to immunological response, to manage the symptoms, and especially to mental health. And several interventions, especially from medicinal plants, from yoga, meditation, and other intervention, are very important to mental health. And I'd like to emphasize a medicinal plant, one plant that was used after the Chernobyl accident for children with pneumonia of repetition, and it was a reduction of 70% in 2000 after use or that injectable medicinal plant for that group of children. In the last weeks, the number of systematic reviews increased a lot in our field of integrative medicine. We have 44 reviews now and 14 clinical trials that we are now preparing guidelines to allow the population to know. That 2 systematic reviews looking to the depression, anxiety, and the isolation, social isolation, have important impact in the health worldwide. And it's very important to conclude that the loneliness have a direct impact in inflammatory stress and other psychoneuroimmunological realm, showing that the systematic view of the human health is very necessary now instead of fragmentation. One example is the that study of gut-brain axis connecting the first phylogenetic brain connected to our gut, and the second brain in our head that nowadays are looking the vision of the connection of the both. It's very important considering especially that 90% of the serotonin are not in the head but in the gut regions. Then depression, it's more connected to the first brain. That group in Netherlands, that it's Sino-Dutch Center of Integrative Medicine, I believe are looking to connect what means the future of medicine. That means to search from the ancient diagnostic that are more connected as a constitutional diagnostic, for instance, from Chinese and Ayurvedic medicine. And the question is how to connect that way, ancient way to look the depression in a individualized format with the biome and microbiome and the genome, and how can we connect the past and the future in the medicine. One wonderful example is the mindfulness meditation organized from Kabat-Zinn, and some studies recently showing that only after 5 days of intensive program, you can increase our longevity measured from the chromosome change and also the TH cells increasing of immunity. The Ministry of India, the Ayush Ministry, proposed a guideline to COVID-19, and we translate to Portuguese, but it's very important that everybody have access of that guidelines. And connecting with my previous speakers, Érico and Pisolato, I'd like to mention a recent evidence map that was done from one collaborative group about biofield research. Looking to the several dimensions of the human being, as you can see from the left to the right, the mineral, the muscle, the nervous system, and the circulatory system, you can see from the solid, liquid, air, and the lipid to the heart. You can see that you need to look to the human being in that different way. We work together in that publication about putting the heart in the different way, instead only as a bump, but putting in the center of the endocrine system. And I would like to emphasize that this don't come from the Indian vision of the anatomy, but from the phenomenological study of phylogenetics and embryology of each glands that connect in a circle like a new way to see the endocrine system. Then the map about biofield healing, I would like to conclude to share with you. It's very new. It's from last year. And several universities work together in a collaborative way to create that map that apply different biofield modalities to several primary outcomes. I'd like to mention in the right side the main use approach of biofield modality, that it's energy psychology, therapeutic touch, Reiki, healing touch, and others. And the main benefits, outcomes are anxiety, depression, mood, pain. That means very similar to, in general, area of integrative approach. And here in that map, you can see the number of patients included in each study. The therapeutic touch more 700, in Reiki more 1,400, and the other modalities. So this is important material to be searched to everybody. And in this next month, also we will launch the translation to German, Italian, and Portuguese, that important course or use of traditional herbal medicine and traditional approach to the patient care that come from an initiative of Technion University in Israel in connection with our Brazilian Academic Consortium and other institutions. Then my last slide is our intention. The intentionality seems it's an important word in that Congress, and the intention from the 3 academic consortia enrolled from US, Brazil, and Netherlands is to create, together with WHO, a federation including all research institutions that want to be part of a global movement fostering integrative medicine and health. Then I invite you to be partner in all countries that want, and we really feel like a global family. Thank you very much. And here my contact if you want to keep contact with our group. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It was really very, very impressive, all your presentations. And it's really to see how you are developing all those lines. It is really very impressive. Thank you so much. And of course, we need to be in contact because we're developing same line and of course, operating in different countries. Of course, it would be very, very important for us to join our efforts. But what you've done, it is really great in all those fields, in the field of consciousness study, in the field of practical applications of intention and our mental power, and in the field of integrative medicine. So thank you again. Thank you very much for this very, very interesting presentation. And of course, when it will be on our YouTube, I'm sure a lot of people, myself in particular, will watch it very, very carefully and will be in contact discussing all those results. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we have one more, our last presentation for today. This is our big friend and colleague. Okay, so where is him? That's Dr. Sam Asmanagic. You know, he was he discovered those great pyramids in Bosnia, and he did big research on this, and he's doing this research for many years now. And I've been there several times with him. So we had very distinct measurement. They're using our bioval instruments, and I'm looking forward to his presentation. I hope he's somewhere here. Okay, let's have a look. He was supposed to connect by that moment.
He didn't connect yet. I don't see him in the list.
You don't see him in the video because he responded to me that he planned to be here and connect to that. But he didn't at the moment. I don't see him as well. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, maybe he has some problem because I just had a message from him that he wants to connect. He's waiting from him, so he's waiting for Zoom or Skype invitation. I've sent him this contact. Dmitry, can you send him just now Zoom invitation?
To his email address?
Yes, to his email address. You know,
okay, just give me a second. Okay, I will send it right now. Okay.
MSN.com. Okay, so I hope that he will be connected because some people can do this easily, some people don't. Okay, So it's absolutely normal. If you are more in computer field, then you can find the way. If not, then of course it's much complicated. But all in all, you see, now I hope he will be connected. If not, then not. But then all in all, this day today was very intensive. To me, it was very interesting. All presentation was very interesting. And you see that we have great movement now in Zoom. And this last presentation of our Brazilian colleagues demonstrate that it's worldwide movement. It's not just in one country. And it shows that all of us are looking forward to make this integrative approach to our health and to help other people to include this in their lifespan. So it means to take care of our body and not just to take pills, but to use integrated medicine, both different instruments and different natural system, and of course different type of acupuncture, Ayurvedic, homeopathy. So it's all ancient approach that now finally are being accepted by our conventional medicine. Then, of course, we need to develop our mental facilities, our brain, with different means how to increase our brain activity and how to reach the maximum potential of our brain, and of course to develop our spiritual side. So all data that we've seen today from Lindmark Target, from Serge Kernbach, from our Brazilian team, from Christian Borders, it shows us that it's not just some fantasy. It is reality of our everyday life. So if we want to be healthy, if we want to be in high spirit, not to be afraid of all these different COVID situations and other dangers that is coming in our world every day, then of course we need to take care of ourselves. Not to think, not to rely on doctors, not to rely on someone, but to develop our own way to our own health and to our longevity. And it's absolutely clear, understandable how to make it. Absolutely. Now, as I told you, I have this little book, Your Health on the Tip of Your Fingers. And in this book, I present my main ideas, but of course, it's not my ideas, it's ideas based on many years of research, of communication with colleagues from worldwide, from different countries. And there, this book is written for people, public. And it discusses the way how we can really move forward to well-being. I'm sure it is quite possible for everybody, but of course it needs some efforts. From our practice, we know that we offer people these different ways how they can move forward and how they can be more healthy, but not everybody follows this. So that's the problem. So it depends on ourselves, whether we are trying to be healthy, in positive mood state, in good balance, where we are balancing our autonomic nervous system, our energy field, or we just let it go and let it be as it is. Now we have this movement worldwide, very strong movement. Now hundreds of thousands of people, different countries, are involved in this activity. And we know that it's coming more and more. So we know that this is big. Okay, as I see, we don't have Sam.
Yeah, well, I have sent him the invitation to his email address. So if he's online, he should connect.
Okay, please, Jose, turn off your mic. Or someone else. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So I've sent him link as well before. So that's no, but he's he's archaeologist. He's not technical person, so it's understandable. So let's wait maybe 5 more minutes, and let's see. Do we have some questions? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Very good. Okay. So that's. Okay, so it's only some discussions. Okay, very good. So, okay, so let's wait maybe 5 more minutes. If not, then maybe he will be able to be with us tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, so okay. No, he's not here yet. Okay, so maybe we connect with him again and ask him maybe to present tomorrow. Okay, Dmitry, are you here? Okay, he's trying to connect him. Okay, so I think it does make sense to wait anymore because for him it may be some technical problems. So let's finish for today with this. And we meet tomorrow by 12 o'clock Moscow time again. And tomorrow it will be very interesting presentation. Okay, thank you so much, everybody, and see you tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye.
I still don't see him in the list.